For Scotland and the United Kingdom. Now, on BBC One and through the wee hours, the results as they come through with Hugh Edwards.
The people of Scotland have voted in record numbers on the future of their nation. Will they make history by choosing the path of independence, or have they decided to stay within the United Kingdom? We're standing by to bring you the people's verdict. For 300 years, Scotland has been joined in political union with England, a united kingdom now which includes Wales and Northern Ireland. Tonight, we'll discover, after this very highly charged referendum campaign, whether that union with Scotland is to be dissolved. It is, without question, the biggest democratic decision in British history, with profound implications for the people of Scotland and, of course, for the other three nations of the UK. Alex Salmond, the First Minister of Scotland, has spent a lifetime probably dreaming of this opportunity. His Yes campaign was way behind in the polls for quite a long time. Just a few months ago, things changed. The situation seemed to be adjusting in his favour. Victory has seemed within reach. But he's faced the revived No campaign in the past few weeks, driven principally by Labour's Gordon Brown and with the appearance too of other Westminster Party leaders. With us in the studio tonight, we have senior representatives of the Yes and No camps. We'll be talking to them shortly. And they're settling in for a rather long night after what's been a very long campaign. It's good to have you leaders. Alongside those who've been reporting on every twist and turn of this rather intense and sometimes fractious campaign, we'll be hearing from some who've agonised too over which way to vote. They're with us here, keeping us company, and we'll be finding out how they made up their minds. It's good to see them with us, and our results team, waiting patiently to get those results to your screens as soon as possible. We have experts examining the numbers, looking at all the trends, trying to predict which way things are likely to go. The team led, of course, by Professor John Curtis of Strathclyde University. Good to have John with us, and we'll be with him in a second. And to guide us through this electoral landscape, to weigh up what is at stake, we have my good colleague Jeremy Vine. Jeremy?
Hugh, some huge questions in the balance tonight, not least what happens to Scotland's oil. Is there enough to fund an independent Scotland? Also, what about the currency? Will Scotland be able to share the pound? And how about Trident? Britain's nuclear deterrent is in Scotland, but the SNP has promised to remove it. So some absolutely massive issues in play in the coming hours.
Well, now let's give you a real sense of our location here at the headquarters of BBC Scotland. We're at Pacific Quay on the banks of the Clyde. Many of you will remember the venues, great venues for the hugely successful Commonwealth Games this summer. This is where we're based tonight, and this is where we'll be broadcasting the result of this all-important referendum on the nation's future. Well, the counting, of course, is the all-important process now. The polling stations across Scotland opened at 7 this morning. They closed at 10, 46 minutes ago. And early indications are that turnout has been exceptionally high. We'll have the figure for you a little later on. We already know, of course, a record 4.3 million people were registered to vote. And that is 97% of those eligible to do so, including for the first time many thousands of 16 and 17-year-olds. Well, the leaders out early this morning, casting their votes. Alex Salmond, First Minister, voting in his home patch of Aberdeenshire. And Alistair Darling, who's been leading the Better Together campaign in his home area of Edinburgh. That's where his parliamentary constituency is. Also voting today, the Deputy First Minister Nicola Sturgeon of the SNP, and she was voting in her Scottish parliamentary constituency in Glasgow. So all of those votes carefully cast. And there we are in Fife. Gordon Brown, the former Prime Minister, who in the last 2 weeks has become a very prominent figure in the campaign. So these are the scenes that really matter now then. 32 counting centres across Scotland. That's Renfrewshire, where they're already busy at work, but we'll be covering counts from the Highlands all the way down through Aberdeen and Dundee and Glasgow and Edinburgh, down to the Scottish borders. And on the way, we'll be paying a visit, for example, to Falkirk to see what that'll tell us about the potential result. And we'll be in Angus too. Angus, with a long tradition of sending SNP representatives to Westminster, and an interesting prospect there. We'll be very, very keen to see what the early signals are from Angus. So all of those counts busy and verifying papers and having a look clearly in just as in the first half hour or so, we'll get some sense probably of the kind of turnout involved. A very dramatic moment tonight. I should say, of course, don't forget that although people are keeping a close eye on things here in Scotland, just imagine the intense interest too in Downing Street, because David Cameron will be following the events there for us and probably will have something to say about them early in the morning. So with me, our political editor Nick Robinson, who'll be with us throughout the night, and the BBC's Sarah Smith, who's with us too. She's followed every day of the campaign. Good to have you both with us. I suppose I want you, Sarah, at this stage, given that you've been, on top of all of this material, and there's been lots of claim and counterclaim, let's put that to one side. What does tonight mean?
It's hard to exaggerate the enormous importance of this vote tonight, not just for Scotland, but for the whole of the UK. The Scottish people who voted today made the most important political decision of their lifetimes, because they're not just deciding who's going to run things for the next few years. They have decided the fate of the whole of the United Kingdom for quite possibly hundreds of years to come. Now, the question on the ballot paper was almost deceptively simple. It just said, should Scotland be an independent country, yes or no? If Scotland votes yes to that, that's the end of Great Britain. There will continue to be a United Kingdom of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, but Britain will be no more. There will be two separate countries sharing these islands. That will throw British politics into complete turmoil, and it will utterly transform Scotland. Scotland's always seen itself as a distinct nation, but it's a very different matter to be an independent country, to take all the decisions yourself and to live with the consequences. The Yes campaign have argued that country would be a more equal, more fair, more just society. Better Together have told us it would be a less prosperous country that probably couldn't afford the promises made by the Yes campaign. We'll see tonight what Scotland's decided, but even if it's a no vote, huge change is coming. The UK party leaders have all promised more powers for the Scottish Parliament. That's a massive constitutional shake-up across the whole of the UK, and it will affect all of these British Isles.
Indeed. Sarah, thank you. And Nick, a sense from you of the magnitude of the decision that we will hopefully find out about in the early hours.
Well, if it's a yes vote, we know that everything is thrown up. Let's talk about the economy briefly. Pound, oil, debt to be done. Britain's standing in the world, its place at the United Nations, the role in the EU, the nature of its defence forces and in NATO. And, Hugh, even if it's not a yes, there is a question mark over the nature of power throughout the United Kingdom, not just here in Scotland but elsewhere, because this began as a referendum simply about independence. I say simply, it's a huge enough question as it is, but it turned into a referendum on power. It turned into a referendum on the whole political establishment. And part of the reason this has run away with itself, this campaign, this sense that the Westminster establishment simply did not predict what was going to take place in the last few weeks, has been because it's been a verdict in part on them. OK, Nick, we'll have more later, and Sarah too. We'll be talking to our guests who've joined us. But I should point out one thing, which is rather important. If you're waiting for an exit poll, well, there's no easy way to say this. You're not going to get one. This is a unique event. It's a one-off. We don't believe there's really a tried and tested method of doing an exit poll for a referendum on this kind of scale. So that's the reason we don't have an exit poll for you. We're all going to have to wait in the old-fashioned way for the votes to be counted, real votes to be counted in those 32 areas
and the final result announced by the Chief Counting Officer in Edinburgh. And given the extremely high levels of voter registration, it would take a very brave person, really, to start making any predictions at this stage. So we want the certainty, let me say this now, the certainty of seeing real votes counted and official results being declared before we say anything for certain. That's how it's going to be. And our team of BBC presenters at the counts, 32 counts, led by my colleague Andrew Marr, who's at the count in the nation's capital, Ingleston, on the outskirts of Edinburgh. Andy, your thoughts on what is ahead of us tonight?
Well, this is where it's all going to happen, Hugh. Politicians, campaigners, journalists from all around Scotland are meeting here at Ingleston for the final total count. We've got the world's media here. It's an extraordinary place. I have to say to you, a historic night, but not a historic building. We're all basically meeting in a large steel box. It has all the architectural charisma of a cold store in Slough. Behind me is the count going on in Edinburgh, the second biggest count in the Scottish referendum. And the news from the ballot stations is that the turnout here is astonishingly high, really quite remarkable. I don't quite know why all the people there are wearing high-vis vests. It looks like a Police Federation tea dance. But at any rate, that's going on behind me. That's the Edinburgh count. On the other side of the hall, ahead of me, is the podium where at some point of the night we will find out the fate of Scotland and the United Kingdom when we get those totals. That's going to go on all night. I don't suppose we'll get the real results until 5 or 6. But by then, I hope we will have Alistair Darling here, Alex Salmond, the leader of the SNP and First Minister, and all the politicians who count. Hugh.
Andy, just before we let you go at this stage, before we get a single vote announced, Sarah and Nick have already underlined for us what they think is at stake. Given your heritage, I really do want to ask you what tonight means for you and how you, what kind of framework you would put tonight's decision.
I have to say, I think this is a campaign like no other we've seen in my lifetime. It's a kind of peaceful, popular revolution against power as usual, against the Westminster establishment, as Nick was saying. It's been a campaign where you've had to go onto the social media, websites like Bella Caledonia, to get some sense of the extraordinary energy coursing through this country. Nothing like this has ever been seen in Scotland or in Britain in the 20th century.
Andy, we'll be back with you, obviously, a little later in Ingleston. Thank you very much. Andy Marr there, leading our team at the 32 local authority area counts tonight. A little later, we'll have reaction from Wales and from Northern Ireland, where there's great interest in tonight's outcome, the future governance of the United Kingdom at stake, whatever the result, and there's interest too among expatriate Scots communities around the world. We'll have reaction from Westminster and among world leaders who will be pondering how tonight's result might alter the UK's standing in the world, depending on what happens, of course. Useful at this stage, too, to remind ourselves, before we get underway, how this voting system works in a referendum like this. How does it differ from other contests? So let's join Jeremy once again. He'll tell us a little more about that. Jeremy?
Yes, we are looking at 32 councils, and here they all are in alphabetical order from Aberdeen City, top left, to West Lothian, bottom right. And as the results come in, we will put the numbers in the green and the red. Green for yes and red for no. And we will tot them up. And of course, as everyone has been saying so far, until we get the results, we simply don't know what's happening. But can we look for clues? Can we look for some clues as to which way these councils have gone? Let me show you something interesting. If I reorder these boxes according to the European election result in 2014, this is what it looks like. Now, bear in mind, different issues in that election and also very low turnout, 30% compared to the amazing figures of turnout we've seen today. But this is what you see. The councils coloured in the colour of the party that came first in their area. So red is SNP. Yellow SNP, red is Labour, blue is Conservative, orange, as you can see, the Lib Dems in the islands there. So we're looking at these SNP voting councils. We're looking for clues. That's all we're doing here. Just wondering whether these SNP voting councils will be the ones that vote most strongly for independence. And what I've done now is I've ordered the council boxes here according to the strength of SNP support. So the strongest supporting SNP area, Ellon-and-Ashir, the Western Isles, Dundee City, Angus, Murray. These are the SNP heartlands from the European elections earlier this year. Come on down and have a look and see the other council names. As we go down these boxes, the yellow fades, doesn't it? We get grey towards the end because Dumfries and Galloway, and I can just see Scottish borders there on the border with England, not SNP strongholds at all. So we might be able to say, might we not, that you're more likely to see yes votes in these areas. And if we start to see no votes in, say, Dundee City or Angus, well, maybe then the yes campaign is in trouble. Maybe. We're just guessing. We're just looking for clues here. I can show you another way of maybe analysing these council statistics, the character of these voting areas. So here we have councils by birthplace. We're looking here at the councils where the most number of people proportionately were born in Scotland and stayed. And North Lanarkshire is number one, then Inverclyde, then West Dunbartonshire, then East Ayrshire. These are the councils where people tend to be more, you could say more Scottish, but they're born here, they stayed here. If you go all the way down, you see the purple fade, and you get to the end. Aberdeen City, right at the back of the box there, lots of foreign oil workers there, so far fewer people who were born in Aberdeen City and are staying. Now again, we know that this is an index for voting voting SNP, but voting for independence. It's more likely if you were born in Scotland and stayed in Scotland that you vote for independence. So again, we might say North Lanarkshire, Inverclyde, West Dunbartonshire, more likely to vote yes on that basis. And if as the night goes on they come in no, or it's tight for yes, we could maybe draw some lessons from that. One more for you quickly here. Let's have a look at another interesting index. And this is councils by social grade. So we're looking here at the lower social grades, people on benefits, manual workers and so on, the Ds and Es so-called. Again, Inverclyde. Inverclyde's interesting. It's been in 2 lists now. Inverclyde, North Ayrshire, West Dunbartonshire, Glasgow, all the way down here. Have a look at Glasgow, one of the biggest councils. Those Labour supporters, are they going to follow what their leadership says, or are they going to follow this index here that we've seen, which suggests that lower social grades vote yes? We will see. We're looking for clues. It's going to be fascinating, Hugh.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Jeremy Vine there with a little more explanation. Well, here we are, part of the army of very hard workers we have here at the BBC headquarters. They're waiting for the results to come in. They will be feeding the results into our system, having a look at them, combing through them, looking for any trends. We know there's a record number of voters registered. Will that translate into a very high turnout? You have to go back to 1951 to get a turnout of over 82%. Big questions. I'm delighted that our friends on BBC World, our global audience, has just joined us. Thank you very much for joining, and I think we're in for a very exciting evening. Professor John Curtis is with me of Strathclyde University, leading our team of experts. Nice to see you again, John.
I see you here.
We're going to be hanging on your every word tonight. So at this early stage, let me ask you what you're looking for. What are the earliest signals you're likely to get?
Well, the various earliest signals we're going to get is some indication of the turnout, and arguably, in a sense, that's one of the 2 most important results of the night. One of the things that the politicians hope that they would get out of this referendum is a decisive result. And one of the things that will help to ensure that everybody agrees that it's decisive is if the vast majority of people in Scotland have voted. So therefore there can be no arguments about, oh well, not enough people voted, can we really be sure this is what people in Scotland think? Now, very early days, but the indications we've got from the odd count is it does look as though indeed we do have a very high turnout, and maybe that 81% record figure, it may well be surpassed. So to that extent at least, the good news is this may well be a referendum that everybody accepts as decisive. The bad news is, of course, is if a lot of people have voted, that count is going to take a little bit longer, and the earliest expectations we ever had were 1 o'clock. Maybe it's going to be later than that before we even get the very first result.
Oh, don't say that, John. I want people to keep on watching, OK, because we've got a big story to tell. And I think when those results come in, even the earliest ones, surely, will give us a few valuable signals. So let's just think about what you might expect as one of the earliest results and what that might tell us.
Well, certainly, for example, one of the smaller counties in Scotland, one of the smallest council areas is Clackmannan, where Alloa is the kind of principal town. Now, if there were to be a big no or a big yes vote in Clackmannan, that would give us a pretty good indication that perhaps either no or yes have won respectively. We think Clackmannan is the kind of place that now is not going to perhaps be a million miles away from what we would expect to find if Scotland, so far as Scotland as a whole is concerned. It won't necessarily be wholly reliable. And I think one of the things we do need to emphasise here is that because we've never had a referendum on this subject before, we can't be entirely sure which of the places where, for example, the yes side are going to particularly well, and which are the places where they're going to do particularly badly. Normally in a general election we say, oh, we've got Sunderland. Well, OK, we know Sunderland's a pretty strong Labour place, but the swing there is 2 or 3%, and we can begin to draw inferences. That's going to be much more difficult in this referendum. We're going to be much more circumspect, because we might think, for example, that Clackmannan may not be that far away from how Scotland votes as a whole, but there is no way in which we can be sure of that.
Final point at this stage, John. Glasgow, Edinburgh, hundreds of thousands of votes. We're going to have to wait for those, aren't we?
Indeed. The bigger, a rough rule is going to be the bigger the council, the more important it is, the longer we're going to have to wait. So therefore, don't be surprised if, in fact, we have to get an awful lot of results in before we get anything very much in the way of a clear indication, because those early results are going to come from small councils, and we are going to be asking ourselves, well, hang on, that's interesting, but lots of big places to come. Can we necessarily rely on this information as an adequate guide?
John, we'll be talking lots during the night. Thank you very much. John Curtis from Strathclyde University. And John will be with his team providing us with lots of valuable tips and analysis throughout the night. Let's talk a little bit about the campaign. It's been remarkable. Just to see the level of engagement across all kinds of communities throughout Scotland. You can't go anywhere without someone asking you or telling you about their view on the referendum campaign. It's a level of engagement that, frankly, I've never seen before in 30 years of reporting, and all of my journalistic colleagues are saying the same thing, Andy Marr too. But, of course, when you're talking about something this important, when you're talking about stakes which are as high as these, it's maybe not surprising that from time to time, tempers have been slightly frayed.
We owe the Scottish people something that is fair, legal and decisive.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a launch. Let's make sure it's quite a campaign. Thank you.
Chairing this campaign is one of the most important things I have ever done in politics.
I'm honoured to announce that on Thursday, the 18th of September 2014, we will hold Scotland's referendum, a historic day where the people will decide Scotland's future. I think the first debate should be between the First Minister of Scotland, who wants independence, and the Prime Minister of the UK, who's trying to stop Scotland getting independence.
Thank you very, very much, and Scotland, stay with us.
I could not, as Chancellor, recommend that we could share the pound with an independent Scotland.
Scotland cannot keep the pound in the Bank of England if it chooses independence.
It is clear to me that a currency union wouldn't work for Scotland if it was independent. It wouldn't work for the rest of the UK.
We're in a campaign. It's in the interests of George Osborne, Ed Balls, Danny Alexander to talk up what they describe as the uncertainty. We're making a case for an arrangement that is right for the rest of the UK as well.
Any 8-year-old can tell you the flag of the country, the capital of a country and its currency. Now, I presume the flag's the Saltire. I assume our capital will still be Edinburgh, but you can't tell us what currency we'll have.
We've heard it tonight. They cannot stop us using the pound, the most important revelation of this debate this evening.
We want Scotland to win the yes vote, to separate from England.
I'll nominate David Cameron.
This weekend, a poll put the Yes campaign slightly ahead for the first time.
We are proposing that over the next few months, we agree a programme that the Scottish Parliament should have increased powers.
Tomorrow, the right place to be isn't in Westminster at Prime Minister's questions, it's being in Scotland.
We have the entire Westminster establishment in a total and utter panic.
If you're fed up with the effing Tories, give them a kick and then maybe we'll think again. This is totally different to a general election. This is a decision about not the next 5 years, it's a decision about the next century.
Well, that gave you a pretty good sense of the campaign and the fact that there's been lots of energy and lots of passion. And that's not surprising because people have been debating the future of their nation and their country. So if you can't get passionate about that, well, there's not much hope for you, really, is there? An important reminder, a full results service available online. The address is bbc.co.uk/Scotland Decides. Plenty of information there on the individual counting areas. It's a very, very good site for you to have a look at. And on social media, look for @BBC Politics or look at the special Facebook page we've got, the BBC News Facebook page. Or if you're on other forms of social media, you have the hashtag IndieRef. That's probably the best known hashtag, isn't it? IndieRef. And that'll take you right into the stream, giving you all kinds of comments and news as we go on. I'm delighted to say that Douglas Alexander is with us for Labour and Fiona Hislop for the SNP, Scottish Cabinet Secretary for Culture and External Affairs, Douglas, Shadow Foreign Secretary. Thank you both for coming in.
Good evening.
Well, where do we start, Douglas? And just to talk really about, for you, what is at stake here?
This is much bigger than a general election. It's much bigger than party politics. I think the real question that many of us were looking at today when we saw the ballot paper was what kind of progress do we want for our nation? And it's fundamental, it's binary, and I think we can only welcome the fact that in our millions as Scots we've come out to cast our vote. I think the vote will be a historic high. I think it will be a historic judgment on a historic question. It's hard to find words that capture the scale and significance to those of us here in Scotland, not just of the campaign that we've experienced, but the consequences of the decision. The choice is for us as Scots, but the consequences will be felt in every part of these islands. This is huge.
It's great to be able to pay tribute, Fiona, isn't it, to the health and the vigour of the democratic process in Scotland?
Well, it's been hugely exciting. And remember, Scotland has been on a journey. The people of Scotland have been on a journey. And a few years ago, some people didn't even want to have the debate. So the debate that some didn't want to have has now energised a nation. And the turnout is considerable. I think it will be way over 80%. I've seen that in my own eyes in my own constituency. And in terms of the engagement in the debate, it's helped people change politics. If it ever was, it no longer is an issue of politics of party. It is most certainly politics of people. And I think that's what many people find that are not from Scotland find hard to engage with, that this is not just about the Westminster system. This is about power and power lying in the hands of the people. And for those precious hours today, the future and the power and the sovereignty of Scotland lay in the hands of the Scottish people. And that is an amazing achievement. But to do so in such a peaceful and considered and discursive and debate, the energy of the debate, I think it's a tribute to everybody, and I think we should recognise that.
I'm giving you warning. In a second, I'm going to ask you for your sense of, during the day, you must have picked up some vibes.
Yep.
Before that, Nick, I said earlier, and I explained to viewers, we don't have an exit poll, but there are some surveys around tonight, aren't there?
There's a last on-the-day poll. Very important distinction between an exit poll and a poll simply done on the day. It's not quite like every other poll because the poll involves people who have voted, no one who hasn't made their mind up, as it were. People who have actually voted, took part in a YouGov poll, and the result out tonight is 54% no, 46% yes. So a clear no lead, quite a bit bigger than that we had earlier. And the underlying data suggests that in that churn that you get, there's some more movement from yeses to nos than there is to nos to yes. Because often we talked about people not knowing. When I travelled around Scotland, it wasn't many people saying, I haven't a clue. It was people veering between yes and no and maybe and perhaps. It was a genuine agonising decision. But just to stress, the reason that we're not putting too much on that poll, not only is it not an exit poll, this question has never been asked before, so we have no benchmark to test it before. We've never had a turnout like this before. We've never had 16 and 17-year-olds voting before. It's a very, very different to an election where we've got lots of past practice to judge from.
So with all of those qualifications, and let's face it, they're pretty big qualifications, would that kind of margin be in line with what you expect, Douglas, or not?
Listen, I think you need humility when you see turnouts of this level. We have no experience. I think the highest turnout previously in Scotland was around 80% in 1950. 51. So in that sense, it's far beyond any of our lifetimes. And in that sense, I think you need to have humility at this time in the evening. But my sense in the constituency today was that there were huge numbers of people coming out and voting no. Listen, this is just a different campaign. To try and give you a sense of it, honestly, this happened to me in Glasgow yesterday. A taxi driver said, if I stop the meter, will you explain the Barnett formula to me? Now, in what other election could that possibly ever happen? Jim Murphy, my colleague, tells the story of being at hen night in Glasgow recently. He was in a restaurant with his wife. A group arrived for the hen night. In between tequila shots, they were discussing the Barnett formula and the referendum. I've never experienced politics like this. People normally go to a restaurant during an election contest to get away from politics. Last Saturday evening, every single table was talking politics. It has been an extraordinary thing.
No one would disagree with that, Fiona. It has been remarkable. But just to go back, just to go back to those figures, I know it's just a survey. Would that be in any way in line with what you might expect or not?
No, I mean, I think I would trust the judgment of the Scottish people, and I think I would trust a poll, a real poll of 4.3 million people, I think, compared to anything else that we're hearing in the course of today.
But, I mean, from what you picked up in your own area today, what was your sense of things?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think there's been an underestimation of the undecideds, and the undecideds haven't actually been undecided. They've just not decided yet, and there've been movement different ways. Most of it, in my experience, has been from no to yes, but a lot of people weighing up the issues, and I think some of the issues in the last few days about last-minute panics has also been counterproductive for the no perspective. But I think we'll see the results when they come through. But I think a lot of people saying, hang on, we're being taken for granted. Why is this all happening the last 2 days, 2 weeks? Why haven't we had this in the last 2 years? So a lot of those issues were coming out in terms of what people were saying. But the stories are fantastic. People who have never voted before, a guy 57 years old, never voted before and wants to come to the polling station. Young people, I had the honour of going to the polls with my 17-year-old son today, and he and his friends were coming and voting for the first time. He was making history twice, making a choice about the future of his country, but also being the first 17-year-old as part of a national voting system. So, you know, these are change days.
I think we've all got taxi driver stories, haven't we? So the guy who drove me from Glasgow Central Station said that his partner, who's 50, had never voted before. She was voting for the first time. She was voting yes, and he was voting no. So there's a classic sort of tale of, you know, how people have been really thinking about it and really have reflected on the burden, I think, you know, the responsibility of the decision. Talking about the responsibility of making a decision, I'm delighted to say that we have a group of people here with us from all parts of Scotland, different ages, different perspectives in terms of this debate. Can I just give you a very formal welcome, all of you? It's lovely to have you with us. And we're going to be chatting with you as the night goes on. And I'm sure that if Douglas and Fiona have things, or Nick and Sarah have things to say, they can too. John Hammerlink, I'm going to start with you, John. You're in the front row here. You're from South West Scotland, yes?
That's correct.
You're an entrepreneur.
Yes.
I think you're a yes supporter.
I am indeed, yes.
OK, so we've established that. Can we talk about the campaign?
Sure.
Maybe not in terms of specific issues, all right?
OK.
Just talk about the nature of the campaign and what you've made of it, and how it's engaged you.
Yeah. So actually, when the campaign began, I was actually living in London at the time. So when I kind of started looking at the difference between a yes and a no, I was kind of in the background of kind of a London setting. And at the very beginning, I was very much a no supporter. Right. But, you know, as I kind of read all the different arguments, I looked at, what other people were saying online, and I realised actually that a lot of the arguments that the Yes campaign were putting forward made an awful lot of sense. And then, towards the end, you started seeing more and more kind of mess-ups by the No campaign.
What would you call a mess-up?
Well, things like earlier in the month, the problem with RBS, where they actually made a massive mistake, and how they'd kind of put forward the news about RBS.
Was there a turning point for you? Was there a point, so in your transition from no to yes, was there a point where you thought, OK?
No, it was gradual. It was very much oh, here's another fact that I didn't realise about Scotland. Oh, here's another thing that isn't often talked about.
Okay.
And then doing research based on that.
OK, John, thank you very much. Ruth Mackay, in the back row there. Ruth, thanks for coming in. Now, I think you've got a different perspective to John's. You're on the other side, aren't you?
Yes, I am, yeah.
OK, so just your perspective on the campaign then, your sense of how it's gone and, whether you think it's been a good, energising experience?
Yeah, no, I think it has been a fantastic experience. I personally have never been involved in politics or anything like this at all, and I felt very passionately about the issue and have become more and more involved, into the point that now I have decided myself that I'd like to be politically active, and the number of people that I've debated with, that I've met along the way, has been quite fascinating, and particularly for me as well, women who have now decided that they want to be more involved and politically active themselves. So I think it's been a phenomenal experience. It's been heated and it's been hard work, certainly coming as we get closer, that's certainly been the case, but I think it's absolutely fantastic. Even my 5-year-old is waiting to find out and excited about waking up to see whether the yeses or the noes have won. So I think it's tremendous. The main thing I would really hope is that we continue with this momentum, that we keep people this engaged after the vote tonight.
Can I ask you, so you hadn't been engaged in politics before, so how did it happen? Did someone just invite you to a meeting, or what happened?
Yes, actually, I had a meeting with Kezia Dugdale through business connections and such like, and she had invited me along to the launch of the Better Together campaign. And then I got a phone call saying, would you come along and maybe say something there? And that kind of started this huge ball rolling. And I've been very active in the campaign throughout. And one of the things that had really struck me was I never actually personally appreciated just how disengaged a lot of people were about politics, and were maybe uncomfortable about talking about it normally with even their family and friends. Yeah. And that really struck me, and I suddenly thought, this is really important that we have more people, more young people, more women actively involved in politics, and that stayed with me, so I definitely plan to do that.
Thank you very much. Point very well made. Anum Kaisar in the front row. Nice to see you. Yeah. Now you're a Labour voter.
I am indeed.
But can I ask you which way you voted in this referendum?
I voted yes. You can't see my badge, but there we go.
Okay, there it is. Okay, it's quite clear. So, why did you, in effect, abandon the party's own stance then?
Well, the independence debate is so much bigger than party politics. It's not about the SNP, it's not about Alex Salmond or Nicola Sturgeon. It's about what's best for us and our future generations. And I started reading the devolution papers, didn't see much radical change for the people of Scotland. And we have so many large resources, and I just felt as if the devolution papers weren't going far enough, and started reading into independence and was totally swayed by the arguments. And the positivity of the Yes campaign is amazing.
Hold that thought for a second, because Douglas, possibly the fear for you has been that there are lots of people like Anum who are natural Labour supporters who've been swayed by the arguments of the Yes campaign.
I think to an extent, but equally we're finding a significant number of SNP voters who actually think we support them in Holyrood when they vote for Fiona and their colleagues, but instead are voting no in the referendum. So in that sense, I think all of us recognise there has been churn within political parties and beyond political parties in this campaign. And to come to the central point in terms of the involvement in politics, one of the great things about this referendum is it's liberated politics in Scotland from two myths. One is voting doesn't make any difference. Every single person in Scotland knows that this decision, one way or another, is going to make a big difference. And secondly, that all politicians are the same. And actually, it's been transparent during this campaign that there are very different political points of view being argued on both sides. And actually, I think that's both a great lesson for ourselves, but actually a great example for the rest of the United Kingdom as well.
OK. Amy Jo in the front row as well. And now, I think you're one of the 17-year-old voters, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Nice to see you. Can I ask you how you voted?
I voted no this morning.
OK. And was that a decision you came to today, or had you already decided a while ago?
I think I've been a no supporter for the past year since the whole campaign started, but it's not something that I've been really set on. I've just naturally come to the decision of no as I've become more informed over the course of the year.
What was, for you, the strongest argument in the no campaign?
Just to sum it up in a word would be uncertainty. You know, even now I'm still a bit unclear on what's happening with currency. You know, we keep being told about, universities, that's going to be fantastic, but where the job's coming from after, we're just not told enough information. OK, lots of you will be waiting to come in, and I promise you I'll be back with you before too long. Thank you very much. Good contributions. Fiona, just on the last contribution there, I sense that, when the change went through, 16, 17-year-olds getting the vote, there was a real sense in some quarters that, that was because,
you expected most young people to vote yes. Is that right?
That's rubbish. I mean, Winnie Ewing, when she was elected in 1967, talked about votes for 16 and 17-year-old. Angus Robertson, when he first got elected to Westminster in his first speech, spoke about it. So we'll put that to one side. But I think anybody who watched the debate the BBC had with the 8,000 young people, or 6,000, I think it was, would be under no illusion that these were well-informed, intelligent young people, and it was more about them. And as a 17-year-old said to me, this decision, we will have to live longer with this decision than the rest of you. And I think that's actually quite a wise kind of perspective, that it is about the future. And I think that's where the hope and the optimism, I think, has been very reflective in the Yes campaign. And I think the idea of sowing fear and uncertainty has been part of the problem with the No campaign. And at the end of the day, how you do your politics is as important as what you do with your politics. And that's what I think we've shown with the whole campaign. How you do your politics can be different. And I think the points that women become more involved, organisations like Independence for Women really engaging with people on all sides. So I think one of the legacies that I expect to see there is more women, more young people, and less, with the greatest respect to Douglas, middle-aged men dominating our
Don't
politics.
look at me. Oh, I thought that was a bit cruel. That was wounding.
Just briefly, it's one of those changes I think we've seen that it'll be very hard to reverse. In other words, there's now a generation of 16 and 17-year-olds who've had the vote. Try telling them, actually, you won't get a vote when it comes to choosing your Member of Parliament in Westminster. You won't get a vote when it comes to choosing your MSP at Holyrood. Imagine their friends, their relatives, the people they mix with at university, if they're down south, for example. They say, well, I've got a vote. Have you not got a vote? I think there's a whole series of things that this referendum has changed, regardless of the result, about the way politics is done.
Let's hold the thought for a second, because I'm keen to know what's going on in some of the counts. And if we think about Inverclyde, for example, great industrial heritage west of Glasgow, and Sally McNair is there for us in Greenock. Sally, can you give us any sense of how things are going?
Yes, Hugh. Well, I can tell you there's been a very, very high turnout. As you say, this is traditional Labour territory. It's built on shipbuilding, as you just said, and sugar refining. But there has been, those jobs have largely gone. Jeremy was talking earlier on about the importance of areas of deprivation and high unemployment and the significance of those. And certainly this is just such an area that the jobs have largely gone. There's very high deprivation here. There's been a very high turnout. We're told, unconfirmed, that in one district there was a 95% turnout. Obviously that's going to be confirmed much later on in the night. But the SNP have been campaigning very hard, not just recently, but for the past 18 months, a series of very well-attended community hall meetings. Labour MP Ian Mackenzie has had his job cut out for him. I know that he's been pounding the streets too. But the SNP campaign was boosted about 3 weeks ago when one local councillor from Labour started actively campaigning for yes. She's since resigned from Labour, but they've taken that as a big boost, and they say they're very confident that large numbers of traditional Labour voters will be voting yes here.
Sally, thank you very much. We'll be back with you a little later in Inverclyde. Moray is another interesting area. If we go to the northeast of Scotland, this is an area with a big SNP heritage, certainly, and they've been sending SNP MPs to Westminster for a long time, since the days of Maggie Ewing, indeed. Ewan McElraith is there for us. Ewan, can you give us a sense of how that count is progressing?
It's really exciting, Hugh. You join us in Buckie. This is a coastal community, a fishing town, and fishing is massive here, as is agriculture and, of course, whisky. And this should be solid, fertile yes territory. There's a solid swage of SNP vote here, but you would be absolutely wrong. This is a community divided. Many people just cannot make up their mind. There's a big army camp here. There's a big RAF base at Lossiemouth. That might have an impact. There's a historical aspect. Ramsay MacDonald, Scotland's first ever Scotland's first ever Member of Parliament down there is incredibly important. And there's a turnout. The turnout has been incredible. 92% of the postal vote, 80%, 86% possibly of the ballot has been registered. And interestingly, just along the coast here is Swaynos Stone. Now, Macbeth allegedly met the three witches there who made all kinds of predictions for Scotland's future. There'll be a brave witch to predict the future tonight.
Indeed, Ewan, thank you very much for giving us a sense of what's going on in Moray, and that'll be one of the really interesting signals for us. Just a thought, really, Fiona, there on areas like Murray where you do have a strong heritage. Is there a suggestion in areas like the North East that there will be a percentage of your supporters there who will not be backing you? I'm saying that because for viewers in other parts of the UK, they will assume that every SNP voter is voting for independence.
I think it's wrong, and I've said this before, to think about this as the politics of party. It stopped being that some time ago. So I represent, it's a West Lothian. My constituency is Linlithgow. Tamdale is my constituent. In terms of a former mining area, very tight SNP Labour, SNP at the Scottish Parliament, but Labour at Westminster. And we have a large number of Labour voters who are voting yes. Does that mean that some SNP voters may vote no? That may happen, but I also know in terms of the compensation by the far greater number of Labour voters. And if you look at the numbers that will vote yes, even on whatever polls you want to take, will be far in excess of even the landslide result we got as a party in the SNP in 2011. So it's not about the SNP, it's about the people of Scotland, and they will vote differently in different ways. And I think it's wrong. You had the assessment about the European elections at the start. I think that was a completely erroneous way of analysing what this result will do, because it's different within different streets, different communities, and in different areas. And I think that for audiences that perhaps have not been as involved in this debate, it's perhaps hard to engage with.
Well, it's important to explain that. Do you buy the thinking?
I think the basic point that people are moving around is certainly the case. I think one thing that Alex Salmond understood early on in this campaign is how fundamentally different a referendum is. In a parliamentary democracy, there is a self-limiting effect on politicians. If you promise the earth and then don't deliver the earth, they kick you out the next time. This is a one-shot deal. And I think Alex Salmond, to his credit as a politician aspiring to take Scotland to independence, but I would argue it shaped the character of the campaign, thought, I just need to be lucky once. I just need to promise anything, threaten anything, offer anything. If I get the votes on September the 18th, the deal is done. And in that sense, that shaped both the scale of the promises made by the Yes campaign, and in some ways it affected the way that the No campaign had to respond by saying, hold on a minute, let's ask some questions. That was immediately characterised as negative. To understand the dynamic of that campaign, I think you have to give Alex Salmond some credit for saying, I just need to convince enough voters on one day, and then everything changes.
I think that's a very unfair way of characterising. I think the difference in the campaigns is the Yes campaign has been more of a movement, and it's been more mass and grassroots, and certainly on the ground. I think with Better Together, very uneasy alliances. We saw that. I'm sure many of Labour's colleagues of Douglas Alexander did not want to be seen on the same platform as Conservatives, but you brought together a strange alliance of Conservative and Labour that you wouldn't normally see in Scotland in terms of an alliance, and it was very much a kind of very constrained top-down approach. And I think that characterises the differences between the two campaigns.
Okay, just a thought there, Nick and Sarah,
What I think was striking... Sorry, go on.
What's going to be fascinating when we talk about the way this has changed politics forever, possibly in Scotland, people involved at a grassroots level, not necessarily following party leaders. If we're looking at this huge turnout that's being reported across the country, possibly way in excess of the 80-85% we've been talking about, that's people who've never been involved in politics before but may remain so. They're going to ask very different questions of party leaders when it comes to future elections. They're going to operate in different ways in their own grassroots organisations. They're going to hold politicians to account, possibly in a way they haven't before. But also a lot of people who've been energised, enthused and have gone out to vote are going to be very disappointed. Whatever way it goes, a large number of voters who finally got involved in politics for the first time will not get what they wanted. And what they do with their energy and their disappointment will be very interesting.
We'll return to that, certainly, Nick.
I think there was a breaking, if you like, of this link between nationalism, as it was called, and the vote yes for independence. Clearly, there were a lot of traditional nationalists who all their life would have described themselves as such, who voted today yes, but there are lots of people who would never have dreamt of calling themselves nationalist. And as you travel around Scotland, there were people saying, stop calling it the nationalists, or stop calling it Alex Salmond's Yes campaign, because they saw it as part of a broader movement. Now, I think the UK-based parties were stuck slightly in a campaign that wanted to tackle Alex Salmond's nationalists, the SNP, and they saw themselves in some ways as in a traditional election campaign, and that's why some of those messages didn't get past, didn't sink in, if you like. And he was, Douglas Alexander, I think, has acknowledged, he was fighting it not like an election. He was fighting it quite differently.
Let's pause for a second. We'll be back. We'll be talking to our guests here again in the studio, and with Douglas and Fiona, and we'll be keeping tabs, of course, on the counts, and we'll be having a look at some of those key counting centres too. But we're going to go away for just a few minutes because we're going to have a summary of the news.
Hello, I'm Carol Walker with a summary of the main news. The polls have closed and counting's underway in the Scottish independence referendum. The final result is expected shortly after 6 o'clock. No exit polls were conducted during the historic ballot, but a YouGov survey has predicted the no camp is on 54% compared to 46% for the yes campaign. Our political correspondent Chris Mason reports.
It might not be quite the colour you're used to, or in the right country, but this Scottish Statue of Liberty does give you the gist of the campaign for independence. And yes, they've been rather fired up.
It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take Scotland's future into Scotland's hands.
Tonight, the nocturnal arithmetic is underway. Here, the ballot boxes arrive in Glasgow. Meanwhile, down the road in Falkirk and in Dumbarton, the adding up has begun. And who says people couldn't care less about politics? People have queued to vote. Turnout is expected to be huge. Those hoping Scotland will remain part of the UK, the No campaign, hope they've done enough to win.
It's hard to find words that capture the scale and significance to those of us here in Scotland, not just of the campaign that we've experienced, but the consequences of the decision. The choice is for us as Scots, but the consequences will be felt in every part of these islands.
An opinion poll done by YouGov today suggests Scotland won't be going its own way.
YouGov's prediction tonight is that No has won this referendum by 54%, with Yes getting 46%. We polled 1,800 people today online after they'd voted, people we spoke to earlier this week, so we can look at what happened to real people. And there's been a clear shift today, a small but clear shift, from yes to no, and we also think that the no voters in the end were slightly more determined to turn out than the yes voters.
But so far, we have no actual results. Whilst the counters count, the pundits will speculate. The night is young. Chris Mason, BBC News.
A new video has been released showing a British man believed to be held hostage by Islamic State militants. In the video, the man identifies himself as journalist John Cantley, seen here in Syria. He says he was captured while he was working as a newspaper journalist. In the footage, Mr. Cantley is seen sitting behind a desk, dressed in orange clothes, delivering a scripted speech into the camera. Detectives in London investigating the disappearance of Alice Gross have named a Latvian builder as the main prime suspect. Police say Arne Selkens had served time in jail in Latvia for murdering his wife. He was last seen a week after 14-year-old Alice went missing in late August. The schoolgirl was last seen on the towpath that Arne Selkens used to get to work. The UN Security Council has declared the Ebola outbreak in West Africa a threat to world peace and security. In a unanimous resolution, the Council called on the international community to provide urgent assistance to the countries affected. The UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon warned that the number of Ebola infections was doubling every 3 weeks. Police in Thailand say they still haven't identified any suspects in the hunt for the killer or killers of 2 British tourists. The bodies of Hannah Witheridge and David Miller were found on a beach on the island of Koh Tao on Monday. Also today, Thailand's Prime Minister apologised for suggesting it's unsafe for female tourists to wear bikinis. That's it for now. Now it's time for Back to Scotland Decides.
Welcome back to Scotland Decides. In a moment, we'll be visiting a couple more of the counting centres, talking to my colleagues Nick and Sarah again, and 2 new special guests in the studio with me, and I'll be introducing them in a moment. But before that, let's have the perspective from Westminster and join my colleague Andrew Neil.
Hugh, thanks. Scotland has saturated the airways for weeks now. So let's talk about the rest of the UK, and particularly England, with two English MPs, John Redwood and Diane Abbott. John Redwood, the Prime Minister has said that if it's a no vote, he's going to offer substantial home rule, which is what Gordon Brown calls it, to Scotland. Can he do that without major constitutional change in England?
No, of course he can't. He's got to reform the whole of the United Kingdom. It means going over to a federal model. And I say what is good enough for Scotland then should be good enough for England. So every power that is given to the Scottish Parliament should be mirrored with the same power coming to the English Parliament. But being an economical conservative, I would say that we can carry on doing both jobs as we do at the moment. But we English MPs should meet in Westminster on separate occasions from the Union Parliament meeting as the English Parliament, just the English MPs, and we should handle all the devolved matters in exactly the same way that the Edinburgh Parliament does for Scotland.
Is that a growing view on Conservative backbenches?
Yes, it's incredibly popular. A lot of my backbench colleagues are very much behind it. It, of course, builds on the Conservative manifesto pledge of English votes for English issues in the Westminster Parliament, made in 2010, and now matched by Mr Clegg, who said it on the radio the other day that the Liberal Democrats now, who weren't in favour of that, are in favour. So it seems to be the majority view. It would be quite unacceptable if Scotland was setting her own income tax rate in the Scottish Parliament and then sent members to the Westminster Parliament to set a rate for us, which Scotland wasn't going to be.
What constitutional change? If it's a no vote, we don't know, but if it is a no vote, what constitutional change do you think there should be in England?
First of all, no one's seen Mr Cameron's proposals. I don't think even...
Well, they're also Gordon Brown's and they're your party's proposals.
I know, what I'm saying,
too.
I don't even think David Cameron and Ed Miliband actually know the detail of the proposals. So it's hard to comment on what they're proposing. I think that Labour MPs will be relieved that it looks like we're going to squeak through and no will win.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to do is what's the consequences for England? The
consequence for Labour MPs is we will not be inclined to rock the boat on this.
Well, Mr Denham, John Denham, mainstream Labour MP, one of your colleagues, he said tonight it's clear that the more powers that go to the Scottish Parliament, the less you can have Scottish MPs voting on things in Westminster. That's got to change.
That's the Midlothian question. And yes, sorry, you're Scottish, you would know.
Well, most people know that. Do you agree with Mr Denham or not?
I think it's inevitable. I think it's inevitable. I just think that's inevitable. But
it's inevitable that Scottish MPs should not vote on English-only matters, you're saying?
That's the direction of travel. That's the direction
of travel. Well, you either do or you don't,
and
the answer is you won't be able to. England won't accept it, and I think a lot of Scottish MPs won't want to. The SNP have always been very sensible over this and said, of course they don't want to boss England around, they want to run Scotland, not England.
We're being told that if it's a no vote, the Prime Minister tomorrow morning is going to make a major statement, not just about Scotland and more devolution there, but about England. What has he got to say to keep his backbenchers on side?
Well, he's got to say that he's going to be as fair to England as to Scotland. I'm very happy to stand behind the Prime Minister and honour his pledge to Scotland. Of course, we must keep faith with the Scottish people. They now deserve more powers because they have been offered in a referendum. But every power that goes to Scotland must be matched with the same power coming to England, and it has to be done at the England level. These are now big powers, things like fixing income tax, and so we need an English Parliament to match the Scottish Parliament.
If there's going to be major constitutional change south of the border and in Northern Ireland and Wales, as well as more home rule for Scotland, that's going to delay the whole thing, isn't it? You can't do that between now and May next year.
It's very hard to see how that can happen. It's going to be a very long, drawn-out debate. All I can tell you is Labour MPs will wish to stand behind Ed Miliband in these constitutional changes. However, that may not be true of big city leaders like Manchester and Newcastle. Those Labour leaders may take a line of their own.
All right, let's leave it there. Thanks both for joining us. No, I'm afraid we've got to go back to Scotland decides. Thank you.
We'll be back with Andrew Neil and his guests at Westminster a little later on. Let's have a look at some of the scenes around Scotland tonight, because the counting is now well underway. Ballot boxes have been arriving from all over Scotland, and of course that presents some logistical challenges in some of the more rural constituencies, but the boxes have been arriving. And I have to say, having been briefed several times by the electoral authorities who've been run by a woman called Mary Pitkethly, who's in charge of this counting. It's a very impressive operation, and they seem to have covered all eventualities. So barring any recounts, which of course could change the timetable significantly, as John Curtis was telling us earlier, barring any recounts, it looks to be a very efficient process indeed so far. And what you get in lots of these counting areas, 32 of them, based on the local authority areas, you'll get some initial indications, first of all, of turnout. We've already had 1 or 2 figures, but nothing official yet. And then after that, we'll be in a position, of course, to think about the total numbers of votes involved. And then we'll be able to look forward to some of the earlier declarations. And we think that, for example, some of the smaller local authority areas, like Clackmannanshire, may well be able to get through their numbers in more quickly, more efficiently, because of the smaller numbers. So that's a sense of the activity going on right now. Those are the people working very hard to get those results in for you. Ruth Davidson is with me now, who's the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, and Hamza Yousaf, who's from the SNP, who's the Scottish Minister for External Affairs and International Development. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Quite a night for you to be joining us. Ruth, any intelligence from your area?
Yes, I've been having lots of tweets and texts and all sorts coming in from people around the country. We've got people that are doing tallies at ballot box counts around there. The most that we've had in so far is Scottish Borders seems to be rattling through all their postal ballots and also through their ones that have been handed in. We're looking at perhaps over 70% for no there. Now, we would expect that to be high and good for us, but if that was significantly below that, I would start to be worried, and this smile wouldn't be on my face for very much longer. So, as a good Selkirk girl, I'm pleased that the Scottish Borders is coming out for no.
I'll pick up maybe in a while, Ruth, on what John Redwood was saying there, which is an interesting thing for us to contrast with your Conservative viewpoint in Scotland. Hamza, thanks for coming in too.
Thank you.
Fiona earlier was stressing that, in her view, this wasn't really a party issue. This had gone much bigger than a party issue, that there was a cross-party consensus on both sides, actually, an alliance on both sides. Do you agree with that, initially? And secondly, do you have any intelligence for us on what's going on?
Well, to take your second question, the intelligence we have is that nobody has any real intelligence.
Okay.
And you, of course, have a news programme to fill for a number of hours before anybody actually has that. So I'm delighted to be part of that non-intelligence that you're providing. No, I mean, some intelligence that is seeping through is that the west coast, Glasgow and Greater Glasgow, North Lanarkshire, South Lanarkshire, Inverclyde, those kind of areas which have been really a real tough battle. Some important ground for the Yes campaign. We're seeing that turnout is exceptionally high as across the country, and leader of the Inverclyde Council, a Labour leader of the Inverclyde Council, saying that it's going to be a real close call, and we're going to have to stay up to the early hours of the night to watch that. So that's where we are, and I completely agree with Fiona. It's been cross-party and non-party, and I think the non-party point is the important one to stress. We've had people who have no interest in politics and may well have no interest afterwards. I hope they do, but would have no interest in any type of party politics getting involved. And how refreshing. And the story and the success story of the referendum campaign has been those 16 to 17-year-olds. Phenomenal. And the debates that I've had, they have been the stars of the show.
We'll be talking to some of them in a short while. They've already contributed once or twice, but we'll be back there in a short while with our guests here. Let's go to Glasgow, to the count there, because it's such an important count. Hundreds of thousands of votes there up for grabs. And Aileen Clark is there. Aileen, what's your sense of timings there? Because clearly that's a very, very big logistical exercise.
Indeed it is. And, you know, when you understand that just short of 500,000 people registered to vote here in the city of Glasgow, you'll get some idea of the extent of the operation going on just below me here. We haven't even got to the start of the count here yet. That's just the papers being verified. We hope to get the counting actually started fairly soon. But what we're hearing is that there has been very, very high turnouts. Now, that is particularly significant here in Glasgow because Glasgow sometimes, to be honest, has pitiful turnouts when it comes to elections. At the last Scottish parliamentary election, the turnouts at some of Glasgow's seats were as low as 36%. Most of Glasgow's seats didn't even make it into 40% or over. Now, what I'm hearing tonight from people who are here is that at some individual polling stations in Glasgow, these are not official figures, these are just anecdotal figures, but by 8:30 tonight, you're looking at turnouts like 64%, 70%, 75%. I was even told of one polling station which by 8:30 had made it over the 80% mark. Now that would be remarkable in some areas of Glasgow, and goes to show that people did decide that they did wanted to vote in this referendum. It was important to them to come out and vote. Even people who do not have a history of voting decided that they were going to come out and vote on the referendum. Of course, what we don't know is whose benefit that is for. Which side is going to benefit most from that? And I have to say, we're a fair bit away yet from knowing.
OK, Aileen, just a thought before I let you go there. If things go according to plan, and forgive me if you hinted on this earlier, if things go according to plan, what kind of time would Glasgow be ready, do you think?
Nobody has any clue is the honest answer, because they've never had a turnout like this before. They've never had this amount of people registered, and they've never had this amount of enthusiasm. It is, of course, a much simpler sort when it comes to it. It's only yes or no, so that might speed things up, but it's going to be well into the wee small hours, and I can't get anybody here on the counting team who's willing to make a prediction. But if I was going to be a betting woman, I would say probably not before 4.
OK, Aileen, that's very useful. Thank you very much. We'll be back with you later on, because the Glasgow result could be absolutely pivotal in this referendum. Aileen, they're talking about impressive turnout. I'm being told that the postal vote turnout in Falkirk, we mentioned Falkirk earlier, is around 96%. That's not the overall turnout, of course. That's the postal vote turnout in Falkirk, around 96%. Another sense for you of how this is going. I said earlier that people around the world are keeping an eye on what's going on in Scotland. Not just Scots around the world, who are clearly, they have a vested interest, they have a big stake in this, but world leaders too, because it affects the governance of the United Kingdom and indeed the standing of the United Kingdom for some people. John Sopel, our North America editor, is in Washington. And John, you have some thoughts there on how interested the White House is in what's going on here.
Yeah, I think the White House hugely interested in what is going on here in Washington. And Barack Obama chose to issue a tweet last night, 11th hour intervention to call for Britain to stay united. That was his second intervention in this debate. And you know, he's an experienced politician. If he didn't want to get involved in the independence debate, he could have just steered clear of it. Instead of which, he said, we obviously have a deep interest in making sure that one of the closest allies that we will ever have remains strong, robust, united, and an effective partner. Then adding, well, of course, it's up for Scottish people to decide their own destiny. But it was very clear what Barack Obama thinks. And I have to say, Hugh, across the political elite, and whether you consider that to be financiers, bankers, economists, everyone does seem to be speaking with one voice. They seem to be saying that Britain would be better united, and are very fearful of the consequences if it went the other way.
John, thanks very much for now. John Sopel there for us in Washington. Very, very big interest within the European Union. That's not surprising, is it really, given the United Kingdom's membership and all the talk of whether Scotland could assume some kind of automatic path into EU membership. Gavin Hewitt, our Europe editor, joins us now. Gavin, your thoughts on the level of interest within the European Union and indeed, you know, the way this debate has conducted itself in the past few days?
Well, Hugh, there is huge interest in Europe as regards the outcome of the Scottish vote. I mean, tonight we had Flemish nationalists on the streets here in Brussels putting candles down on the Scottish flag. But of course, here in official Europe, here in Brussels, there is far less enthusiasm about the idea of nation states breaking up. Tonight we had the President of France, François Hollande, coming out and actually warning against the unravelling of member states. He said that Europe had been put together over 50 years and now there was a risk of it being deconstructed. And he very much made the point that this was important, not just for Great Britain, but this was important for Europe. We had something pretty similar yesterday from the Spanish Prime Minister, Mariano Rajoy, who said these independence movements were rather like a torpedo going underwater aimed at the very spirit of Europe. And he said Europe was about integration, not about fragmentation. And of course the reason he said that is that his concern is an independence movement in Catalonia might become emboldened if there was a yes vote in Scotland. And I think that is one of the reasons there's been such a tension on what's happening in Scotland, is that there is a concern that if Scotland voted yes, then there are other areas like Catalonia, like Veneto, like Corsica, other areas that might also begin to choose to go down the path to have an independence poll.
Gavin, thank you very much. Very useful to have those views there on the views of European leaders and how they actually are paying attention to this contest. It's coming up to, what is it, just nearly midnight, really. Let's have a look at some of the front pages, because they're useful for us at this stage as well, just to give us a sense of what some of the papers are predicting. Well, that's interesting. The Times, isn't it? The No camp predicting victory. Let's stay on that image for a moment, because, Ruth, are you predicting victory?
We haven't. The head of YouGov, Peter Kellner, has. I am quietly confident that the quiet majority of Scots have spoken, but I think Humms is right to say that nobody knows anything for sure right now. And my caveats for Peter Kellner, saying that he's 99% sure that no has won, is actually, I think, one of the big losers in this campaign have been pollsters generally. They just haven't had a touch or a feel for Scotland, and with a binary choice, like a referendum is, the way that they've tried to weight things, they've tried to weight it to party politics, and it just doesn't work, just not in this referendum.
Let's go back to the front pages. I'll bring in Nick and Sarah in a moment. Let's have a look at the other front pages that we have there. There's the Herald. Scotland makes history, so you can take that any way you like, because it certainly made history in terms of this unprecedented electoral process, this contest that we've seen. So that's the Herald. Let's have a look at the Scotsman. The Nation speaks. Well, it certainly has. Nobody's going to quibble with that headline. And it has spoken. We have to wait, of course, until maybe 5 or 6 in the morning to see precisely what the nature of the speaking is. Let's have a look at the Sun. OK. As up to 4 million Scots vote in Indie poll, has this bloke got inside info? Well, OK, Nick, I'm not sure what to say about that, but look, there's a variety of front pages. Can we just say there's a variety of front pages?
As some who follow a particular Twitter account will know, that's a question to which the answer is no. Credit John Rentoul, which he deserves. What is interesting is that Times headline saying the No camp are predicting victory. They are, Hugh. And they've not only just been doing it today, they've been doing it for the past 48 hours. The conversations I've been having with people inside the No campaign was a sense that things were moving their way, that they did think that there was a margin of victory there, and that they believed today. The one thing they were terrified of was that when this huge turnout came, it would be people who'd never voted before and choosing to vote for the first time and for yes. Now, as of this morning, the No campaign's view was that wasn't happening. Yes, the big turnout, but there wasn't that sense that people had suddenly rushed out in large numbers simply to vote for yes. And most of the people I've been speaking to in the No campaign all day have been predicting victory. In the Yes campaign, they've constantly stuck to the language of confidence and optimism, but that's been the, if you like, the gas, the petrol in the tank for the Yes campaign. I've not heard one person on the Yes campaign predict, yes, we think we're going to win.
OK. Well, we'll ask Humms in a second.
I thought that was coming, yes.
Yeah, we'll ask you in a second. Because I think before we ask you, I think it's fair for us to say, well, what if it was a yes? You know, let's consider the implications of a yes outcome, because then you begin to ask some enormous questions, not just about the future of Scotland, but about the future of the rest of the UK too. So let's join Jeremy once again.
Hugh, yes, if it is a yes tonight, there are just some huge issues that will need sorting out. And I thought we could go through some of them now. So for a start, this year and next, there will have to be a Scottish Constitutional Convention. These are SNP plans. There will have to be an handover of assets from Scotland to England, from England to Scotland and vice versa. Then a common travel area needs to be set up so that Scots can go to England and Wales and Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland as well. Then there is the very vexed issue of the sterling currency union. That needs to be decided whether that can happen or not. Then Scotland needs to work out, look at that, independent membership of the EU, and also independent membership of NATO as well. And finally create an energy fund. So all of that going on just this year and next if the vote is yes. You then spool forward. You get to 2016, to the 24th of March, and there's a new government in an independent Scotland. And then there will have to be a Scottish Security and Intelligence Agency running. a Scottish Defence Force will have to be running by 2016 with 7,500 soldiers. There'll be an acquisition of a naval squadron, including 2 frigates, an acquisition of an army brigade, including helicopters, the acquisition as well of 2 Air Force squadrons, including Typhoons. Enormous job of work here. And then also setting up a Scottish Foreign Ministry. So that's all at the end of 2016, 2017. And then by the end of 2018, Scotland will have full control. These are SNP plans in their white paper of welfare benefits. And then you spool forward, you look at April 2020, and you see Scotland taking full control by then. This is the plan of personal income taxes. Then you have the Scottish Defence Force in full control with more soldiers, maybe something like 15,000. And then finally, the really controversial one we referred to before, Trident out of Scotland. And then in May 2020, which in this plan seems to have come round rather quickly, you then have a second election. So a second election in Scotland, in an independent Scotland. So you get a sense from that, Hugh, just how much there is to do if the vote is yes.
Jeremy, thank you very much for underlining those issues for us. And we'll explore, of course, the no options as well in a short while. Given the intelligence that we've just received and given that we saw that prediction there on the front page of the Times, the no camp apparently predicting victory, it's still very early, let me say. We haven't had a single result yet. So let's just be cautious, shall we? What does the Secretary of State for Scotland make of it all? Because he's with my colleague Andy Marr.
Yes, Hugh, thank you very much. I'm joined by a real, live, three-dimensional politician to talk about the future of the country. We heard John Redwood earlier on saying, whatever comes out of this, yes or no, there's going to be an English Parliament covering most English issues. Is that your view as well?
Well, look, as a Liberal, I'm a federalist. And, you know, it is now really for the English to have the debate that we've had in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. In Scotland it took us decades to reach the consensus, but we did it by building a consensus involving not just the political parties, but the trade unions, the business voices, local authorities and all the rest of it. I think that sort of conversation has to happen now in England. Whether it's an English Parliament or whether it's going to be a series of regional assemblies or more power for city regions or whatever, that's for them to decide. It's not for me to tell them.
But if England wants a parliament, there's no way after this that Scots or anybody else can say, no, you can't have one, in which case we go to the federal Britain that the Liberals wanted before the First World War. Home rule all round.
And that really is the opportunity which we have within our grasp now tonight if we have a no vote here. Because a no vote finishes the job of devolution. It brings the extra powers of taxation and other areas that are needed to finish the job, you know, to rebalance the political debate in Scotland.
But we then have a very unbalanced system.
And that then unlocks constitutional reform across the whole of the United Kingdom. It unlocks whether it's going to be an English Parliament or regional assemblies or whatever the people of England themselves want. It unlocks electoral reform, it unlocks reform of the House of Lords and maybe even, who knows, the House of Commons.
So for all those English and Welsh people watching tonight, don't think this is not about you. You're about to see a tsunami of political change as a result of what is happening here in Scotland tonight.
Well, we unlock the door. It is for them themselves to decide what they want to do. That's what democracy is all about.
Two other issues, Mr. Carmichael. When I was talking to Alex Salmond a week ago, he said that after this campaign, if his side won, there'd be no more Team No, Team Yes, there'd be Team Scotland, and that you would be a member of that team.
I mean, this was classic Alex Salmond, wasn't it? It's kicking up dust, it's talking about the process, it's a sort of political equivalent of fantasy football, which really just served to detract attention from the fact that they had no real answers on the issues like the currency, like membership of the European Union, stability of pensions.
I would never accuse the Secretary of State of Scotland for kicking up dust, but you haven't quite answered my question. Would you be a member of Team Scotland if you were asked to be?
Let me tell you this now. I am already a member of Team Scotland. I have always been a member of Team Scotland. That is the job that I do as Scotland's voice in the cabinet table.
But you wouldn't necessarily be a member of Alex Salmond's team post the negotiation for independence.
Well, Alex Salmond, I think, he took one remark that I made and seemed to read an awful lot into it. You know, the suggestion that somehow or another I'm suddenly going to turn tail and become part of Team Salmond that would be a fairly substantial proposition to swallow.
One final question then, one final area of questions. You represent Orkney and Shetland, and you have suggested that if Scotland votes yes, but Orkney and Shetland don't, Orkney and Shetland, with their massive oil reserves and fishing stocks and so forth, might go off it alone themselves, like the Isle of Man or something.
What we've seen in the last few weeks has been a quite remarkable degree of arrogance coming from the nationalists about the position of the island communities. They have told us that apparently we have no more right to have a discussion about our own self-determination than any other town, or even Suckyhall Street in Glasgow. That is a fundamental lack of respect and understanding of how Scotland's island communities work. And what I have said today, and I've said it countless times over the year, is that if we ever decide to have that conversation for ourselves, then we are quite entitled to do that. And Alex Salmond and any other nationalist is in no position to stop us from doing that.
And to be clear, this wouldn't be Orkney and Shetland entirely independent. This would be Orkney and Shetland choosing to join the rest of the UK again.
All we're talking about here is the right of our community to have a discussion for ourselves at any time. We've already had a magnificent campaign in the last couple of years called Our Islands, Our Future, where we've been talking to both the UK government and the Scottish government about getting powers for ourselves, more autonomy, because what we've seen, one of the unintended consequences of devolution has allowed the nationalists to suck up power and accountability from the community where it properly belongs to the centre in Edinburgh. Alex Salmond runs the most centralised government probably in Western Europe now.
Now, Hugh Edwards said quite rightly, we've got to be very, very careful at this time in the evening. So I'm going to ask you very gently how you're feeling. Are you feeling optimistic? Bit of a cold sweat coming on?
Look, it's been a 2-year campaign, and you know there have been ups and downs in the every stage of that 2-year campaign. Tonight, it's a mixture of excitement, of nervousness, of anticipation, because for me, and I think for everybody who's been involved in it, we're now in a position where we're powerless to alter the result in any way. The people have spoken. We now just need to work out what it is they've said.
Very few unbitten fingernails left in Scotland. Mr. Carmichael, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and back to Hugh in the studio.
Andrew, thank you very much, and thank you to Mr. Carmichael too. Yes, I suppose, Nick, the big interest there for us, and we'll put this to Hamza as well and to Ruth, he's already talking about a no vote and a federal structure that follows if England desires it, in Wales and Northern Ireland too. So the framework of that contribution actually told us quite a lot, didn't it?
It told us a huge amount. It's now up to the English, he said, to have the debate that the Scots have had. And I think you will see, if it's a no vote, and it's a big if still, the Prime Minister will spell that out within hours. I think as soon as this outcome of this referendum is clear, it is very likely that David Cameron will emerge in Downing Street and start to spell out what the next moves he thinks are for Scotland, what the next moves are to deal with what is often called the English question, specifically the voting rights of Scottish MPs within Westminster, whether they should be different as a result of more powers to the Parliament, and that broader question of devolution throughout the UK. Does it mean more powers to the Welsh Assembly than the Northern Ireland Assembly, but to the English regions, either as big cities or as new regions, as New Labour tried. John Prescott, you may remember, tried with a series of referendums that were lost. And you will see that come out. I think it's very likely that after David Cameron comes out, Ed Miliband will come out. We've already, in a sense, had Nick Clegg in recent weeks talking about it. So the notion of English political change, it's on the agenda from now.
Because the demand for Scottish political change is being reiterated by politicians tonight. We had a pledge from the 3 UK party leaders saying more powers are coming to Scotland. The Yes campaign said you can't trust them. Well, we've had Danny Alexander tonight, Chief Secretary to the Treasury. He says a no vote will be a recommitment by the Scottish people to the settlement, but they want change. And Joanne Lamond, leader of the Labour Party in Scotland, says this is a decision that was made now, not in 1707 when the Act of Union that joined England and Scotland together was signed. They're making it very clear that change is on its way and that they will hold that promise, if there's a no vote, of course.
If there's a no vote. Are you still at the point, Hamza, at this point of the evening, where you're saying, I'm simply not going to discuss that, I still think a yes is possible?
Oh, no, of course a yes is possible. We always knew that if we wanted to win this, we'd have to reach beyond the usual electorate that votes in general elections or Scottish parliamentary elections. It's clear that that has happened. What we don't know, of course, either camp, is what way that has gone, and that's what we'll watch to see and how that unfolds. So, of course, a yes vote is not just possible, but we're confident that the optimism will win the day. In terms of your actual question, I thought you had a refreshingly honest report from John Redwood, MP, and he clearly said that there is, amongst the Conservative backbenches, there is a demand for those same powers that are being promised to Scotland. We think they're not substantial enough, of course, but those powers also being replicated in England. He said, insinuated, of course, that there would be a revolt if there wasn't. Christopher Chope, Tory MP, has said there will be a revolt. 8 months away from a general election, the Prime Minister can't afford a revolt. Either can Ed Miliband, of course, expect, or indeed he can't cope with a revolt, especially when he's trying to get into 10 Downing Street. So I don't think that actually these powers will be coming at all, even the insubstantial ones that we've been promised.
Do you trust the Westminster leaders to deliver on what they've pledged?
Absolutely. And it's not just the Westminster leaders that have done it, it's been the three-party leaders in Scotland too, Joanne Lamont, Willie Rennie and myself. And the plans that we drew up, the ones that have been adopted by Westminster, the ones that we're coming together with a delivery plan to make into a single offer that will be in the statute books in March, so that we all go into a general election and people can vote on it, and the legislation is ready to go as soon as that election happens. That was drawn up in Scotland. We had a Strathclyde Commission for the Conservatives, and Diane Abbott, I think she's possibly not really been keeping up with the debate in Scotland. She said that nobody's seen what these powers are. Well, actually, we've had them on our website for months. If you go to www.scottishconservatives.com, you can see them. They're right at the top there. We're very proud of them. And all three parties came up with very similar offers, actually, of things that we thought would work.
They're not the same, though, are they?
They're not completely the same, but they're very similar. The one thing we looked at that we all agreed should be far greater devolution. It should be income tax. Now, that affects the block grant. I think some of my English colleagues are misunderstanding the difference between a block grant and the Barnett formula that calculates that, but I'm sure I'll be able to educate them. And we also looked at the further devolution of some welfare powers as well. Now, there is a difference between where we're going, where the Labour Party and Liberal Democrats are going, but there's movement for further change there, and it's absolutely clear across Scotland that the status quo has been smashed by this referendum debate.
Okay.
We will not have the same Scotland after this that we've had before.
Given that the status quo, as you say, has been smashed, I want to bring in some more of our friends here, because they've been waiting very patiently in the studio with us. Galen, you're in the front row. Yeah, there you are. I think you're 17, aren't you, Galen? From Shetland. Can I ask which way you voted?
I voted yes.
You voted yes. And in a sentence, why?
I just believe it'll be the better off situation for Scotland, really.
Because lots of what we've heard from Shetland during the campaign was to do with distance, it was to do with remoteness, that is to say, you feeling that Edinburgh is remote, and for that reason feeling a degree of hostility. You weren't in that camp?
No, well, with the government currently being based in Westminster, it is quite remote, but with it being brought to Edinburgh, yeah, it's still remote, but it'll be better, it'll be closer to it, and we'll more have a louder voice in it.
Did you take a long time to make your mind up, or were you decided at the start of the campaign?
Well, originally, before the campaign really took off about 3 years ago, I was a no supporter, and quite heavily as well. But upon encouragement from my history teacher, who was the head of debating society at the time at my school, encouraging us to look into different political issues, I researched into the opposition at the time, which would have been yes, to get to know their argument so I can counter it. And in doing that, I sort of swayed myself to become a yes. It wasn't a sort of snapshot sort of thing. It was, as someone said earlier, it was a gradual way from no to yes.
OK, what about your fellow 16, 17-year-olds getting the vote for the first time? What was your sense of their, I don't know, was there a consensus among them?
A lot of them, when I tried to speak about politics, about the referendum to them, they would just ridiculed me. They'd laugh me off and shove me into a corner or something. But in recent months, I've actually seen quite a lot of them that went to school with that have now left school, or they're obviously still in school doing 5th, 6th year. They're actually coming out saying, asking me questions, asking other people questions, having these conversations in the street, hanging about, wherever.
And were they fairly evenly split, or did you sense that most of them were, in the yes camp or no camp? Or?
From what I've seen, which is obviously small snapshots, seeing as I'm working most of the time, but from what I've seen, it's been 50-50 in my year. Half of them are saying yes, half of them saying no. Still a handful that I haven't spoken to. I assume they haven't made up their minds, or well, they have. But yeah, it seems fairly even at the moment.
Good to talk to you, Galen. Thank you very much. Ranbir Patwal, you're in the back row there. Nice to see you. Now, you're from Glasgow, Ranbir, aren't you?
Yes, I live in the south side of Glasgow.
Could I ask you, first of all, how you voted?
I voted no.
And again, in a sentence for us, why?
Well, the reason was that I'm self-employed and I have concerns that Scotland could not be viable on its own economically. I tend to look at Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland like America, and I see all the different countries like states. Now, the states in America have all got individual strength and power, and on the basis of that, they stay as the United States of America, and they are world leaders, and that's the way I think is the way forward for the United Kingdom. See each state, as in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, as states with senators like Ed Miliband, all the main party leaders as senators, but give them more strength, whereby with that strength they can stay united and move forward as the United Kingdom.
As you're talking, Ranbir, I can say that we have our first official turnout figure. There it is on the screen for you. It is from Orkney, and it is 84%. Now, that certainly is above the 1951 record, which was around 81%. And if that is replicated elsewhere, in fact, I'm told Clackmannanshire is at 89%.
These are extraordinary.
I mean, 88.6, nearly 89%. I mean, that is a remarkable result, isn't it, really? If that is replicated, Nick, I'm just thinking that would be sending shockwaves throughout the entire electoral process, really.
These are massive figures. I mean, but bear in mind what the backdrop to this is of steadily declining participation in elections, steadily declining participation in politics as a whole, with turnouts in UK general elections in the 60s and people anxious that it was going towards that 60 mark. To get towards 90% of people taking part is really extraordinary. And bear in mind that's 90% of the 97% who were registered, which itself was a record in Scotland. These are really, really
well. Now then, now
figures.
that we have that figure of 89% in Clackmannanshire, let's go back to Ranbir in the audience, because you're from Glasgow, which has been such a cauldron in this campaign, with lots of people saying that the SNP has had an incredible, efficient, strong campaign in Glasgow. What's your sense of how that campaign has run itself?
I think the Yes campaign and the No campaign have had strong attributes, but I think the Yes campaign have had a good, strong leadership with the youth of this country, and the youth of this country have been quite passionate about the Yes vote, and using the technology that is available nowadays have pushed the Yes vote to the front, while the No vote, although it is strong, has not personified as the Yes vote has, unfortunately.
Let's move from Glasgow, if I can. Thank you, Ranbir, for that. We're going to go to a gentleman from Fife, from Dunfermline, Peter Stewart. Peter, thank you very much for coming in. You're a farmer.
Yes.
So, again, if I may, just tell us how you voted.
I voted no. I think farmers and businessmen had three things on their mind. Market, 63 million potential customers in the whole of the UK. And we've worked hard over the years to promote our produce from a quality angle, provenance angle and so on. If we become what is in effect a foreign country, then I think our produce will be looked on differently. The main supermarkets, the big supermarkets, are all headquartered in England. So there's vast competition for shelf space, and I think we will lose the premium market that we've had. We will no longer be the same united family that we've been. We will be in the same position as other foreign countries. The currency has been a big factor. We certainly just don't accept the sort of dictum that's been put out, there will be a currency union. We don't believe that for a second. There had been a strong voice from Westminster saying that's just not going to work. And then the fiscal side of things, if we have different taxation regimes, different spending criteria, you could see headquarters of major firms flipping back and forward depending on what they think is a favourable fiscal situation. So I think the majority of farmers and the majority of businessmen have lined up with the no side.
OK, Peter, that's very useful. Thank you very much. Let's hold that for a second, and I'll be back with you in a few moments. Good contributions, thank you, and explaining the motivations, really, behind the way you voted, which is very interesting for us and for our viewers. Let's have a look at some of the counts that are still going on, because clearly 32 of them in full progress, and now we have that real sense of the challenge for these people, because if they are dealing with turnouts of 84, 85, 6, 7, 89% in some of these areas. You can imagine, especially when it comes to some of the bigger authorities, they'll have big piles of votes to sort through. So just to underline for you, Orkney, final turnout, 84%. Clackmannanshire, which is one of the smallest local authorities too, a bit like Orkney, but in a very different part of Scotland, obviously. That's an interesting place for us, because if that is turning at 89% of people taking part in this process, well, we could be in for a slightly longer night than we thought, but we could be in for an incredibly interesting bit of a roller coaster ride too. Let's go to East Lothian, because our correspondent in East Lothian is Ceredi'n Idasan, and he's in Haddington. Give us a sense of the process there, Ceredi'n.
Hi there. Well, this is an area that stretches from Musselburgh through Tranent down towards affluent areas like Dunbar and North Berwick, and we had the first of the 96 ballot boxes coming in here just after 10:35. All the ballot boxes were in by 11 o'clock, and it looks like we might get some idea of a result round about 2 o'clock. We've already heard from across the rest of the country about extraordinary turnout figures. In terms of the postal vote here in East Lothian, 95% of the postal votes issued were returned. So we're talking about some really big record-breaking figures here in East Lothian, and that's being replicated, it seems, across the country. And the early indications here, I've been speaking to both the Yes campaign and the Better Together, and some indications from Yes that they're not expecting to win this here in East Lothian, but their line would be that even if it was a narrow marginal win for No, that they would take some comfort for that, and if that was replicated across Scotland, that might give the Yes campaign a bit of a boost later on in the evening, because there are some quite affluent areas, some quite rural areas. It's round about well, 90% of this area is farmland, and it's a big area, as I say, going from Musselburgh right the way down to Dunbar on the coast. So lots of different constituencies, and very mixed as well in terms of the makeup of the council and the constituency MSPs and the Member of Parliament here, who is from Labour. So it's a very difficult one to call here, but early indications, speaking to the No campaign, is that they are quietly confident that East Lothian may go their way.
Ceredi'n, very useful. Thank you very much for updating us in East Lothian, and that hint there that the No campaign in East Lothian sounding quite confident. Alex Salmond has been on social media. Let me tell you what he's been saying. He's the First Minister has just said this has been a remarkable day. Scotland's future, he says, truly is in Scotland's hands, and that, of course, an echo of the speech, the rousing speech he gave in Perth in that final rally when he urged Scottish voters to take their country's future into their hands. So an echo of that, but Mr Salmond glued to the screens, as I'm sure everyone else is, and waiting for the first results to come in. And lots of interest too, as we've been underlining, not just in Europe and in America, but in different parts of the United Kingdom, certainly in Wales, where they are looking to see what the implications of a yes or no vote could be. And the Plaid Cymru leader, Leanne Wood, is at the Senedd building in Cardiff for us. Leanne, thanks for joining us. And what are your thoughts on what you've heard so far? And what could this mean for Wales?
Well, the whole event has provided a fantastic opportunity for Wales to get the settlement that we need and deserve here. There's a consensus that the financial settlement that we have, that the powers that we have here in Wales are inadequate. And this debate, of course, has been about where power lies. And we know that the power and wealth has been concentrated and centralised around London and the South East. And if there's a yes vote tonight, then that wealth and power will be shared a little bit more equally throughout the countries of these islands. So it's vital that Wales is at the forefront of this debate now, whatever negotiations take place after today, that we make sure that our voice is there, is heard, and that we get the settlement that we need out of this process.
You said there, Leanne, if it's a yes vote. If it's a no vote, we've already heard in some quarters the Barnett formula will be retained for Scotland. What are the implications for Wales, and what would you be saying in some talks about the future of governance of of Wales as within the United Kingdom?
Well, Plaid Cymru has been campaigning for many years, even more than a decade, for a reform of the Barnett formula. Wales loses out around £300 million every year to our public services because of the way our funding is calculated. And with the promise to Scots in the event of a no vote that Barnett formula would remain, that causes a problem for us here in Wales. So we need to make sure that this process delivers the fair funding that Wales needs, because we've already been hit by the austerity politics from the Westminster government, and this £300 million every year that we're losing out is giving us too much of a hit, really.
Leanne, we'll see what the result is, but maybe we'll talk to you in the morning when we know what it is. Thanks very much for joining us. Leanne Wood there for us in Cardiff. And let me go straight to Belfast, to Mark Devonport, our political editor there in Northern Ireland at Stormont. Mark, your thoughts on the interest that Northern Ireland has in the outcome. And we've already discussed the potential for a yes and no vote. Let's just say at this stage it's a no vote. What would be the implication there in terms of Northern Ireland's governance?
Well, the immediate repercussion, Hugh, would be less seismic, obviously, than a yes vote, which would put the constitutional status of Northern Ireland once more into the melting pot to some extent. If there's a no vote, though, it, however, would have serious repercussions here, because there will be a discussion about extra powers for Scotland, and that would then immediately beg the question, what extra powers, if any, should be given to Stormont? Top of the shopping list here is the notion of devolving corporation tax, because businesses here compete with businesses south of the Irish border, which enjoy a much lower headline rate of corporation tax. So there is cross-party agreement on that. In relation to other powers, I think that might potentially set unionists against nationalists, because unionists are a bit more sceptical about getting extra powers in case that ends up being a sort of constitutional thin end of a wedge.
Mark Devonport, for now, thank you very much. Mark there for us in Stormont with his thoughts on the options there. We'll be looking at the options in the event of a yes or no vote. Nick, you wanted to come in?
Well, simply that we've seen the crunch already, haven't we? That if there's a no, we've got a great promise made by the three party leaders, the unionist party leaders, that this Barnett formula sounds terribly dull, doesn't it? But it's all about cash. It is quite simply about the amount of public spending here in Scotland. We've just heard that in Wales, they don't want that to happen. We know that English Tory MPs don't want it to happen. So you've got instantly a conflict that's going on between what's been promised in order to try and win this referendum here in Scotland and what is acceptable to people in Wales and England without anybody having an obvious route through.
What's your thought on the way that argument's developing here now, Sarah? Because, of course, if you look at, again, I'm stressing it's early, if you look at the potential for a no vote and then the negotiations that follow, how will that play out, do you think?
Well, you will have whatever happens. If there is a no vote, there will still have been a very substantial number of people in Scotland who voted to say that Scotland should be an independent country. And that's not something that you can forget about. When the SNP stood in the 1992 election, not that long ago, their slogan was free by 93, and they were laughed at for it. I can say this in front of Humza Yousaf because he was far too young to be involved in the 92 election, but they were a laughingstock, and they returned 3 MPs to Westminster. Now they're the government of Scotland. They have had this referendum, and whatever way it goes, they will have had a substantial proportion of the country be persuaded that Scotland should be an independent country. That's a journey you can't go back from. They have persuaded people Scotland could be an independent country, even if they haven't voted that it should be. And if less substantial change follows along that road, there will be problems in Scotland to come.
Let's just think for a second. I'll get Ruth and Humza in on this in a moment, because let's just explore maybe a little more the attitudes to independence, to Scottish independence, among voters, not principally in Scotland. That's what tonight's all about. That's what the referendum's about. But in other parts of the UK, because we've heard now from Belfast, we've heard from Wales. Let's go over to Jeremy once again.
It's really interesting looking at the attitudes to independence. Let's start with Scotland and this question, how should Scotland be governed? And just look at the Scottish views going back 15 years or so and see how they've changed. So here we have, as you can see, 15 years ago, devolution was the main answer being given by the vast majority of people here. Independence was quite low down the list, and then very few people saying no parliament at all. So the pink line, those saying nothing's needed, was very, very low. But as you see, as time goes on here, you can see gradually demands for independence increase, and we get to 2005. And then an SNP minority government comes in and actually they seem to assuage the independence demands a bit, and devolution then becomes by far the preferred option. Still very few people with the pink line here saying no parliament at all. Get to the end, now you're close to the independence referendum, and you see the line progressing, and it's basically, isn't it, largely devolution from start to finish, with independence coming down and then coming back up. But then we get to the last year, and if you start just from last September, let's have a look at what happened here. So you start with the polls ending in the place the last graph left them in, and let's just have a look. Here we go. The no vote, therefore, on 50%. This is about a year ago. The yes vote on 31% and don't knows on 18%. And then these polls show gradually the no vote holding roughly steady, but the yes vote gradually showing that it's got a lot of potential to rise here. Now, interestingly, if you get to just through the summer here, July, August, see, it's still on 50%, the no vote. So it's still looking like the no vote is going to win in the referendum, which by this stage is only a month away. And then you get this electrifying moment where the polls suddenly snap together like that, 46-44. Anyone's guess what the result is. That's why the timing of the referendum from the nationalist point of view has been so sweet. But the discussion about the attitudes of other parts of the country is fascinating. Wales and Northern Ireland and, of course, England. And let's have a look now at this question. How do you think Scotland should be governed? These are now English views. So I'll bring this graph on. We can have a look. Again, going back about 15 years. Let's see. Devolution is by far the biggest answer. Look at that. Way nearly 2/3 of people saying devolution. Not very many saying independence for Scotland. Not very many people in England saying no parliament at all. Most people thinking devolution is the answer. And so it goes. And gradually we go through. And again, you have the SNP in Holyrood, in a minority and then a majority government. Independence starts to come up in England. People think, well, maybe that is the next step. Devolution starts to come down. There are also people getting more cheesed off, it looks like, in England, saying no parliament at all. And then by the end of this graph, which remember is English attitudes to Scottish independence, September 2013, people start to come back with the idea, well, maybe devolution is the thing. People being put off independence in England, possibly as a result of the last month or two, 6 months of campaigning, thinking devolution is the only answer. So that's England. Now, again, you can see differences between England and Scotland if we look at this issue. This question, compared with other parts of the UK, how much government spending does Scotland get? Let's look first of all at the Scottish answers on this. So just take a look at this. This is really quite dramatic. Most Scots thinking they don't get enough. Some thinking they get a fair share. Very few saying Scotland gets more than it should. This is going back 15 years. And let's just watch this graph. There's a really interesting trajectory on this graph here, because the people saying Scotland doesn't get enough starts to come down. Those who say Scotland gets a fair share starts to come up. And again, this could be related to Holyrood, to the SNP coming into power in Holyrood and starting to convince voters that actually things in Scotland are working better for them. Very few, the pink line here, very few Scots saying Scotland gets more than it should. Move the graph on. Here we go. You see again, those saying Scotland getting a fair share, those saying that it gets less than it should, roughly level pegging. So there's a level of dissatisfaction in Scotland about the amount of money it gets. If you look at the English answers on this, it's really interesting. So the same question, let's bring it up here. Compared with other parts of the UK, how much government spending does Scotland get? Now we look at the English answers here. And it's almost reversed. So have a look. So top answer, fair share. Most 42% of people saying it's fair. Then 21% people saying Scotland gets more than it should, and very few saying Scotland ought to have more money. And through we go. This is 15 years here, and you can see most people saying fair share. Gradually, English voters starting to think, well, maybe they're getting too much. And you can see, partly as a result possibly of Scottish devolution, English voters starting to say more and more that Scotland is getting too much money. And then look at that. How dramatic is that? More and more English voters saying Scotland gets too much money. And those saying it gets a fair share coming down here. And by the way, look at the blue line. This was the leading line in Scotland. These are people in England who think Scotland doesn't get enough. So by the end of this graph, you really, it comes together at the end, partly because maybe as a result of the referendum debate, English voters start to think, well, maybe Scotland isn't getting over much money. Maybe it does need a bit more. Maybe it is getting a fair share. But the thrust of this is that the attitude towards spending in Scotland, if you compare Scottish answers and English answers, is very, very different.
Jeremy, thank you very much. And thank you very much indeed. Back we come to our guests here in the referendum results studio. And before we pick up on those interesting attitudes that Jeremy was telling us about, some news we're getting in, some more intelligence we're getting in. Sarah, what do we have?
This isn't a result, but we have got some news from Falkirk where Better Together are saying the result is very tight, but they think, with postal votes thrown in, that No will win comfortably. Now, you might say Better Together would say that, wouldn't they? But they haven't been saying that about other counts. And if there is a No vote in Falkirk, that will be quite surprising. You might have thought that that was an area that was more likely to vote yes. It has a very interesting political history. This is where Dennis Canavan was a Westminster MP for years and years, Labour MP. Tried to stand as a Labour MSP when the Scottish Parliament first was created in 1999, but he wasn't selected by the Labour Party. So he stood against the official Labour candidate as an independent. He won a thumping majority. He stood again in 2003. He got the biggest majority in the Scottish Parliament. And where is he now? He's the chair of the Yes Scotland campaign, a former Labour MP, former independent MSP who's made the journey towards yes. You might have expected that quite a few people in Falkirk would have gone with him. It's been voting SNP in Holyrood elections recently. If Better Together are right, and if they think that there is a comfortable win for the No camp in Falkirk, that will be a very interesting result.
What do you make of that?
The intelligence we're getting is in those die-hard traditional Labour areas. Actually, the Yes campaign is starting to break through quite strongly. That's initial postal ballot sampling, all the caveats thrown in, etc., etc. But that'll be really an important battleground, which I'm sure you'll be covering, of course, and people will be watching extraordinarily carefully.
When you say starting to break through, what do you
We're hearing from various postal ballot samplings that has been positive for Yes. I spent the last 6 hours of the campaign in Easterhouse in the East End of Glasgow, traditional Labour heartland, actually, and incredible the support that we were getting.
Would you expect to win Falkirk?
I mean, I don't think we expect anything. I mean, we are throwing everything at it. We have thrown everything at it, and we'll wait to see the result when it's declared.
OK, Ruth, on that.
I think the SNP, it's sort of the Yes campaign, would need to win seats and local authority areas like Falkirk to be assured of victory. Slightly, unfortunately, on our side, I'm having a little bit of intelligence. It looks like that No might have just lost out in North Lanarkshire, which is an area, it's a much bigger constituency, a much bigger local authority area, more people in it than Falkirk has, but it's looking like it's going to be around the 51-49 for Yes. That's disappointing to me. I want to win them all. But I think what's really coming across here is that there has been a titanic campaign between primarily the SNP and the Labour Party for West Central Scotland votes, and actually in areas such as Moray, Banff and Buchan, West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine, Aberdeenshire, Scottish Borders, Dumfries and Galloway, where there's much stronger Liberal Conservative heartlands. Actually, the vote for No has held much stronger. And I think that's been replicated. And I know I took a pop at the pollsters earlier, but one of the things that a lot of them did was try to marry up voting intentions or how people voted at the last Scottish election with how they're going to vote this time round. And, you know, in some polls, up to a fifth of SNP voters were voting No, up to a third of Labour voters were voting yes. In every single poll that I have seen over 2.5 years, well over 90% of Tory voters are voting no. Right. So, you know, we may have the Tories to keep the union together here. That's my plug for the Conservatives.
One other bit of news. Yeah. We've just heard Alex Salmond has apparently cancelled his visit to his Aberdeenshire count. That's where his own local count, where his Scottish Parliament constituency is. He's still planning to travel to Edinburgh later on Friday, where the final result will be declared. But read into it what you will. But the SNP spokesman says he's no longer planning to turn up at the Aberdeenshire count.
Thank you.
I think you can read in quite a lot to it. Of course, we don't know you, but, you know, those sorts of decisions about where people are placed are significant. Remember the symbolism in each of these results. Falkirk, William Wallace, Braveheart, Battle of Falkirk. Each of these will be seen as symbolic, as well as, of course, if they're very important in terms of adding those votes up in each column as well. But the North Lanarkshire vote would again be very important in this battle in what's called the Central Belt, the traditional Labour heartlands and the extent to which they have switched to the SNP.
OK, let's pause for a second. I think Hamza and Ruth, you may be leaving us at this stage, but it's been nice to have you. Thank you very much. We're going to just take a little pause and we'll catch up with the latest summary of the news.
Hello, I'm Carol Walker with a summary of all tonight's main news. The polls have closed and counting is underway in the Scottish independence referendum. No exit polls were conducted during the historic ballot, but a YouGov survey has predicted the no camp is on 54% compared to 46% for the yes campaign. The final result is expected shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning. Our political correspondent Chris Mason reports.
It might not be quite the colour you're used to, or in the right country, but this Scottish Statue of Liberty does give you the gist of the campaign for independence. And yes, they've been rather fired up.
In Stricken polling station here in Aberdeenshire, we usually use that wee room just at the side here, but today they've got the whole assembly hall in the Ritchie Hall because there's so many people already coming in to vote. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take Scotland's future into Scotland's hands.
Tonight, the nocturnal arithmetic is underway. Here, the ballot boxes arrive in Glasgow. Meanwhile, down the road in Falkirk and in Dumbarton, the adding up has begun. And who says people couldn't care less about politics? People have queued to vote. Turnout is expected to be huge. Those hoping Scotland will remain part of the UK, the No campaign, say a no vote tonight would be just the beginning.
A no vote finishes the job of devolution. It brings the extra powers of taxation and other areas that are needed to finish the job, to rebalance the political debate in Scotland.
But we then have a very unbalanced
system. And that then unlocks constitutional reform across the whole of the United Kingdom. It unlocks whether it's going to be an English Parliament or regional assemblies or whatever the people of England themselves want.
An opinion poll done by YouGov after people had voted suggests Scotland will vote no. But only one poll counts, and that's the actual one. And so far, we've had no real results yet. It might have gone midnight, but this is just the warm-up. Chris Mason, BBC News.
A new video has been released which appears to show a British journalist being held captive by Islamic State extremists. John Cantley, seen here in Syria, was captured while working as a newspaper journalist. In the latest footage, Mr Cantley is seen sitting behind a desk, dressed in orange clothes, delivering a scripted speech to camera. And the United States Senate has approved President Obama's plan to arm and train moderate Syrian rebels to fight Islamic State militants. It's part of Washington's campaign to fight the group, which has taken control of a swathe of territory across Syria and Iraq. Speaking afterwards, President Obama welcomed the Senate vote and also praised France for its decision to join airstrikes against Islamic State in Iraq. Detectives in London investigating the disappearance of Alice Gross have named a Latvian builder as the prime suspect. Police say Arnis Zalkans had served a prison sentence in Latvia for murdering his wife. He was missing a week after 14-year-old Alice disappeared in late August. The schoolgirl was last seen on the towpath that Arnis Zalkans used to get to work. Police in Thailand say they still haven't identified any suspects in the hunt for the killer or killers of 2 British tourists. The bodies of Hannah Witheridge and David Miller were found on a beach on the island of Koh Tao on Monday. Also today, Thailand's Prime Minister apologised for suggesting that it's unsafe for female tourists to wear bikinis. The comments were widely criticised as insensitive. Well, that's it for now. Let's go back to Scotland Decides.
Welcome back to Scotland Decides. In a moment, we'll have a look at some of the counts and talk to some of our colleagues there to see when we might expect a first declaration. I'm told the turnout in Renfrewshire is 87%. Again, an exceptional turnout, which mirrors that in Clackmannanshire, about 89%. And indeed, underlines what we expect now. Pretty record turnout all round. Let's go to Andrew Neil at Westminster.
Hugh, here in Westminster, we've been told that the Queen is to make a written statement this afternoon. Of course, what she says will depend on the result. And the messages I'm getting, the Westminster consensus, I don't know why they know, but the Westminster consensus here is that no has won. and they're proceeding on that basis. Now, they may be in for a rude shock when the results actually come in, but that is the basis that they're proceeding, and they're now working out what they do next. Let's look at the choices. I'm joined by constitutional expert Peter Hennessy and historian Kate Williams. Peter Hennessy, even if it is a no vote, we are on the brink, I would suggest, of a constitutional upheaval across the United Kingdom.
Absolutely. Shortly after first light, a line will have been scored across the history of these islands. And even if we are staying together, we will be a different country the other side of that line because of the percussive effects of the Scottish campaign, the Scottish question dominating. The English question has hardly been rumbling, but it's soon going to pick up a roar. And there'll be a lot of England arise. We've had it already with John Redwood and Diane Abbott discussing with you. And also, it's fascinating, the news about the Queen, because the palace, like the rest of us, has no precedent to guide them. They've never had to face anything like this. There's a choreography to elections where the new Prime Minister, when it's quite plain that they're going to command the confidence of the House of Commons, goes to kiss hands and so on, and then into number 10 with the well-rehearsed spontaneity and all the rest of it. Elections we know about, general elections, but there is no precedent for this. So it's very interesting that the Queen is going to put out a written statement this afternoon, because I can't think of any parallel.
Okay. Kate, the issue would seem to me is that there is now going to be a substantial English dimension. If England is now going to speak, as well as Northern Ireland and Wales, I don't for the life of me see how the government can keep to the Gordon Brown timetable that the Home Rule deal for Scotland will be in place by the election.
Yes, I think that's true. I think this is a big question, isn't it? The English view of this, because we've talked about the United Kingdom view, but Peter's so right. I mean, this is the end of the United Kingdom as we know it, and this is a big part for the English as well. And if there's a yes vote, it simply changes so much about the United Kingdom. I mean, even on basic things like the flag, and it radically changes the Queen's role. I mean, that is really why the palace is following it so closely. And simply the timetable, as you say, it's incredibly tight. I can't see how, if there's a yes vote, because there's been so little planning already. As we've seen, so little planning in Westminster for a yes vote, how on earth that could move forward?
Will there not now be a demand from backbenchers on Labour and Conservative side for any move towards Home Rule for Scotland to be seen in the context of an overall UK constitutional convention?
There will be, and there should be. We have a habit as Brits of doing things in slices. We have, for some reason, an aversion to looking at our government as a system. And we've got to do it. We've got to look at it as a system this time round. Well, the best thing to do would be a declaratory white paper saying we're going for Devo Max, but we're also looking at the knock-on effects for England. Wales is also on the track for further devolution, the so-called Silk 2 proposals, and indeed Northern Ireland, which of course is a special case. What we really need is a Royal Commission or a convention to look at the whole. It would be absurd to rush it, because constitutions...
Well, you can't do Home Rule by May of next year for Scotland.
No, exactly. Constitutions have to be carefully constructed so that they endure and they bring both stability and predictability. And this, to be a bit unkind to the three-party leaders, and I can understand why they've rushed to do it, is classic Tommy Cooper constitution making. You put a few Devo Max proposals on the back of an envelope, and just like that, new British constitution.
Just finally, just a few seconds, was the Queen right to stay out? Unlike the devolution debate, was she right to stay out of this?
Oh, definitely. I mean, she was right on so many levels. The neutrality has increased a lot since 1977. But most of all, if a yes vote goes through, she will be the monarch of Scotland. And if she's come out pro-union, that's simply going to compromise her position when she is monarch of Scotland. And, of course, encourage the referendum on the monarchy that some, not Alex Salmond, but other members of the SNP and other MPs have talked about as being part of an independent Scotland.
The debate's been in Scotland. In 10 seconds, it moves here?
Most certainly, inevitably, and indeed it should do, from first light this morning.
Well, first light is still a little while away, but I thank you both. Back to Scotland Decides.
Thanks to Andrew. We're certainly hoping for results before first light, for goodness sake. We should get some pretty good hints before then. We've already had a hint from Falkirk, where the No campaign were making very confident noises. I mentioned the smallest local authority, Clackmannanshire in central Scotland, an electorate there just under 40,000. They're in a race, really, I think with Orkney probably, to get the first declaration out. And our correspondent there is Jamie McIver. He's in Alloa in Clackmannanshire. Jamie, what is your sense of the progress of the count there?
Well, certainly the count here is making very fast progress indeed, Hugh. It got underway relatively early because Clackmannanshire being such a small county, it didn't take very long for the ballot boxes to all arrive here in Alloa Town Hall. In terms of how things are going, well, some people would have predicted that Clackmannanshire was perhaps the most likely place in Scotland to vote yes. But talking to some of the people here, I think it's safe to say that the Better Together campaigners here are perhaps looking a little bit relieved, and some of the Yes Scotland campaigners here just a little bit more anxious than you might have expected. This place is perhaps not following quite the script that might have been written by some beforehand. We're expecting the result here at 2 o'clock, and it's certainly going to be watched closely across Scotland, because if the script that some had written is to be believed, if it's a no vote here in Clackmannanshire, it would certainly appear to reduce the possibility of a yes vote across Scotland.
Just a quick one then, Jamie. Any sense there that the declaration is near, or do you have any sense of timings there?
Some sense of timing, Hugh. We're picking up now that the declaration may come just before 2 o'clock, so in just over an hour's time, so maybe just a little bit earlier than we had expected earlier on.
Yeah, I wish I could say we were smiling, Jamie, at that point. We weren't. But thank you very much. Jamie McIver there for us in Alloa, Clackmannanshire. Well, if it's 2 o'clock, I think it's fair enough to say that Orkney will probably win that race. I'm delighted to say that I'm delighted to say that Margaret Curran is with us and that Patrick Harvey is with us too. Thank you very much. Good to have you with us. What I meant to say was that Better Together was saying something about South Ayrshire. Is
yes,
that right, Sarah?
Better Together are saying that the early signs are positive in South Ayrshire, much the same mood that we heard from Jamie McIver that you're getting from Better Together in Clackmannanshire. Now, South Ayrshire is very much in the middle of where the predictions would be as to how it was going to vote. So it would be very interesting to see which way that one goes. Slightly older population there, a lot of retirees in South Ayrshire, and traditionally the over 65s have been very reluctant to vote yes. That's the one group that Yes Scotland haven't really managed to reach. And Better Together are saying that South Ayrshire looks positive for them, which could be an indicator of how the rest of the night will go.
And also being told, Sarah, that the turnout in Inverclyde, which we talked about earlier, that's west of Glasgow, is heading for 88%. So on that note, Margaret and Patrick, that benchmark, a remarkable benchmark in this democratic process, really, this enormous turnout. What is your sense of how things are going at the moment?
Well, turnout's remarkable. And I saw my own constituency in the east end of Glasgow. You know, that is really very significant. But it's interesting, the pattern seems to be that the no side of the argument seemed a bit more upbeat, with some of the yes side not quite so sure. And I did have a sense that the arguments were being won by our side in the last few days, and did have a sense that some of the undecideds were coming more to that side. Not being presumptuous at all. No. It's a closely fought argument. People are taking this desperately seriously. I also think voters had a real sense of responsibility, and that sometimes weighed on their shoulders quite a bit. They knew the implications of this. They knew this. It was certainly a once-in-a-generation, if not more, decision, and had enormous implications for themselves and their grandchildren. You often heard that on the doorstep. So people took this vote very seriously. And I think perhaps the Yes campaign not answering some of those questions in those last few days, I think did begin to seriously matter.
Patrick, your perspective?
Well, let's look at that turnout. It's clearly the highest turnout since the immediate post-war generation. If it's up to, beyond 85%, it's the highest turnout in the age of the modern universal franchise, modern democracy. I think that speaks of something about the seizing of a moment, the opportunity to challenge what is, in many people's eyes, north and south of the border, a broken political system that's been propping up a broken economic system that no longer works in the interests of most people. Now, I think people in Scotland have been channeling that legitimate anger about a broken political and economic system into something positive during this campaign. If it's a yes vote, then we clearly have a path forward for that, defining a written constitution, managing the transition to an independent country. If it's a no vote, it becomes much more challenging, but still vital to capture that energy and to make sure that we can build alliances with people elsewhere in these islands who share the anger and many of whom have not been turning out to vote in any elections because they see a political system that is not representative of them and is certainly not serving the interests of the common good.
Sorry, Sarah, you say.
Politicians across Britain, across the world, are going to be looking at these turnout figures and wondering, how can we replicate that? How can we get people to be this engaged in our democracy and turn out to vote? Now, of course, it's the enormity of the question and the significance of this vote that in many ways has turned people out to vote. But this campaign has been completely different from a general election or a Scottish Holyrood election, partly because it's not been politicians talking to the voters. Voters have been talking to each other. They've been doing it on social media, which is something that's relatively new in electioneering, but they've also been doing it in town halls, in shops, in pubs, in meetings. Hundreds, thousands of people turning out every night, not to listen to elected MPs and MSPs speaking to them, but people talking to each other, grassroots campaigners getting up, and a conversation that's gone on between voters has cut some of the traditional media out of it and a lot of the elected politicians out of it, and that's one of the reasons why people have become so engaged.
Patrick, at this stage of the night, and I know this is not the easiest question, but, you know, what's your sense? We've heard from quite a few people so far that Better Together feel pretty buoyant at the moment for, you know, maybe that's misplaced, we don't know. But what is your sense of things?
Yeah, it's the easiest question to ask and the hardest one to answer in these first few hours of the... Look, we don't know until you count all the little pieces of paper. That's what the whole process is about. And until we get some actual results in, then we won't really know. Clearly, the pollsters acknowledge that a really high turnout increases their margin of error. So we don't really know how accurate the polls have been either. Really, the question, yes or no, should Scotland be an independent country, is only one part of this. Scotland, for several years now, has been debating what kind of country does it want to be. That's a deeper, a more open-ended conversation that's been happening right throughout Scotland, and it's because it's got way beyond the bounds of traditional politics, way beyond party lines about how people have been voting, whether people have been voting in elections, and it's engaged people who've been justifiably angry and disillusioned about politics. That's why it's not only got a high turnout, but that's why it's got anywhere close, even close to a victory. That would not have happened if this was a traditional political process.
Interesting. Patrick, thank you very much. I'll be back with Margaret in a second too. I suppose clues is what we're after, isn't it? Clues. Which councils, which local authority areas, if you like, have the characteristics which might suggest that they're more likely to vote for the retention of the union. Let's join Jeremy once again.
Hugh, thanks. Now, a lot of people saying, well, maybe no are doing well and so on. Let's just remind ourselves, if we look at our 32 councils, yet we haven't got any results from these councils. When they come in, green for yes, red for no, we will put the percentages on the board here and you will see the councils gradually stacking up and we'll have numbers, and until then we definitely don't know. If I order them in size, again, just to make clear, these are the vital councils, the ones with the oomph in this election. Glasgow with 500,000 voters nearly. Edinburgh, Fife, North and South Lanarkshire, Aberdeenshire, and then gradually the councils get smaller. As they get smaller, they may be counting faster, of course, so maybe we'll hear from Orkney and Shetland and Clackmannanshire and so on before the bigger ones. But these ones here we will be looking at. And a reminder, we're talking about what we think may happen, but have a look at this. This is where we are at the moment. We're looking for results. What's happening? 3 progressing squares means they're still thinking, they're still counting. Do we have any results yet? No, we don't. We will fill them in as soon as we do. But as Hugh said, we can look for clues. So what I've done here is ordered the council boxes by identity, by British. So if you ask people how they identify themselves, they can say, if they live in Scotland, Scottish, or Scottish and British, or just British. And here we see the councils where people say just British. Shetlands, most of all, Argyll and Bute, Edinburgh, Murray, lots of English retirees in Murray, Orkneys and so on. And down we go. Come down here with me and you'll see. And then towards the end of our vault here, you will see in the distance, very, very grey, very faded purple, Inverclyde, very heavy, strong Scottish identity. Now, it is the case that where people identify themselves as British, they are more likely to vote against independence. So we'll, again, clues, patterns is what we're looking for here. Shetlands, Argyll and Bute, Edinburgh. Edinburgh, the second biggest council, could that be voting no just on this index alone? Well, probably not, but it's worth just discussing it and airing it. One more for you. Now, this is councils by age. We also know that older people tend to be more worried about the idea of independence. You see Argyll and Bute there again. Dumfries and Galloway, more older voters there. That's on the border with England, thought likely to vote no. South Ayrshire, Eleanor Shear, Western Isles, Scottish borders, again on the border with England. Are we looking here at the no councils? Come on down the blocks with me. Let's have a look at the other end of the vault. Let's see where the fewest older people are. West Dumbartonshire, Aberdeenshire, Dundee City, thought likely to vote yes, and so on, and they grade out towards the end. Edinburgh, a very young city, towards the end there. So again, two indices we could look at, British identity and age, as a clue to which councils may vote no. But I stress, looking at the blocks earlier, those three progressing squares just remind us we don't have any numbers yet, Hugh.
We don't, Jeremy. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll have some quite soon. We mentioned Falkirk earlier, the terrain of Dennis Canavan, former Westminster MP, of course, now been chairing the Yes campaign. And Mr Canavan is with Andrew Marr in Ingliston, and let's join them now.
Thank you, Hugh. As you heard from Sarah earlier on, Dennis Canavan was a Labour MP, albeit quite a rebellious Labour MP, and he's now moved all the way over to chair the Yes campaign. He's with me now. Why did you make that journey, Dennis?
Well, I was virtually born and brought up in the Labour Party. I was a Labour MP at Westminster for 26 years, followed by 8 years as an independent member of the Scottish Parliament. I've been retired now for 7 years, and retirement gives you time to think, and I have come to the conclusion that Westminster is completely out of touch with the people of Scotland, whereas the Scottish Parliament responds far more effectively, far more positively to the wishes, the needs and the aspirations of the people of Scotland, you know, on things like the abolition of the university tuition fees.
So is this the way to get socialism in Scotland, in essence, to do it through a Yes campaign rather than through the Labour Party?
I think there would be a better chance of a left-of-centre agenda being a consensus within the people of Scotland and within the Scottish Parliament, compared to the wishy-washy, diluted nonsense that we're having to experience at Westminster, where even the leader of the opposition, Ed Miliband, is intent on continuing the Tory benefit cap, is intent on cutting further the welfare for young people, and of course keeping the Trident nuclear weapon. This is all anathema to most Scots.
So let's turn to the actual campaign tonight. You're chairman of the Yes campaign. You've heard that YouGov are calling it for no. Sarah was talking earlier on about Falkirk. You were MP for Falkirk West. Now, there are suggestions that Falkirk might vote no, which would be a huge blow, would it not, for the Yes campaign?
I think that suggestion is based upon the postal votes, right? Now, the postal votes in Falkirk, or anywhere else for that matter, they're not a representative sample of the population as a whole.
So
I spent most of the day in Falkirk, you know, going around Falkirk itself, places like Denny and Larbert and Stennismuir. A great reception, and our campaign workers are telling us, not just from Falkirk, but elsewhere up and down the country, that we are going to get a good result. And I'm still optimistic, despite these exit polls or whatever.
Your pecker is still up at this point?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm certainly not conceding, and you know, I've been campaigning for this for, well, that's a couple of years now that we set up our campaign, and I think we've built up the most successful grassroots community-based campaign that Scotland has ever seen, and I think that we can still win the famous victory.
And you don't think there are signs that things are looking a little bit bleaker for you on the Yes side than they were a couple of hours ago?
I accept a slight disappointment in that exit poll in particular, but I'm still optimistic because you know, there's no declarations of any results yet from any local authority area in Scotland. And I trust Mary Pitkitley, the returning officer, who used to be the chief executive of Falkirk Council, and I trust her to count the votes accurately.
It's a small country. Dennis Canavan and his pecker, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Back to you, Hugh.
Andy, thank you very much, and thanks to Mr Canavan too for talking to us at this stage. I wonder how they're doing in Orkney, because we were told that they were progressing pretty quickly there. And David Gray is our correspondent in Kirkwall. David, could you give us a progress report on the count there?
Certainly, Hugh. Well, we were here on 2:30 for a probable result here. I think that might be slightly earlier now. It could even be within the next 30 to 40 minutes. That's unofficial, obviously. But we're just waiting to see now. Everybody's going ahead very quickly and things are going great here. So we're hopeful that we might be there or thereabouts first.
And reading the body language of people in both camps, what is your sense of who's looking confident and who's not?
Well, this would be, Orkney would be a really tough nut for the Yes campaign to crack. I mean, this is Liberal Democrat heartland here. If they got Orkney, it would be a huge boost. I think by the looks of things, the Better Together campaign here have a spring in their step. They're looking a lot happier now than what they were 3 or 4 hours ago. And I would be surprised if there was a shock result here. But like I say, until we get the result, we don't know. But the Better Together guys are looking very happy here.
David, thank you very much for the update. Very interesting. 84% turnout, as David was saying there, in Orkney. So we may get a result there by, well, 1:30 if we're lucky. If that's the case, they may beat Clackmannanshire, but we'll see. Let's have a look at the count in Glasgow, which is such an important count. 500,000 votes just about for grabs there. And the intelligence we're getting from Glasgow is rather interesting. It is to do with some projections of the vote which are based on certain signals, and Sarah can tell us a little more as we look at these images.
We've got some intelligence from the Yes camp, excuse me. Yes sources are saying that Glasgow may have voted 54% yes, 46% no. And they're saying the mood is very flat in the Yes camp. So that would be a win for them, but obviously Yes thought they might do a little bit better than that in Glasgow. Now, these aren't the results. They haven't even finished counting yet. Nothing like. It'll be quite late before we get Glasgow. But yet the body language from Yes campaigners apparently in Glasgow is that they look a little bit disappointed by that.
Nick?
Senses of what they're hearing from the rest of the country. So Glasgow, let's state the obvious, you know, we're talking almost 500,000 votes, the biggest city, it's hugely important, be deeply disappointing to many people in the Labour Party, let alone others in the Better Together campaign, if that city has been lost to Yes. But if the other bits and bobs of rumour and count and watching are coming through, that will be compensated for the No campaign, for the Better Together, by results in other parts of the country that seem to be better for them. I just can't help noticing there, you know, we are at the centre of people coming in and out of this building, Hugh, for this programme, radio, online, other programmes as well. Let me just tell you something, without people telling you very much, No campaigners are smiling. They're the ones with a grin on the face, and Yes campaigners are saying, let's not comment till the votes are in.
Margaret, this is your patch. What's your reading?
Well, obviously I would want Glasgow to vote no for it in a majority if possible, and the votes aren't in. But there's a real sense in Glasgow of the need for change, and I absolutely understand that, you know, urgency of that for Glaswegians. My argument with them would be the best way to do that would be through the election of a Labour government at UK level. I don't necessarily thought independence would deliver that. But I would say that my experience campaigning in Glasgow was the SNP and the Yes campaign threw absolutely everything at Glasgow, and they knew they had to win Glasgow, and they knew they had to win it substantially. I think you're telling us they haven't won it enough, and I think that's partly what's going on here.
OK.
Better Together news from East Lothian as well. They're predicting a 62% win for no in East Lothian. Now, we probably thought that East Lothian might vote no by a small margin. That would be a good margin, I would say, in East Lothian. That's a prosperous middle-class area to the east of Edinburgh. A lot of Edinburgh workers commuting in there, a lot of them working in the financial industries, many of whom have given some warnings about independence. So apparently there's a positive mood among Better Together campaigners in East Lothian.
OK, let's pause for a second. That's East Lothian. Let's go to the other side of Edinburgh and look at Mid Lothian, because that's also an interesting area for us and could be indeed a bit of a strong pointer now as to which way this is going, given the other intelligence we're getting. Sam Polling, our reporter, is in Bonnyrigg for us. Sam, first of all, who's looking happy there? And secondly, what is the progress of the count?
Both of them looking happy. Everybody's keeping everything very close to their chest. I've just been and spoken to David Hamilton, who's the Labour MP here. He said he feels quietly confident, but there's still a few hours yet to go. I think Mid Lothian really is one of these areas that we need to keep a very, very close eye on tonight, Hugh. And the reason is this. When you talk about these social factors that you've been mentioning this evening, the social factors which pollsters and industry experts use to try and predict voting outcomes. And those social factors include things like how many areas there are of high levels of deprivation, low household incomes, wages, age, ethnicity makeup, gender balance, profession, previous voting history. All of these social factors used very widely by pollsters to try and predict outcome. Now, the difficulty with Midlothian is if you look at all the social factors for this area and compare them with that for the national Scottish figure, the figures sit very much either just above or just below the line as that for Scotland. So they dance very much along the same lines. Now, what does that mean? Well, what you could argue, Hugh, is that Midlothian is a local representation of a national picture. So if we extrapolate that further, does that mean that how people voted in Midlothian today is indicative of that final result in a few hours' time? Well, some people would argue that it may well be, but there's a big caveat to that, and that caveat is this. We're in uncharted waters here. We've never been here before, so how much those social factors will come into being, how much you could translate those social factors into a final result completely remains to be seen. They're interesting reading and they make for very exciting reading when pollsters get their hands on them and put their spin on them, but they really are not cold, hard facts. So we're going to have to wait for the Midlothian Declaration, which is due in a couple of hours, around about 3:30, 3:45.
3:30, 3:45. Sam, thank you very much. We look forward to that. Midlothian, the update there. Thank you very much indeed. I'm also being told that the turnout in Western Bartonshire was 87.9%. These are quite breathtaking figures. Seen nothing like it, really. If you go back to the 1951 general election, you've got a turnout of, I think, just over 81%, which is the record for the modern political era. But, you know, these are remarkable. High 80s. So it's looking as if that'll be reflected elsewhere too. My audience, our friends in the studio have been very patient. I'm going to come to Malcolm, first of all. Malcolm MacDonald. Now then, Malcolm, where are you from?
I'm from Glasgow.
From Glasgow. And you voted?
Yes.
You voted yes. OK. For Margaret's sake, because she's here for the other side, in a sentence, why did you vote yes?
I think it was very much a kind of shades of grey rather than a black and white decision. Probably started off very much in a federalist position, but found the No campaign just incredibly patronising. They were just trying to scare me. And I'd like to think I'm more intelligent than that. I'd like to think that, you know, I can see through what was quite patronising at times. You know, flying the flag over Downing Street, oh, that's going to change my vote. It's not. And the No campaign was full of that sort of thing, and the Yes campaign offered hope, it offered change, and it offered, I think, the better chance to create the society that I would want to create and that I would want to live in. And the No campaign was just so vague, and they had 2 years to put together a really coherent package of what the future would be, and they've rushed something out at the end because they've started to panic, and it's just patronising.
On that point, Mark, we haven't come to this, and I was going to bring this up anyway. You know, if you're prepared now that the polls have closed to just acknowledge that there's been a huge amount of criticism of the Better Together campaign and indeed of Scottish Labour's part in it, whether it's been too weak or unfocused, or, I mean, do you share any of that criticism now?
I don't think I'm someone who is always defensive and always will take the party line. You won't accept criticism. But I do genuinely think that's a bit unfair. And we'll obviously all reflect on this now that, you know, we're in this period. But I do think it is legitimate to actually say when, you know, someone is proposing this huge shift for your country, that you ask questions about it. You know, you do say what kind of currency we're going to have. What are the implications for jobs? What is the, you know, the future of key industries that really matter to our country? And I think sometimes people unfairly categorise that as scaremongering. I don't think that's scaremongering. Genuinely don't think that's scaremongering. I think those are reasonable questions. And sometimes, you know, when you're doing that, you may perhaps sound negative. Perhaps we should have maybe embraced it in a more positive way. But I think those are reasonable and fundamental questions to ask. And I suppose the other big difference of opinion I would have with you is, seems to me the premise of the Yes campaign was to say Britain is finished, Britain is broken, we can't get any progressive social and economic change out of Britain anymore. And I suppose I just don't believe that. I think we've got friends and allies across Britain that can help us. In fact, we need to work with in order to create the kind of social and economic change I believe in Scotland. You know, if 1 million jobs in Scotland come from our economic relationship with the rest of Britain, I want to influence that. I want to have some say of that in that, and I want to redistribute resources across Britain. So we would maybe just disagree about that, perhaps.
Thank you for raising a very important point. Janet, in the front here, thank you very much. You voted?
No.
How? You voted no. And you live where?
In Fife, in
Fife.
Dunfermline.
So it's Gordon Brown territory?
Very much so.
OK. Why did you vote no?
Well, there was 2 or 3 areas that really concerned me, and I think one of the main ones was it was about the currency. It just wasn't clear enough for me about currency, how it would affect my savings, how it would affect my pension, how it would affect business. I'm a self-employed person as well. And something else that troubled me quite a lot was the way some of the Yes campaign has been carried out. I just didn't like some of the, especially in social media, some of the really aggressive, sometimes quite vitriolic comments. And if that's people in the Yes campaign, if that's the way they behave during a campaign, it concerned me quite deeply that these might be people that could be running my country.
People aggressive on both sides, maybe, or did you think that?
No, it was, in my view, it was predominantly yes, but it was quite vitriolic.
Tell me about friends and family around you, your sense of how they were weighing up the options. I mean, the concerns that you just expressed, did you find that they were pretty widely shared or not?
Yes, certainly. Speaking to my neighbour this afternoon, just before I came through, she was exactly the same as me, a quiet no voter, not wanting to raise their head too far, but happy to be a no voter.
Thank you very much, Janet. Ben, I know you're over here. Thanks very much for waiting patiently to talk to us. Now, you, Ben, run your own firm exporting bicycles.
I do,
so
yes.
You're right in the business community. What is your perspective on independence?
Well, I voted yes. And my big worry really is that the UK is shifting very far to the right and looks like it's becoming much more Europhobic. And I think it's pretty likely that with the rise of UKIP, the UK will probably leave the EU, which has a big effect on both imports and exports. It puts up transaction costs, puts up shipping costs, it makes marketing much more difficult. And I voted yes because actually I want to stay part of Europe. And I think the UK is going to be dragging us away from that.
So, I mean, I know that I can imagine some viewers thinking, well, hang on a second, Scotland's future in the European Union has got to be in some kind of doubt, given if it's a yes vote. So, but that didn't bother you?
That didn't bother me, no, because it's in no one's interest really to have Scotland excluded from the EU. No one wins.
There's no certainty, is it?
It's no certainty, no. And it hasn't been decided yet. If there's a yes, then there's 18 months or so of negotiations to get us into Europe. But there's no way that Scotland would not qualify to be in the EU. So the question is only a technical one of how do we do the paperwork in the meantime. It's not a serious issue that
the Spanish Prime Minister thought it was more than that, didn't he?
Well, he's got his own reasons. Catalonia wants independence. He's got his own reasons for saying that. The real politic would take over if there's a yes vote. Spain wants, for example, access for its fishing boats into Scottish waters. There's no reason they wouldn't let us in.
Okay. Very interesting, Ben. Thanks very much. Willie Wilson. Thank you, Willie, for waiting patiently as well. Now, you're a retired pharmacist, yes? And you live where, sorry?
In Lindsay, near Glasgow.
Near Glasgow, OK. And I'm going to ask you which way you voted.
I voted yes.
And was that a difficult process to reach there, or were you instinctively yes from the word go?
I would have to say that I would have voted yes at any time in the last 40 years.
Right.
But my attitudes accelerated very considerably about a year ago when I realised the dangers that were facing our National Health Service. The National Health Service in Scotland has diverged from that in England very steadily and very considerably over the last 15 years. And since the Tory government, or coalition government, passed the Health and Social Care Act in England a couple of years ago, privatisation has advanced very rapidly until it's now 15% of the total NHS in England.
We've been told repeatedly, certainly by Margaret and colleagues, that the Scottish Government has plenty of control, if it wishes, over the NHS in Scotland. There may be a question about, total funding, but it can prioritise. It could even raise income tax if it wanted to protect
There is more
it.
than just a question about total funding. Mr Osborne has promised us 25 billion in austerity cuts over the next few years. Now, the Scottish Government's worked very hard over the last 4 years to protect the NHS, but all the savings have been made on the housing budget, the education and all the rest of it. The next cuts, the next round of cuts, we are told will be considerably bigger than the last round.
Do you accept, Mr Wilson, that if it's a no vote, do you accept the view that it will be another generation before this question is revisited?
That's hard to say. I think that's about as hard to say as it is to predict the result at the moment.
Well, it's good to talk to you. Thank you so much for sharing your views with us. John Doherty. John, where are you? John, thanks very much for coming along too. What is your sense of the way the debate's gone? And, well, before that, tell us how you voted.
Well, I voted no. I voted no.
And was that because you were solidly no from the start, or were you convinced by the arguments?
I don't know. I've been solidly no for the start because I look at it in kind of simplistic terms, and the Yes campaign was telling us, everything's going to be fine, don't worry about it, this is how we're going to pay for this, and and they couldn't tell us anything, they couldn't tell us what currency we were going to be using, who was going to set our interest rates and things like that. And I worry about my mortgage, I worry about how I'm going to bring my family up, I worry about the simple things in life. I'm just a workman, and I worry about the simple things in life. And you weren't getting any answers. You weren't getting any answers for the Yes side. It was all ifs and maybes and buts. Apparently we were going to live in some sort of utopia. Everything's paid for and it's going to be fantastic,
Is that your reading of the Yes campaign?
Well, basically, aye. It's, I look at it.
Some say it's a bit of a caricature, isn't it? I mean, a caricature. I'm just wondering, if at any point there was an argument by the Yes campaign to do with, Scottish people being in control of their own fates, of their own country, of their own finances, whether any of those principles appeal to you?
I would love Scotland to be an independent country. I would love Scotland to be an independent country, but the discussions that they've been having, we should have been having these things 2-3 years ago. We shouldn't be waiting right to the very last minute. We should have had these things discussed and sat down and, thrashed everything out. Where are we using the pound? Our interest rate is going to be set in the Bank of England. Even down to is the Queen still going to be head of state? We should have been thinking about these things 2 or 3 years ago. We shouldn't be waiting right up to the very end. And I think the campaign, I think it became quite bitter. See these last couple of weeks. Yeah. I think it's became quite bitter. We're all Scots here. We shouldn't be bickering amongst ourselves.
John, I'm going to thank you very much for those comments. Jackie, if I interrupt you, Jackie, we may have a result from Clackmannanshire, so I'm not going to be rude if I'm interrupting as we go through. So, Jackie Stockdale, I'm just wondering whether at this point you can tell us how you voted.
I voted yes.
And you're from Glasgow, aren't you?
Yeah,
Which region of Glasgow?
Gorbals.
What was your sense of the campaign? And did you start with an open mind, or were you instinctively knowing that you were yes from the start?
I was instinctively for independence. My original thought before we realised that we weren't going to have the Devo Max option was that perhaps that was a better approach to independence because it was more gradual. But given a choice between the two, I was going to go for independence.
Okay.
So that's basically from the start.
Do you agree with the view that the campaign got a bit nasty at times? And if you do, whose fault was that?
Well, to be honest with you, in a situation like this, it is really, really difficult to quantify exactly who was the worst because everybody's experiences were the same. as strongly as this lady in front of me's experiences were that the Yes campaign were aggressive, my experience of the Yes campaign that it was not aggressive. And me and my friends, for instance, last Saturday, went up to, travelled up Sauchiehall Street on a rickshaw. My kids were getting lifted on and lifted off, and we were all taking it in turns, and we were all singing, "We still love you even if you're no." We were shaking hands with no supporters. Just last night, the guy on the bike, the wonderful guy from the No campaign who raises loads of money for York Hill Hospital, we were trying to get our photographs taken with him. So from my experience, it hasn't been negative at all. But at the end of the day, politics is like that. People will be, you will have those pockets on either side, and to try and quantify it and accuse one side of being more aggressive than the other simply isn't fair on either side.
Do you think there's some basis for the fear that, some people will be very disappointed with the outcome, whichever side it is, and that could raise questions about how people get on in future? Do you think those fears are misplaced?
Well, there is division in politics, that's a reality, and people are getting introduced to politics now, and unfortunately that is the reality of politics, is that people divided, but then something else happens and you move on at the end of the day. So I think to try and inflate that into something that it isn't, largely through the media. I mean, I saw something in the Daily Mail saying something about they were having to hire extra police to man the polling stations, for goodness sake. I mean, that's ridiculous. What an impression that there must be of us down south if that's what people are thinking. It was nothing like that, really. I mean...
it's good to end on a positive note and say, no, it's been nothing like that. It's been exemplary. All very well organised. Can I thank you all very much? I mean, you've done a long shift for us now. It's 1:20, so I'm really grateful. And I think if we let you go, there may be something a little stronger than a herbal tea waiting for you. So thank you very much, and we hope that whatever your view, you're content with the result. Thanks for joining us. It's very good to see you. Margaret, interesting, isn't it? Again, just, from all of them, a sense of real engagement and, again, a very sophisticated take on politics, because it's a great thing to see.
Yes, indeed. And I was so tempted to answer back on some of these issues. And I thought, no, the campaign's over. You voted, I could maybe relax a bit. And still very serious issues here. I mean, I would disagree with some of it, obviously. I would say there is one thing, absolutely, I think you've put a very clear argument, the last lady who spoke. But there is a sense that people feel we are a divided country. And we all have to work very, very hard, I think, to pull things together. I mean, that came up on the doorsteps a lot. And I think we're going to have to find our common ground. We're going to have to reach out to those of us who voted differently. And I think, the political class need to show some leadership. I think once Scotland has decided, whatever it's decided, we respect that decision. And we're going to make our country a better place. Because it's action, not... We've had a long conversation about this. We've made a decision. Now we start having to do some things to actually make our country a better place, I think.
Margaret, thank you. Let's have a look at Clackmannanshire, because I'm hoping that they'll be with us quite soon. What's the time? 1:20. Well, yeah, we might be in luck. And Sarah, just again, Clackmannanshire, just set it in context for us. What will be significant there?
Yes, would expect to do quite well here, I would think. This is an area which has some tradition of voting SNP. It's not a terribly well-off area, quite a lot of working-class voters, the kind of place where, yes, Labour voters, traditional Labour voters, people who voted for Labour in the past, might have been tempted to the yes side. We've heard predictions that as many as a third of Labour voters might be tempted to vote yes if they're going to it, maybe in places like Clackmannanshire, but also there is already a bedrock of SNP support there. So we would expect a pretty decent result for yes there. As we're waiting for that, I'll tell you one interesting thing. Labour MP John McDonnell says tonight, now the polls have closed, I can say it, never again should Labour go in with the Tories in a campaign coalition. This was at times an uncomfortable coalition when you had Labour and Conservatives on the same platform together. It allowed Yes Scotland to say they're all in bed with the Tories, tar them all with a Westminster brush, try and hang some unpopular Tory policies around some Labour politicians' necks. And there's an MP coming out saying that should never happen again.
Well, I'm bound to ask you.
No, I mean, I think that misunderstands what exactly was happening in Scotland. For every time someone said to me, why are you campaigning alongside the Tories? I often said, and I would have said to Patrick Harvie, were he still here, why are you campaigning alongside Brian Souter, who is notorious in Scotland for launching campaigns against gay rights progressing.
It's not quite as notorious as David Cameron and George Osborne in
I
Scotland,
don't know about that. Genuinely. I think Brian Souter is quite a controversial character in Scotland. And I think it's the logic of constitutional politics. That's where with such a binary choice, you have a coalition, and a very broad coalition on one side and a very broad coalition on the other.
But Margaret,
and that's
what
the logic.
What it allowed your opponents to do in the Yes campaign is say, here is the political establishment. They even invented, in effect, the phrase Westminster politics.
Yeah.
You know, in other words, these people were representative of a foreign place, Westminster. Instead of saying they were UK politicians or indeed representatives of the party, which historically has been so powerful in Scotland, the Labour Party, they were dismissed as, I heard them called the three amigos, the three old Etonians, as if all these three leaders of the Tory, Labour and Liberal Democrat parties were somehow identical. And that must have been hugely damaging for you.
No, I think they tried to do that. I don't know if it always succeeded at all. Maybe it did succeed.
Did you look at the opinion poll trust ratings comparing David Cameron and Ed Miliband?
No, I haven't seen that particular.
Now, you might think in Scotland, let's remember, we're talking about in Scotland, you would think that the leader of the UK Labour Party would have rather higher trust ratings than the leader of the UK Conservative Party. Not the case. In two opinion polls in this election, we saw 21% in a YouGov, 22.3%, I think
There's
it was.
an issue there, There's an issue there, isn't
I'll answer, and I think the challenge to you directly would be, if we vote no tonight and we're in a 2015 general election, I think you'll find a lot more support for UK leadership and a UK party getting into government, Labour government getting into power, than any Tory government. I think the Yes campaign worked very hard to try and pretend Labour and the Tories were the same. In fact, some people, and I think maybe some of your people here, one of the big reasons they said to us was, we want Labour back in power. I'm tempted to vote yes because I want Labour back in power in Scotland.
Okay.
It wasn't necessarily an anti-Labour thing, and I don't think that always worked the way people were
Thanks very much. I'm just going to talk about one turnout that's come in. There it is on the screen. I think this is interesting, Sarah. Dundee, where the SNP is very strong, very big hopes there of an extremely strong performance by the Yes campaign, 79%. Now, of course, if this was a normal election night, 79% would be remarkable. But in the context of this remarkable referendum, that's much lower. In fact, I think it's 10% lower than Clackmannanshire.
Alex Salmond described Dundee as Scotland's yes city. He was convinced that that was going to be the city that decisively voted yes in this referendum. Now, of course, that turnout doesn't tell us that Dundee isn't going to vote yes, but it does suggest that that huge enthusiasm that there was to get registered and to turn out to the polls, which we assumed was coming from yes supporters, that the reason that people were making such an effort to get out was because they were determined to vote yes. We may have been wrong about that. The quiet no's, as one of the audience described them earlier, may have been turning out in greater force in some parts of the country and fewer yes supporters in Dundee.
Let's pause. Let's go to Clackmannanshire.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We're now ready to declare the statement of local totals for Clackmannanshire. I, Elaine McPherson, Counting Officer appointed for the Clackmannanshire Council local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on 18 September 2014, hereby certify and declare 1. The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Clackmannanshire Council area is 35,410. The turnout is 88.6%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 16,350. No, 19,036. Rejected papers 24. The reasons for rejection are as follows. Want of an official mark 0. Voting in favour of both answers 7. Writing or mark by which voters could be identified.
Our first result in at 27 minutes past 1 in the morning in this Scottish independence referendum, and it is the smallest local authority, it's Clackmannanshire, voting no. And there it is for you. 19,000 votes for the no campaign, 16,350 for the yes campaign. A huge turnout of 89% in Clackmannanshire. Let's have a look at the percentage of the vote, just to underline the margin. 54% voting no, 46% voting yes, a 12% margin Very healthy 12% margin for the No campaign in our first result from Clackmannanshire. And Sarah, what do we make of that?
That's a bit of a surprise, I would say. I would say no campaigners will be very cheered by that. Predictions were that Clackmannanshire was probably more likely to be a yes. It's an area which does have a tradition of some SNP support. It has a large number of people who might feel rather disenfranchised, that they've been shortchanged by Westminster governments, that they would have every reason to vote for substantial change, but they haven't. Clackmannanshire has voted to stay part of the union, and I think that will give a lot of cheer to no campaigners.
I think it will give a lot of cheer, because look what happened at the Better Together headquarters when they heard that. The Better Together headquarters responding to the first result from Clackmannanshire. And Margaret, for you, a broad smile as well at that point.
Well, you know, this is an historic moment. It's a seminal moment for Scotland. This is the first declaration, you know, and it is quite an emotional moment, I think, for us, because we are beginning to decide on this great, you know, event in our history. And I am pleased with this. This is an important result. I think that Yes campaign should have expected to do better than that, and I do think the No campaign has done it unexpectedly well, because I do think the arguments were getting across.
It's one result. There are 31 to go. And I'm just going to say we're going to be cautious, as we always are. But are you reading anything more into that? Are you going to say to us that that tells you, if the result there is a 12% margin for Clackmannanshire for your campaign, are you saying that that leads you to believe you're in a very strong position now?
I think it's indicative of perhaps a better night than I had that might otherwise be, but I don't like to be presumptuous. I'm superstitious. I don't like going down there.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to call in Professor John Curtis from Strathclyde, who is our resident expert, and he's with our team of experts on the upper level here in Broadcasting House in Glasgow. John, can you talk us through Clackmannanshire as you see it?
Well, just a small correction, first of all, Hugh. It's an 8% lead for the no side in Clackmannan, not 12. I think two things come out of this. The first is, I think, a few weeks ago, Yes would have been quite pleased with 46 in Clackmannan. And I certainly don't think the outcome there contradicts the story of recent opinion polls, that we are looking at probably quite a tight race. That said, however, I think Sarah is absolutely correct. This is probably somewhere when one would have expected the Yes side to do somewhat better than average across Scotland as a whole. They will therefore be rather disappointed at only getting 46% of the vote. But as we've also emphasised, this is a relatively small part of Scotland. It's not, at the end of the day, going to weigh a great deal in the overall result. And if indeed this result were to be counterbalanced by better results for Yes in larger authorities, we might not be putting quite so much weight on Clackmannan as we are inevitably doing so at the moment.
We heard earlier some very confident noises from Glasgow from Better Together, John. Do they tally with what you may have been hearing?
Well, as I understand it, it is thought that the Yes side are ahead in Glasgow, but the kind of figures that were being talked about around, 53, 54, 55% mark, again, are probably not on the scale that the Yes side would be hoping for, if indeed they're heading for victory across Scotland, though, again, crucially, probably they are good enough to suggest that this is indeed a relatively tight referendum, rather than a referendum that the No side are going to win comfortably.
John, thanks very much. We'll be back with you in a short while. John Curtis there. And yes, can I just apologise? 46% to Yes, 54% to No in Clackmannanshire. Even with my maths, I should be able to work out that is 8% and not 12%. So apologies for that, but good of John to pick me up on it. Nick.
Interestingly, in line with that last opinion poll, almost exactly in line with that last opinion poll, the YouGov poll that showed about an 8% lead there. Remember, and if you're used to watching UK general elections, you have to keep reminding yourself of this. The areas we're hearing aren't identical in size. They're massively different. There are 12 Clackmannanshires before you get to a Glasgow, in other words. They're hugely different. And the other obvious thing to remember, sorry, it's probably familiar to Scottish viewers, but maybe not to everybody else, every vote counts equally. It's not like you're electing an MP for Clackmannanshire and that one is equal to one somewhere else. All of them are just total votes are being added up together. So it's a sign, though. It's certainly a sign that the smiles we've seen on No faces, on the No campaigners' faces, that's the sort of reason you're seeing them. Now, let's note, though, If you'd said that result 6 months ago, there would be no smiles on those faces at all. They would have said, don't be ridiculous. Well, the yes campaign will get nowhere near this sort of figure in an area like Clackmannanshire. They're only smiling out of pure relief, because about a week or 10 days ago, they briefly thought, my God, we're going to lose something that almost nobody on the no-cat side had thought 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months ago.
And that raises a very interesting question about whether or not people have changed their minds in the last week or so, when we've seen Gordon Brown arrive in the campaign in a blaze of fury, making promises about strict timetables for more powers to be delivered to Scotland. All three UK party leaders rushing up to Scotland, signing a pledge, making a vow that they'll deliver more powers to Scotland in what looked like a rather last-minute desperate rush. We don't know at this point whether that succeeded. If it did, is it because people changed their minds in the last few minutes, or was it never as close as they feared it was? Because there was a moment when they really did think it was very close indeed.
Leslie Riddick is with us, the broadcaster and journalist. Good to have you with us, Leslie. Thanks for coming in. Your reading so far?
Well, this is impossible, and everyone will keep saying that. I mean, it's a tiny group that we've heard from Clackmannanshire. It's hard to know because we haven't had a referendum before for a very long time, where you would expect loyalties to lie. And I think it's absolutely true that people have been shuffling backwards and forwards between yes and no to a kind of, you might think, baffling degree if you thought that voters tended to normally be herdable. You know, people in the past, you would expect in classic elections, you would expect people to roughly cohere to what they previously tended to vote. But actually, my experience, I don't know if Margaret's found the same, is that people have really been kind of going across all sorts of lines. So it's very hard to know. I mean, I've spent the day in a Yes shop in Edinburgh, and the place was constantly humming, constantly busy. But then the Yes side's been much more voluble, much more out there, much more persuasive, because it's had to be, and that absolutely doesn't necessarily add up to an advantage at the polls.
I know Clackmannanshire is, relatively small, and I know that, we should be very careful about drawing lots of lessons. But would you have expected the Yes campaign to have won there? Or, I mean, what is your sense of that result? And does it allow us to say anything?
Well, it may be worth saying, although it sounds probably a bit petty tonight, that I'm actually not within the sort of political firmament of all of this. And actually, that's a very important part of the Yes campaign, because it became a movement somewhere along the line, and it's larger now than just the SNP or so on.
Understood.
So actually, most of us don't really have that analysis of thinking Clackmannanshire was meant to go that way. And whilst a lot of people around the BBC here tonight are sitting looking at all their mobile phones with the incoming messages from perhaps 1% here, 1% everywhere else, most, if pardon me, normal people who've been involved in this are just... It's all right, Margaret, you're normal too, but you know what I mean? Most punters who've just come into this for the first time, really, are looking at it in a more holistic way than that, and will just be sensing the vibe that they've had for the last few days.
Yes, Nick, sorry.
Peter Johnson, who's the leader of the SNP on West Lothian Council, has just accepted that they have lost the vote there, so that No will win West Lothian. That's according to him. We haven't got the numbers in yet, but he's conceding defeat and describing it as disappointing.
Again, Leslie, on that, I mean, I'm just, you've made the point about your place in the firmament, but would those be unduly disappointing outcomes at this point?
Well, I think probably West Lothian is disappointing because Fiona Hislop, who's the Culture Secretary, that is her
She was there earlier, yeah.
So I'd imagine she would have hoped that was going to go the different way, yes.
Margaret, your thoughts?
West Lothian, let's not forget, birthplace of Alex Salmond, in Linlithgow, birthplace of Mary, Queen of Scots. Scotty from Star Trek is from Linlithgow as well, but West Lothian...
It's Tam Diel's territory.
Very knowledgeable.
But
I mean, that's a strong SNP area. If they've lost that, they would be very disappointed.
Yeah.
I take Leslie's point about she's not a political pundit or, doesn't quite see it as a party person the way I would. But there are trends, I think, beginning to be seen here. And in a sense, as we see some of the arguments about how the polls have shifted in the last few days, and I do think we are beginning to see something of West Lothian now, as is indicating the way that you are. Because I would have thought the SNP stroke Yes campaign would need to make those kind of gains if they were to win this. But again, I'm not presumptuous, and who knows, other parts of the country could be very, very different, because you're right, it's, areas vote differently. It's not like a general election.
And if it is moving in that direction, do you think the tide has turned in the last few days? Did Better Together finally get their message through when they changed tack and got Gordon Brown and the promises of more devolution to the fore? Or was there a quiet no all along?
Well, I think Gordon Brown's been around the campaign a bit longer than you've implied. I do think he's had an impact.
He made speeches beforehand, but he has been front and centre of the campaign for the last fortnight in a way he certainly had not been in the months previous.
Well,
it changed, didn't it?
Maybe I felt it was there, but I take that point. And he had a remarkable impact on the campaign. You know, I heard his speech at the last rally, and as I said to some of the younger people there, that's a speech you will quote. You will say you were at this rally to hear that speech.
Let's pause for a second, Margaret. Can we have a look to see what's going on in Orkney? Because just want to peep at the images there. Well, there's no one on stage, so I am told, however, that Orkney is, well, in that famous word on election night, imminent, or at least expected shortly. So if we get something from Orkney, we'll be back right away. But let's talk a little more about the Clackmannanshire result. And we're going to join Andrew Marr, who is at Ingleston. And Andrew, tell us a little more about the impact of that Clackmannanshire verdict. Andrew?
Well, Hugh, you said Clackmannanshire was it's not small, it's tiny. However, I think we are now beginning to see the narrative of the evening unfold, because Clackmannanshire is somewhere the Yes campaign really ought to have won, given its SNP background, given its relative deprivation, given its history. I would have expected Clackmannan to vote yes, and it hasn't. I think that's very important. I think what Nick was saying as well about the central belt of Scotland is very important. These are areas where Labour recently has become used to the SNP stealing the dinner off their table. It doesn't seem to be going that way. But I'd like to take issue with one point that's been raised. I'm not sure, with the greatest of respect to Gordon Brown, that it's all about Gordon Brown in the final days. I think this has been very much dominated by that YouGov poll in the Sunday Times, which sent shockwaves across the unionist community in Scotland, absolutely horrified people, electrified lots of people into voting, and I think some of these high turnouts are actually unionists turning out. We've always assumed that a high turnout would be good for the yes vote, but beyond a certain level, it may well be very good for the no vote. I think that's what's beginning to happen in Scotland tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it is there's an old saying in journalism that the most interesting poll is usually the wrongest poll because it's the one that's out of line with others. That poll that showed yes ahead, bear in mind there was one poll in the entirety of 2 years of campaigning showed yes ahead, could have been just wrong. Yeah. It might not be that anything changed, it might just have been wrong. But it certainly was not helpful to the Yes campaign. They needed it to creep up on possible people. What they didn't need is a mighty great shockwave which went out not just over this country but the whole of the United Kingdom. Of course, leaders came up from London, campaigners got their act together. There was that attempt then to have a timetable on what was said about the alternative offer that would be made in the event of a no vote in terms of extra powers to the Scottish Parliament, all because of that no. All because of that poll,
okay.
I'm sorry.
So on the outcome so far, just to unpick a little more of those figures, let's join Jeremy Vine again.
OK, Hugh, let's take a look at our scoreboard then and just see the one result we've got so far, which is Clackmannanshire, which you've been talking about. No vote, 54%. So just come over here with me and we'll have a look at the map and just work out exactly where Clackmannanshire is on the map of Scotland. If you can't place it for any reason, let's just as you can see, just flashing there in the red, just above Edinburgh. Come this way and we will have a look at some of the information about Clackmannanshire, starting with the actual result. And as you can see, as Andrew Marr was saying, not small but tiny council, 19-odd thousand no's there, and the yes is behind with 16,300 odd votes. So a victory for the no's in Clackmannanshire. To what extent was that a surprise or out of line? Leslie was saying in the studio, well, it's very difficult to parse all of these different factors, but let's just have a look at Clackmannanshire here and see where it is in the 2014 European elections. So here we have 2014 European election results. You can see that the SNP in Clackmannanshire was the largest party in that result. And I'll show you here the figures that we had just earlier this year. So you can see how the parties were arranged in the 2014 local elections. SNP percentage there, you can see 33%. Labour just behind on 31. So Labour, if Labour's support base was galvanised by Gordon Brown and so on in the last week, there's quite a lot of votes that they can call on. Way behind, 13% Conservatives, 10% UKIP, the Greens and the Lib Dems. So that was the result in the 2014 European elections in Clackmannanshire. So let's just bring up on this, if we can, these European election results again. We were thinking, weren't we, that the councils coloured yellow in early 2014 in those European elections, maybe they were most inclined to go yes to independence, but they haven't. This Clackmannanshire hasn't, so far as we can see at this stage. Councils now by social grade. Take a look at this. We showed you this earlier. This was another indicator because of the correlation between poorer voters and people voting yes. The thought that if you've got more manual workers, if you've got more people on benefits, you have more yes votes. Here we have, these are the ones with most Ds and Es. Inverclyde, North Ayrshire, West Dunbartonshire, Glasgow and Clackmannanshire there. So again, on that register of poorer voters, you would expect to see Clackmannanshire voting yes, but it hasn't done. I'll show you just a histogram here, a graph showing the measures of the social breakdown, if you like, in this tiny council. It's one of the reasons it's come in so early, so relatively fewer votes being counted there. Let's have a look. A's and B's here, professional managerial classes. The purple column is Clackmannanshire, 16% below the Scottish average, which is the blue column. Then you go to C1s and C2s, and this is maybe middle management or working class, middle class people, more so in the middle area socially. Still lagging behind the rest of Scotland. And then you see here in the Ds and Es that we're talking about, poorer voters, Clackmannanshire 32%, a little way ahead of the Scottish average. Just to illustrate the fact that, yes, there are poorer voters in this in Clackmannanshire, and it has gone no, and that's rather against what we thought we would see, which was a correlation between lower social economic groups and a yes vote. Hugh, back to you.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Some incredible turnout figures, let me tell you. Stirling, 90%. Never seen anything like it. East Renfrewshire, I think, is actually even higher. Is it 90.5%? So Stirling at 90.1 and East Renfrewshire at 90.5. So they're the highest we've seen so far, but they are remarkable figures there, aren't they? And again, it's interesting to pick up from Andrew Marr's point earlier, and Nick can come in on this too, that what this remarkable turnout might reflect is something that possibly some of the pollsters hadn't factored in either. Who's actually part of this big turnout? It's people who are voting possibly for the Union.
Oh yeah, the Better Together campaign got a huge jolt, but so did all kinds of no voters. And you overheard conversations all over the country after that poll came out. People saying, where do I get a poster? What do I do? How do I join in? People's Facebook and social media activity. What a real jolt of electricity went through no supporters when they got that poll. And you could see the Yes campaign were very uncomfortable about it. They liked being the underdogs. They liked the idea that they were the ones who had to push to get their vote out, that they were struggling against the establishment to make some kind of revolutionary change happen. They were very uncomfortable for that brief moment when it looked like they were in the ascendancy.
It's interesting in the pattern, it may be that John Curtis can tell us more about this, but in the pattern of turnout, it isn't consistently high in yes areas or low in yes areas. So Dundee, you were mentioning earlier, Hugh, surprisingly, I mean low, high in normal terms, yeah, but lower than the other. But there are a whole series of other yes areas, in the sense of places expected to be yes, have very high turnouts, higher than some of the no expected areas. So at the moment, there isn't a consistent pattern, I think, that would allow us to simply read into the idea that the extra turnout is all no voters.
Yeah. Leslie, your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I hear the narrative and yet I hear something missing from it because as far as I'm concerned, the last 2 weeks after that 51% poll produced the most extraordinary series of threats and kind of shaking the world type pronouncements. We had everything here from banks moving to jobs going to food prices rising. The Loch Ness Monster was reported to have been seen south of the border. You know, you'd need to have been a pretty calm person not to have been rattled by that. And whilst I hear everything you're saying, the movements of Gordon Brown and the kind of potential ricochet from that, the galvanising of the vote and so on, it was certainly the case that people suddenly felt quite threatened, actually, by the British establishment. And that is quite a scary thing to behold in the way that we did in those 2 weeks.
But we were never absolutely sure what effect that was going to have, because there was such a huge movement, so many big businesses and banks coming out. So doom-laden were the threats, and Alex Salmond said they're not only throwing the kitchen sink, they're throwing most of the living room at us. You did wonder if Scots actually were going to step back and say, hang on, if you're all telling us that we can't do this, we might just go ahead and do it to prove you wrong.
This is again what the difficulty was. You're all saying this. There was one supermarket. It turned into supermarkets plural. You could have talked to Morrison's, who thought food prices would go down.
There were 5 big banks who came out and said that they would move their headquarters.
But what I'm trying to do is just have some accuracy in the numbers, because it started to get swept up into everybody's going to be out of here, there's going to be no jobs left. And that was never what was the truth in that 2 weeks. But it was easily made to sound it.
Margaret?
Well, I don't agree with that, because first of all, I think the Yes campaign moved to dismiss those voices so swiftly, as if they just lumped them into the scaremongering kind of politically motivated voices trying to shift the vote. And I don't think it was as simple as that. These were serious economic voices telling truths to people. And I think the fact the Yes campaign couldn't answer any of that was very serious. I mean, I was in my constituency in the East End of Glasgow, and I had people say to me, oh, and it was about the share price falling. That Friday, the share price fell in terms of the YouGov poll, and people were saying, that's worrying. Something's happening here. And it's not just a political campaign. It is how the market's responding. The pound fell. People did feel the financial implications of voting for independence were very, very serious in their lives. And I think the failure of the Yes campaign, if it is to be that, let's not be, again, presumptuous, if it is to be that, they never came to terms with the fact they didn't have the economic plan, and that worked for people. And I think that's partly what galvanised the no vote in light of that, because people were saying that, you know, our jobs, our futures could be in jeopardy, because that was fundamentally not addressed by the Yes campaign. They were, as Gordon Brown said, taking us into an economic minefield with an economic trapdoor. And that's not what people like. That's not what people like.
But at least, actually, the yes side of it, the SNP at least, have a plan. I mean, I would have thought at least part of the market jitter was because we know the UK government has done no contingency planning whatsoever. And the minute we got a 51% vote, it was obvious that there could well be an independent Scotland. For the first time, everyone woke up to that. Now, then you woke up to the fact that the UK government hadn't prepared for it, would have no pre-negotiations involved in it, and so suddenly you had a pretty sticky mess looming. And I would suggest that's at least as much as what the mechanics of what was happening.
Let's pause there. Margaret, you may be leaving us, so can I just say, if you do, we thank you for coming along. It's been nice to have you with us. Leslie's staying with us. We're going straight to Westminster. Let's join Andrew Neil again.
Hugh, thanks for that. We see the Glasgow turnout 75%, which is lower than the average as well. I've got Polly Toynbee and Danny Finkelstein with me. Danny, if it is a no vote, Mr Miliband and Mr Cameron have got to deliver on their promise of more home rule for Scotland, but Mr Cameron has to deal with a lot of backbenchers and even cabinet ministers who are unhappy if he does that in isolation. He's got to say something for England as well. Actually, what does he tell them?
Well, actually, I think there are fundamental policy problems, but I don't think there's a political problem on the English powers. So the policy problem is not the English Parliament or English MPs for English laws. It's the question of who the executive is. Who actually...
You mean who the English executive is?
Yes, who the English executive is. And that's a serious policy problem. The political problem, I think, will turn out to be more the money. In other words, I think the Conservative Party will probably cohere around English votes for English laws. David Cameron will probably offer them that. Don't think he'll have a problem with doing that.
But English votes for English laws is not an English executive.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. So he will have a policy problem as to once he's created the idea of English votes for English laws, there is a policy problem for everybody, and obviously as Prime Minister it'll be most serious for him, as to who takes the executive office in England. And he'll have to sort that out. Is
this what we're talking about now? Are we effectively talking about a separate government for England?
Well, if you have English votes for English laws, it creates an interesting policy problem. Yeah. If there's a Labour government in the United Kingdom, but an English majority in England, who runs the NHS in England?
Where does this... If who speaks for England is now becoming the issue south of the border, where does this leave Mr Miliband and the Labour Party?
Well, first of all, if it's no, an incredible sense of relief. It makes all the difference to Labour. It really matters, much more than it matters to Conservatives. Half the Conservative Party would have been quite pleased to have got rid of all of those Labour MPs. It makes it far more likely that Labour can win the next election and subsequent elections. So I think that will be the overwhelming sense. After that, it's quite plain that what we need is a constitutional convention where these things can be hammered out. We don't have a constitution. We have a series of barnacles with no boat. We need to have a proper discussion about all of these things. Pull on one bit of thread and the whole lot unties.
As we were discussing earlier, when you do that, there's no way you're going to meet Gordon Brown's timetable. But I'm still not clear. The unhappiness on the Tory backbenches about how Home Rule was given away without any consultation or any talk about what it would mean for the rest of the UK is palpable. It goes into the Cabinet. Now, I ask again, I'm told the Prime Minister may speak as early as 7 o'clock tomorrow morning with a statement, not just on the Scottish result, but on what it means for the rest of the UK. What does he have to say to keep his backbenchers online?
Well, I think I don't think he's going to have a problem aligning himself with the backbenchers on English votes for English laws, because he will believe that himself, and I'm sure that's what he will say. And so
but they're also cross about the Barnett formula, because a number of Conservatives have said, well, we don't mind Scotland getting these extra tax powers, that's fine if that's what they want, and also it will mean the end of the Barnett formula. Mr Cameron, through Mr Brown, has promised them extra tax powers and the Barnett formula.
Okay, I think the extra tax powers was something that the Conservative Party and that the whole Better Together campaign has been talking about for months. But you're quite correct in saying the two things where the No camp was accused of panicking, which were the Barnett formula, or better put, the Scottish financial settlement, and the question of the timetable. Both of those are very tricky problems.
So he has problems with the
absolutely
backbenchers.
No, on those questions. But I think
these are the questions.
No, but they're not, because there are three questions. The other question is the question of fundamental powers. I think he's got less problem on that front. There are tricky policy issues but less problem
George Osborne has a real problem. If the Barnett formula, which gives the Scots 19% more per capita, that really, we've already heard this evening, the Welsh are going to be complaining, the English are going to be complaining.
North of England doesn't like it.
But North of England. But above all, what's happened is we've broken the bounds of Osborne's austerity. If Scotland are allowed to break the bounds with their own tax, their own spending, everybody else is going to say, well, does that mean we have to have less because we've got to stay within this tight straitjacket that George Osborne has laid out? If that's the case, that's just not going to be acceptable.
English votes for English laws is going to be a fundamental political problem for the Labour Party. How are they going to win the majorities in England to govern England? So, and the question of austerity is a question about borrowing powers, which almost certainly will stay with the United Kingdom.
How does Labour answer that? If you can only get your English manifesto through on English votes, that's a real problem for a potential Miliband government, which could be in power because of Scottish votes.
Virtually every previous time that Labour has won an election, it has won in England as well. So we don't know that that's going to happen.
England and Wales.
So we don't know that that's going to happen. It's a possibility if it's very tight, but it might well not happen. Labour might well win, quite enough.
But if it doesn't?
But even if it doesn't, there are still big questions, because when you look at health and you look at education, there are a lot of grey areas around. Well, if it's about how much money goes into those, well, that's also a Scottish question too. The sum of money that's going, when you look at the block grant for health, for education, notionally, that affects them.
Well, we've had two Labour MPs, Mr Denham and Miss Abbott, saying tonight that English matters have got to be decided with England. If it's good enough for Scotland, it's good enough for England. Where does this leave the authority of Ed Miliband, who did not have a great campaign, who had very little cut-through in Scotland, and who, for some Labour MPs, it's kind of reinforced their worst fears about his leadership qualities?
I think it leaves him in a much stronger position, because the fear was that all of these Labour votes were going to go for yes, and in fact, if Better Together, it's still a very... It's
Gordon Brown that did it, not Ed Miliband.
Not necessarily. There's no evidence for that, whatever. I mean, I think he was part of it. I think the idea that there is a social democratic across-the-border togetherness was quite a strong part of it too. Very strong anti-Tory.
The implication of no English votes for English laws are far more fundamental for the Labour Party. That's just maths.
Back to Scotland decides.
Andrew, thank you very much, and thanks to the guests too. OK, where are we? Let's have a tally, because the tally really involves just one result, actually. We have one result in so far, and here we are. at the headquarters of BBC Scotland in Glasgow, Pacific Quay. So far, the result in from Clackmannanshire, and it's 16,350 to yes and 19,036 to no. That's the only result we have. But having said that, we have some more turnouts for you, and they vary quite a bit, actually, from 75% in Glasgow, which, again, is on the low side, given the figures that we were reporting elsewhere. Aberdeen at around 80%. And Eastern Bartonshire, I think, now breaks the record we have this evening at 91%. So varying from 75% to 91%. We are thinking that the average national turnout for all of Scotland is around 85%. Don't hold me to that. That's the calculation we're making at the moment, but we'll be able to firm that up a little later. But it is still a remarkable reflection on where we are. Lord Forsyth is with us, Michael Forsyth, former Secretary of State for Scotland. Thanks for coming in, Michael. It's good to see you. You were making the point, to be fair, that when you were fighting elections for Westminster, 80% turnouts were not unusual.
Yeah, in Stirling we used to get 83%, but then it was a close-run fight, and every vote counted. And that's true in this referendum campaign. What we've seen latterly, certainly since I left politics, is the politicians concentrate on the marginal seats. The pollsters tell them to concentrate on specific dividing issues. And of course the voters think, well, what's the point? And so the turnout has fallen. In this campaign, everybody knows that their vote really matters. And the division between yes and no is pretty clear. So it's been very exciting. But there's a phrase from Burns, "O wad some power the gift to gie us, to see ourselves as others see us." And I think the political class, and I include my own party in this, really ought to take a lesson from this referendum campaign, because the one thing that came out on the doorsteps was the utter cynicism there is about politics and politicians, and the lack of trust. And that needs to be repaired. And actually this campaign, whichever way the result turns, I think is an opportunity for people to think very carefully about what that means to the organisation of our constitution in the future.
How does a political class rebuild or regain trust?
Well, I think, I mean, I was against devolution because I thought it would lead to this. But you can't have, whatever it's going to be, 46 or 47% of the people in Scotland not being satisfied with the present arrangement and not make radical changes which go well beyond the cobbled together vow that was...
We'll pause there, Michael, because I think we're going to Orkney.
Number of ballot papers counted in the Scottish independence referendum in the Orkney Islands area is 14,907. The turnout is 83.7%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 4,883. No, 10,004. Rejected, 20. The reasons for rejection are as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting in favour of both answers, 2. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 5. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 13.
OK, so we have our second result in from Orkney, and it is a pretty hefty win for the No campaign there. 10,000 votes to the No campaign, and for Better Together, and 4,883 to the Yes campaign. A turnout of 83.7% in Orkney. That's our second result. Let's have a look at the figures then, just to put them on screen for you so that we can have a look at the figures. There we are, 4,883 to the yes, just over 10,000 to the no, turnout of just under 84%. And I think that really is, well, you were suggesting earlier, Sarah, that Orkney was never going to vote yes.
Orkney was never really in doubt. This is very, very solid Liberal Democrat territory. In fact, it's about the only part of Scotland, Orkney and the Shetland Islands, that are still solid Lib Dem territory. That's where the Secretary of State for Scotland, Alistair Carmichael, is the Westminster MP. They have 2 MSPs, the only 2 constituency MSPs left SPs in the Scottish Parliament left in Scotland. The Liberal Democrats, it's very interesting, we had an election in 2011 here after they had gone into coalition government in Westminster, and they did very, very badly indeed. They lost 12 seats, they lost all of their mainland constituencies. The only heartlands they have left are Orkney and Shetland, so it's not really a surprise that they voted no.
OK. Leslie, your thoughts on that?
Yes, I agree with that completely. I was up in Orkney, actually, quite recently, opening a shop in the main street, a Yes shop, which was kind of seen as a staggering achievement, that actually there would even be a shop in the main street there that would kind of give itself over to the Yes campaign. So, I mean, I'm sure that people will be disappointed they didn't get a better result, but it won't come as a huge surprise.
OK, so that means that we've had 2 results in. Why don't we have a look then, just to have a look at our main Scotland tally with 2 results in, 30 to go, because we have a total of 32 before we can say that this night is over. And there you have it. It's so far, it's a margin for the nose. But it's very early, and at this stage, Nick, I think it's fair to say we are still looking to places like Glasgow and eventually Edinburgh to give us the kind of weight of votes that will allow us to make some kind of wise judgment.
Well, yes, because you're talking of an electorate in Orkney of, what, about 17,000, a little bit over. You're talking of electorates in Glasgow and Edinburgh of nigh on 500,000. I mean, these are hugely, hugely bigger areas, and therefore that will be very significant. But it's also because the pattern of voting is changing in Scotland. This thought that the west of Scotland was the key battleground, that those traditional Labour areas would be eaten into by the Yes vote. Well, it does look like that's happened in Glasgow. The question tonight is whether it's enough. At the moment, the faces of no campaigners, the evidence we're seeing suggests it is not enough for them to go. But will you forgive me picking up on Michael Forsyth?
Yes,
just when he was interrupted by that result there, I heard the former Conservative Secretary of State for Scotland, the former opponent of devolution, say that what this referendum meant was many more powers for Scotland. Or I thought he was about to say that. And it's a sign of how much has changed, or didn't you?
It's all coming back to me. You're pretty well...
Did you not say that?
Look, the 3 party leaders made a promise, which I think they'll find it very difficult to deliver, but has to be delivered in the light of this result. That means that there will have to be big changes, certainly English votes for English laws, and that means a huge change in the whole of the Constitution. So, I think we're going to win tonight. I mean, I think these 2 votes are, these 2 results are, 2 swallows don't make a summer, but I'm pretty certain that it will be a no result. That opens up a whole range of questions which is probably going to lead us towards more of a federation than people have been prepared to accept because of the England problem. And it's going to be driven by England, because people in England will want to see a fair distribution of resources, and they want to see English legislation. We're not talking about local government here, we're talking about legislation.
Forgive me, I was asking about Scotland, because I think you said that if it's, and we don't know yet, but let's say it's as many as 46% of people have voted yes.
Yes.
That then Scotland would require more powers, even though it was agreed by those 3 party leaders. Well, just a week or 2 ago.
Well, when you say it was agreed, as you know, it wasn't agreed. I mean, Gordon Brown issued a timetable, but it was like having a bus timetable where none of the destinations were filled in. We didn't know what the ultimate result would be, and I don't think that is actually going. If you take the most radical case, which is the Conservative case, I don't think that's going to satisfy people in Scotland. And equally, if you're going to go further, then you are going to have to make important changes to the way in which Westminster works, particularly those MPs representing English constituencies. And the idea that you can keep Barnet, which Gordon Brown described as being based on needs, that is wrong. What we need to do is to have a funding system which is based on need, in the same way as the distribution of resources by the Scottish Parliament is based on need. So there's a whole range of things that need to be sorted out here in order to make sure we don't end up in this position again.
So are you saying you don't think that the Westminster parties will be able to deliver this to the timetable that they agreed, that they all signed their solemn vow saying that this would be done in 9 months' time?
Well, when you say, Sarah, this will be done, they hadn't agreed on this.
Which won't make it easy to deliver it in 9 months' time. But they have the one thing they have agreed on is the timetable. They've signed up to doing this quickly, made sure it can't be kicked into the long grass. Are you saying they don't think they'll be able to do that?
Have they actually signed up to it?
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of doubt as to whether the three leaders actually have signed that. Gordon Brown has made a big push with it. Do you think the three leaders have signed it?
Leslie, whatever they... I mean, actually, they cobbled something together because they got a bit of a fright by the polls. Let's be honest about that. But whatever they thought they were signing up to, the reality is, based on this campaign we've had here, there has to be important and radical change, which I think, and I'm an anti-devolutionist, I think will have to go beyond what was being suggested. Our leader in Scotland, Ruth Davidson, described the Scottish Parliament as a pocket money parliament. We're going to have to move. I mean, the argument that scared me to death on the doorsteps, used by the Yes campaign, was, look, we should be able to make our own decisions in Scotland. Now, it's gone too far now, just as we predicted it would if you set up a Scottish Parliament. But you then have to look at the other side of this, which is what happens in England and Wales and Northern Ireland. And you cannot say, well, we'll keep Barnet when Wales, for example, is so badly shortchanged. At the same time, you have to have some kind of transitional arrangement. Now, how you can do all of this before the general election, which is effectively about 3 months of parliamentary time. You cannot tear up the British Constitution, put something in its place, and do it all because 3 party leaders decided to put out a press release. So somehow we have to persuade the people of Scotland that we're serious about giving them real powers, but it has to be in a proper manner that's fair to the other parts of the United Kingdom if we are to preserve the Union, which all of us on the side of the No campaign were determined to achieve.
Because what a lot of this campaign has been about is about mistrust of Westminster parliamentary leaders. And that's the real sense that we've got, is that the people of Scotland no longer trust Westminster to take care of their best interests. So if they all say, we promise you more powers and we promise them quickly, and then don't deliver it, that's going to be consequential for Westminster's reputation in Scotland.
I accept that, but I think that I suppose you could cobble together English votes on English matters, because that doesn't require legislation. But I don't actually think that giving the Scottish Parliament a slice of income tax revenue will enable it to operate effectively. And I don't think that people in England will accept the idea that Barnet, which is not based on need, is fair. It's not fair to Wales, it's not fair to the northeast of England. And the one thing that we have to learn from all of this is that we need a stable and long-term arrangement.
Okay. We'll pause for a second. We're going to go to the Better Together campaign headquarters because Dr John Reid is there, Labour's John Reid, former Home Secretary. John, thanks for joining us. What is your sense of how things are going?
Well, it's obviously gratifying, Hugh, to get the first 2 results under our belt, and by fairly significant margins. But, you know, that's 2 out of 32. It does wonders for the morale of the troops here. But in the very nature of these things, there will be ups and downs, and I'm sure there will be 1 or 2 that, rather than creating euphoria here, create a bit of despair. It's going to be a few hours before we know the pattern. But having said that, it's good to see that the first 2 which have come out are under our belt.
What was your sense of the momentum of the campaign in the last, let's say, 4 or 5 days?
Well, I think in the last few days there has been a sort of pushback on the advance that Yes made. I mean, what happened here was that as long as we were talking about the arguments of a separate state, the Yes campaign was losing. So they then diverted a couple of months back onto all sorts of odds and fragmented policy issues, and marshalled the support on top of the nationalist vote of everyone who was against anything, against the Tories, against the English, against you know, the bedroom tax and so on. And I think that worked for a while, but I think the last week or so we've pushed back on it. Now, I'm sure that there will be ups and downs throughout the country. There will be close votes, some we will lose, some we will win. And I'm not making any predictions, but I've thought from the beginning of this that the best thing is to rely on the good common sense of the Scottish people. There's been a huge registration, a very high turnout, and I look forward to seeing that decision in a few hours' time.
How do you think Ed Miliband has performed in the campaign, John? Do you think he's done well?
I think all of the party leaders have done well. They've been at a disadvantage, of course, because the Yes campaign has plainly had an element of it that was anti-Westminster, anti-English, and they all come from that background. But they all have a responsibility because they're all committed to the United Kingdom, and I think the significant thing is that they, in a very nice and courteous fashion, indicated how much the rest of the UK wanted Scotland to continue its partnership. But the basic fight for votes here was among Scots men and women, and that's the way it should be. We have to make our decision about whether we wish to remain to be a member of the club. After that, if we decide, as I hope the Scottish people will this morning, that we want to be a member of the club, we can then talk about the rules of the club.
You know that there's been quite a lot of criticism, even from within Labour, about the quality of Labour's campaign as part of Better Together and the role played by Scottish Labour in particular. Do you think any of that criticism is valid?
I think people fail to underestimate the difficulties of putting together what is the largest and widest peacetime coalition in the history of this country. There has never in peacetime been a campaign that has attempted to bring together the three major parties and then all sorts of disparate elements and wield it together. And of course there was a separate campaign for all of the three parties as well. Don't underestimate the difficulties doing that. Alex Salmond, on the other hand, controlled the SNP. He controlled the Scottish Government, the Scottish Civil Service, the Scottish Administration, the handout of grants. He okayed the planning permission. It was him who dealt with the universities and the companies who wanted the beneficence of the Scottish administration. So, in a sense, his organisation was very easy. It could be a one or two man band, whereas we had to bring together a range of political opinions, some of whom didn't agree on a whole range of issues, but all of whom agreed in one thing, which was the utility and benefits for Scotland of being part of the United Kingdom. And I hope tonight that range will be joined by a majority of the people in Scotland.
Was it a mistake not to have Gordon Brown as a far more prominent campaigner for you earlier on?
No, I don't think so, because you see, there are different stages to this campaign. Given that we had to put together the widest range of unity among various parties, then the man that was chosen to do it was a man known not to be a tribal politician, Alistair Darling. Probably at the time he went into this, the one member of the last 4 years of the Labour government who'd come out with credit. And Alistair Darling was acceptable to every side and could work with every side. Gordon is a formidable force, but I don't think anyone would ever regard him as other than, you know, an exponent of the family of Labour. And therefore it was right that Alistair did that. But of course he was backed up by a lot of people, Jim Murphy, Douglas Alexander, Frank Roy, who was doing the organisation behind the scenes. And all of these Labour stalwarts were prepared to work with the other parties because this issue is bigger than anything. And we've done it before on the steel industry and other issues in Scotland. And it's right that people expect that you put your petty and your personal differences aside. But at the end of the day, it is a very difficult thing to do, and much more difficult than the task that Alex Salmond had. Towards the end of the campaign, of course, Gordon Brown, Douglas, myself and others came in because it was obvious that there was questions being asked by some of the Labour supporters. Some of them were voting for separatism, the same way that a lot of the SNP supporters were voting for unity. So at that stage, Gordon made a profound contribution.
John Reid, once again, thanks very much for joining us from the Better Together headquarters. I'm just about to make contact, I think, with the Yes campaign headquarters in Glasgow, and our reporter Ken MacDonald is there with a guest. Ken, tell us, what is the atmosphere like, and tell us a little more about what they're saying there.
Well, the joint has been jumping here. We're not at an official Yes party, because there aren't really any official Yes parties. Such is the nature of the campaign, that it's been grassroots, it's been bottom-up now for more than 2 years. And there have been various movements across the country. We've had Asians for Yes, we've had architects for Yes. But what we have here is, or if you like, the creative industries for Yes. This is a beautiful old office building in the Merchant City in Glasgow. And we're at the headquarters of Freight Books. The head guy guy here is Adrian Searle. Adrian, you, when I spoke to you a couple of days ago, were very confident there was going to be a yes vote. Given what you've seen from, well, Clackmannanshire particularly, are you still feeling confident?
Very much so, Ken. This is a numbers game. It's not like a parliamentary election where it's constituency after constituency. It's about every single vote. And that's the really exciting thing about the referendum. Ultimately, it's about the will of the whole people rather than segmenting it up like a Terry's chocolate orange. So from that point of view, I think clearly it's disappointing not to win everything, but we know that it's going to be close anyway. These are both very, very small areas that have declared so far. An area like Glasgow is going to trump all of those and many more. So I think we just have to wait. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
You've been a great host tonight. I'm sorry you didn't join us earlier. We've had stand-up, we've had singer-songwriters, we've had poetry. The Glasgow Poet Laureate, Jim Carruth, was speaking and giving us some of his tremendous verse. Why do you think the creative industries in Scotland have been, by the look of this, about 99% behind the Yes campaign?
I think creative professionals, as part of their raison d'etre, look ahead, they look to the future. There has to be some kind of hope, some kind of optimism there for work to really resonate, whether it be art, whether it be sculpture, whether it be prose or poetry. So I think from that point of view, we as an industry and as a profession want to believe that Scotland can be a better place, that we can take it to a place where people's lives are better. It's a more equal society, and we're natural optimists.
I was saying just a moment ago that this is a wonderful office building, not a phrase you hear very often, but it is actually part of the merchant city. The tobacco lords that worked here, this is why this is Virginia Street. And it is a building that was built when the union was still fairly young. Do you think it's going to see the union out?
I certainly hope so. Well, I hope that it's the union will end tonight. Personally, I think that Scotland is more than capable of looking after itself. An old boss of mine, Vicky Featherstone, who was the artistic director and chief executive of the National Theatre, a few days ago on Newsnight said that she, if she had still been living here, would be voting yes because she felt that Scotland had become infantilised. And whilst as a Scot through and through that hurt, at the same time I think she's absolutely right. It's incredibly important that Scotland really takes responsibility for itself, stops blaming other people for its woes and ills, and looks forward to the future, takes control. We can do it ourselves, of course we can. We publish a lot of international writers. One Slovenian writer, and Slovenia went through this process 20 years ago. Something that he said was that the biggest benefit that Slovenia had had since becoming independent in 1991 was that they couldn't blame anybody else for their problems anymore. And it's so important that Scotland grows up as a nation and starts to believe that it can control its own affairs.
Do you think possibly this campaign, though, has been, if you like, a bridge too far? That there was very much an idea that perhaps maybe a third of the population were thrilled to the idea of independence, but actually it was a question of trying to pull people up to that 50%, and maybe you haven't just quite made it?
I don't think that's the case at all. I'm still extremely confident that over the course of the night we'll see a yes vote.
This probably will be Scotland's longest night, so as correspondents always say, we'll just have to wait and see.
Ken, thank you very much. Thanks to your guest too. And, well, that's a very useful note for us, a realistic note. Wait for the votes to be counted. Here we are, Better Together. There's Jim Murphy, the Labour MP, who's been a very prominent campaigner for Better Together, arriving at the headquarters just a few minutes ago. This was literally in the past few minutes. And you have to say at this stage, the images we've seen from there look, they seem to be pretty happy with things so far, even though we've only had 2 results in. Can I just stress that? We have 30 to go. But there you are. They've been applauding and celebrating the 2 results in. And Jim Murphy himself has been on social media saying it looks like a very big win, he says, for No in our local authority of East Renfrewshire, and over a 90% turnout. And That's Jim Murphy. Maybe we'll have a word with Jim Murphy in a moment. Let's have a look at some of the key councils to come then. They're not councils, the key local authority areas, the results in the local authority areas in this referendum. Let's join Jeremy again.
Hugh, thank you very much. Now, just looking at these 32 councils, and here we have where the three dots are progressing. They're still thinking. We've only got 2 results, as you've mentioned. Orkney Islands, can't set too much store by that. Only 0.5% of the entire voter population. Clackmannanshire we've discussed. I want to look at 2 others for you, which are Inverclyde and Renfrewshire. Renfrewshire, Inverclyde, which we gather are coming in sooner rather than later. If I give you an reordering of these councils according to birthplace, in other words, the number of people in these council areas who were born in Scotland, that is an indicator that tends to correlate with a desire for independence. So you would think in these areas where it's deepest purple, that's where most people are born in Scotland and stayed, they would be most inclined to want independence. And we see here Inverclyde and Renfrewshire are both on the far end here of this box. So you could see the deeper purple in this end, and it fades and it fades, and there are much fewer people born in Scotland at the other end. But let's just stay with Inverclyde and Renfrewshire. And I'll show you a map now of Scotland, just so we can absolutely get a fix on where they both are. So come with me if you can. Have a look here. And you see Inverclyde there on the western side. I'll make it flash. Near to Glasgow, the mouth of the Clyde. Now, if you look at the number of people who were born in Scotland in Inverclyde, it shows that actually, just bring this out for you, take a look at the graph here, you've got a disproportionate number of residents in Inverclyde who were born in Scotland compared to the Scottish average. So Inverclyde is 93% on the purple column, and the blue column, which is the Scottish average, 83%. And then very, very low down here, people in Inverclyde who are either from other parts of the UK or from elsewhere, other countries altogether. So fairly low immigration in Inverclyde. So again, that tends to correlate with a desire for independence, which is why we will watch it very closely. We'll do the same with Renfrewshire. Renfrewshire is very close to Inverclyde. Have a look at our map here again, and I'll make it flash for you so you can see both in the area of Glasgow, round Glasgow, very similar kinds of places, both with lots of socially deprived areas. Again, that tends to correlate with a desire for independence. So again, you're starting to think maybe Renfrewshire as well is going to vote. Would have been expected before the evening began to vote yes. But let's see, here's Renfrewshire. Again, people born in Scotland in Renfrewshire, very high, above 9 out of 10, 91%, compared to the Scottish average of 83%. So again, we're looking at this because we're looking for indicators, we're looking for clues, trying to get the characteristics of these council areas. And here we have, again, just like Inverclyde, Renfrewshire, a place where not very many people from outside, born outside Scotland or born outside the UK have come to live. So Renfrewshire and Inverclyde have the characteristics of council areas that would have been expected to go yes. And having seen what's happened in Clackmannanshire and heard about the move in the Better Together campaign with John Reid talking there about what they feel is coming, you wonder whether we might get results that surprise people tonight from those 2 council areas. So very interesting indeed, Hugh.
Indeed, Jeremy, thank you very much. Jeremy Vine there with the latest on the seats to come. I say seats, on the areas to come, areas to declare. Let's have a look at the count going on in Stirling, for example. Stirling, in north of the central belt of Scotland, which Michael Forsyth obviously has a big interest in, given his past. Sarah, what do you reckon there?
Stirling is going to be a very, very interesting one because by all the predictions, that's somewhere in the middle of where we would expect the vote to go. So much closer to a kind of bellwether seat than those that we've seen so far. It's a fairly prosperous middle-class area. It used to vote for a Tory MP and Michael Forsyth. So
14 years.
Possibly we would expect it to be tending slightly toward no, but probably pretty much in the middle of the prediction. So it'll be very interesting when it comes in.
OK, so that's the count going on in Stirling. And while Sarah was speaking, John Curtis giving us some guidance on turnout. He says, given the results so far, the overall turnout looks as though it'll be around 84%, says John. Could adjust a little more, but around 84%. If it's correct, he says, it'll be a record high turnout in a nationwide vote in Scotland. Previous record was 81% in 1951. Leslie, I know I thought at one stage you were going to run up to the screen when John Reid was speaking and actually start doing something rather vigorous, because what was it that he said which so offended you?
Well, three things, actually. First of all, the suggestion that, that Yes campaigners or the Scots or whatever are in some way anti-English. I mean, and this focus on Westminster, I mean, it's obvious we're here with such a razor close result, because lots of Scots have got to the stage where they do not want the agenda that they feel is coming from Westminster. They haven't voted for it for decades. So the questions about the food banks, the kind of society we've become, that is a core part of this debate. And it's nothing to do with English people. It's to do with a difficulty about getting a democratic response to how people vote in this country. The second thing was that it's not just ourselves, but the last opinion poll, in fact, the 51% opinion poll, suggested that 60% of voters thought the No campaign was unduly negative. 60% thought the Yes campaign was positive. Now, that's not just a spin from us. That's actually the voters' own perceptions of those campaigns. And the final thing, really, is this one-man band lark about Alex Salmond. Now, I appreciate he is a one-man band in the sense that he is the First Minister and he's the leader of the SNP. The peculiar aspect of the Yes campaign has been that it has herded a bunch of cats into some sort of shape, in the sense that there is the Radical Independence campaign, there is the National Collective, there is Women for Independence, there's Business for Scotland. There are as many separate movements within now the wider Yes movement. And it just makes me sad that we have to keep this pretence up, that the whole of the Yes campaign is simply one SNP-led campaign led by one man. As if Nicola Sturgeon, for example, who polls regularly higher ratings than Alex, who in turn polls higher ratings than Gordon Brown, Ed Miliband put together, it just doesn't reflect the reality of the esteem in which these guys are held and the wide kind of movement that has developed around Yes, which is why we're sitting here today.
Michael?
I really don't think there's any point in refighting the campaign now. I think what we should be doing is looking forward. We'll get the result in a few hours' time, and we should look forward to what we're going to do to address some of the issues that were expressed on both sides, and as I've said before, some of the things which are south of the border. I have to say that to criticise the No campaign for being negative, I mean, by definition, if you're wanting people to vote no, that is a negative thing to do. And that arose because Alex Salmond was allowed to choose the question. So instead of us asking, do you wish to remain part of the United Kingdom, we had a question which is, do you want... So, given what David Cameron did, which was to allow Alex Salmond to choose the timing of the campaign, the question and the franchise, every conceivable advantage was given to the nationalists, to the Yes campaign. And if as it looks likely, there is an overwhelming rejection of that on a big turnout in Scotland, then hopefully we can bury forever the idea of independence and breaking up Britain.
It's probably too early to say that yet, Michael, isn't it? But,
well, I'm just saying, if that is the result, then we can bury that forever and concentrate on finding a constitutional solution to the issues.
Bury that forever.
But Michael, you've just said it yourself. You said earlier that actually if there is a no vote, then there will be dynamics within British society which will be hard to meet, certainly within the timescale, and probably at all. Now, that in turn sets up more dynamics in Scotland of dissatisfaction. And here's the thing. There is a Westminster election coming up quite shortly. We're in it too, if we're still part of the Union. And it's very probable that that dissatisfaction with a non-appearing set of Devo something or other powers will result in a very strong slate of SNP MPs being sent to Westminster. Well, and so it goes on. I don't know that this genie goes back in the box very easily.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, I'm taking my lead from Alex Salmond, who said that if the No won, that would be it for a generation.
Well,
I take him at his word.
OK, but here's the other tremendous thing about this campaign. It's actually people who are deciding what they want in this country now. It's suggestions being put forward by politicians, but actually this has all been about people power. So it may well be that if the people are dissatisfied with not seeing proper devolution and an increase in powers, by the timetable as it was outlined, the people may decide they want some way of demonstrating that. That's all I'm saying.
Aren't there a series of knock-ons that happen? In a sense, you may feel, Michael Forsyth and other people who campaigned for a no, this is the definitive rejection, if that's what it turns out to be, of independence. But if the English now demand more powers, that in turn may provoke Scots to think, well, hold on, we want a response to that, and so on and so forth. It does seem to me as if a process has begun rather than ended today, regardless of the result. And that wasn't the point. The very point of this referendum from unionist parties, who, remember, used to taunt Alex Salmond that he was too frightened to hold it. He didn't dare name the date, they used to say. The whole idea of it was to bury constitutional change once and for all, not just in Scotland, but throughout the UK. Well, the reverse, it seems, will be the case.
I don't think that's true. This is a process that began in 1997, arguably in 1979, but actually started happening in 97. All three Westminster parties went into this with some plans for further devolution. Nobody ever thought that this was going to kill stone dead, in the famous phrase, any desire for constitutional change. This is an evolving process. What's being decided tonight is how quickly it moves.
OK, let's pause. Michael and Leslie, thank you very much for joining us. I think we're going to give you a rest. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. I think it's time for us to catch up with a news summary.
Hello, I'm Carol Walker with a summary of the main news. The first results in Scotland's independence referendum have been declared. Both Orkney and Clackmannanshire have voted no. The no vote in Clackmannanshire was 54%, with 46% voting yes. Figures suggest that turnout has been exceptionally high. 32 local authorities will declare results overnight, with a final result expected between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning. Our political correspondent Chris Mason reports.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? We're now ready to declare.
At just after 1:30 in the morning, the first result.
Yes, 16,350. No, 19,000.
Half an hour later, and 300 miles north, it was Orkney's turn.
Yes, 4,883. No, 10,004. Reject.
So 2 results, 2 victories for the No campaign, and cheers at their headquarters.
It does wonders for the morale of the troops here, but in the very nature of these things, there will be ups and downs, and I'm sure there will be one or two that, rather than creating euphoria here, create a bit of despair.
This is what Scottish democracy looks like tonight. Ballot boxes arriving by air from the Isle of Mull, heading for the Argyll and Bute Count Centre. The turnout has been huge. Those arguing for independence say that's because people are angry.
I think people in Scotland have been channeling that legitimate anger about a broken political and economic system into something positive during this campaign. If it's a yes vote, then we clearly have a path forward for that, defining a written constitution, managing the transition to an independent country. If it's a no vote, it becomes much more challenging, but still vital to capture that energy and to make sure that we can build alliances with people, elsewhere in these islands who share the anger.
You need a head for numbers and strong fingers for a night in one of the 32 count centres across Scotland. The nocturnal arithmetic continues and will do for several hours yet. Chris Mason, BBC News.
A new video has been released which appears to show a British journalist being held captive by Islamic State extremists. John Cantley, seen here in Syria, was captured while working as a newspaper journalist. In the latest footage, Mr. Cantley is seen sitting behind a desk, dressed in orange clothes, delivering a scripted speech into the camera. The United States Senate has approved President Obama's plan to arm and train moderate Syrian rebels to fight Islamic State militants. It's part of Washington's campaign against the group, which has taken control of a swathe of territory across Syria and Iraq. President Obama also welcomed the Senate's vote and praised France for its decision to join airstrikes against Islamic State in Iraq. Detectives in London investigating the disappearance of Alice Gross have named a Latvian builder as the prime suspect. Police say Arne Salkans had served a prison sentence in Latvia for murdering his wife. He went missing a week after 14-year-old Alice disappeared late August. The schoolgirl was last seen on the towpath that Arne Salkans used to get to work. The High Court will decide today whether to allow a challenge to rules introduced by the government last year, which determine whether victims of domestic abuse receive legal aid in divorce and child contact cases. And that's it for now. Now back to Scotland Decides.
Welcome back to the referendum results studio. In the next half hour, we hope to be hearing from Michael Gove and from Samine Campbell too, and Labour's Jim Murphy will be joining us, and Ricky Ross for Yes Scotland. In the meantime, let's join Andrew Neil at Westminster.
Thanks, Hugh. Well, you might think Westminster would be happy with the results so far, but we've just had thunder and lightning over the Houses of Parliament. You can make of that what you wish. I'm joined by Simon Jenkins and Owen Jones. Simon, if it is a no vote, Scotland will expect the Westminster parties to deliver on home rule, whatever that means, to deliver on that. If it does, what are the consequences for the rest of the UK?
I mean, everyone's saying the consequences of changes life as it's never been before. I honestly think if it's a no vote, Westminster will declare victory and shut up. They'll give the Scots the minimum of what they want. There'll be howls about the Barnett formula. There'll be complaints from Wales about that. So that's got to be sorted out. But I think England honestly would be ignored. The kick in the teeth for the establishment was supposed to be, and I believe is a kick in the teeth for the establishment. I just don't think it's going to make a lot of difference in 6 months' time. We'll have forgotten it.
I think that's completely, frankly, I think fantastical, because I think actually there'll be lots of downhearted pro-independence supporters if it is indeed a no tomorrow. But they have the potential not just actually to unleash the constitutional revolution in Scotland, but right across the entire country, because what we've effectively seen is a Scottish insurgency against Westminster rule, an attempt to dampen that insurgency with a whole load of promises.
Made on the hoof.
Made on the hoof, but that has the potential to not just rewrite the relationship with Scotland, but also in England and Wales. And I actually think that will be welcome for many people, because the disillusionment with Westminster you see in Scotland expressed with pro-independence sentiment, it's not just confined to Scotland, it's in England and Wales as well. I think this is the end of the status quo. It has to be the end. We need a constitutional convention and build a new...
That's what I want too.
Well, come on, let's be a bit more optimistic about it.
I'm right with you on that. I'm actually being a realist.
Right, well, let me suggest to you where you may be wrong. There's a head of steam building up on the Labour and Conservative backbenches that if it is home rule for Scotland, there has to be something in it for England. The Tory backbenches will certainly not let Mr Cameron give Scotland home rule without something for England.
Well, we don't know what home rule means.
No, but what about the point about England?
The point about England is what you do with England. I mean, this whole business about there being a parliament for England, if there's a parliament for Scotland. Well, we've been there now for quite some time. There is no parliament for England. There's English local government. Localism is, as always, a dead letter. I passionately believe in it. I think, in a sense, it's a tragedy for England that the union's still in place.
Let me ask you this. If this issue of the West Lothian question is answered with English votes only for English laws, where does that leave Labour? Should Labour support that?
Well, I think that would provoke a constitutional crisis, because if Labour win a majority, they put a prospectus towards the British people and they win on that basis, and then they're unable to implement the legislation.
But what happens if they don't win in England?
Well, the way around that is to have a constitutional convention which devolves power and responsibility to regions, because at the moment the danger...
Well, they tried that and they didn't win in the regions. Well, last time they had a referendum.
Things have changed. This is the key point. This is why this is such a game changer.
Well, there's no evidence of huge regional demand.
What they first suggested, incidentally, what was rejected in the northeast of England was basically a glorified quango with limited powers, which people swept away as an extra layer of bureaucracy. This is different. I think the need to rebalance the British constitution will fuel a sense of devolution. Right. And Scotland's on course...
Final minute, Simon. Is it conceivable that Westminster can give Scotland major tax-raising powers and the Barnett formula, because that's what they've promised them?
I think the Barnett formula is dead. I really do. I mean, that's the one thing where the Tory MPs will fight. But that's a very limited point. I mean, the essential point is Westminster never changes unless it has to. It doesn't have to change now. And I wish it would. I'm right with it. I mean, as revolutionary as he is, it just ain't going to happen now.
Scotland's on course for independence in the next generation anyway, because if the status quo remains, because the only demographic who decisively oppose independence are the over 65s. So if this setup is to maintain itself, there will have to be radical change. And in order to assuage potential English grievances and Welsh grievances, there will have to be a new constitutional setup. I think this has unleashed a constitutional revolution.
I hope you're right. But
all right. Well, you're both singing from the same song sheet,
Fingers
but
crossed.
maybe just a little disconsonance there. Let's go back to Scotland Decides.
Now, I think we have a result in. Let's go straight to the result in Shetland.
Answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. For yes, 5,669. For no, 9,951. There were 15 rejected ballot papers. That concludes the counting of votes for Shetland Islands Council area. Thank you very much.
So we have the result in from Shetland, and there you can see the vote, 5,669 for the yes campaign, a no win in Shetland, as we'd expected, 9,951, a turnout of 84%. Let's have a look at the percentages. 64% to the no campaign and 36% to the yes campaign. So that's a pretty hefty margin. And Sarah, you were saying earlier that in terms of Orkney and Shetland, we were looking at results in this kind of area.
Not a surprise. Very, very solid Liberal Democrat territory, where the Secretary of State for Scotland, the Lib Dem Alistair Carmichael, has his Westminster seat. Tavish Scott is the MSP for the Shetland Islands, was the leader of the Liberal Democrats in the Scottish Parliament until he resigned after their disastrous result in 2011 there. Shetland, along with Orkney, one of the few places that has kept the faith with the Liberal Democrats, and it's voted along with them, voting a hefty no vote there.
OK, Nick, your thoughts on that?
Well, just no surprise. It's a reminder, isn't it, that when we talk about a debate, a referendum on whether Scotland should separate from the United Kingdom, there are parts of the Highlands and Islands who feel that Edinburgh is terribly remote and that the rule from Holyrood feels like an awfully long way away and not very satisfied with it, but no surprise.
Okay. Well, when it comes to that with Shetland, interestingly, there has been some talk recently coming from Alistair Carmichael himself, among others, that if the rest of Scotland were to vote yes to break away from the United Kingdom, that the Shetland Isles might want a say on whether or not they stayed with the UK.
Interesting. Labour's Jim Murphy is with us, Shadow International Development Secretary, and the musician and broadcaster Ricky Ross from Yes Scotland. Good to have you both with us.
Great to be here.
Well, Jim, this was you a short while ago. Can I just see what we saw at the No campaign headquarters?
What was I doing?
There you go.
Oh.
Not much doubt about that body language.
And I don't even drink. I'm not sure the lady in question.
Anyway, it's good of you to pop over here very quickly. What's your sense of it now, then?
Well, like everyone, delighted by the turnout. Really, in my own constituency, it's over 90% turnout. I think it's great that the 16 and 17-year-olds have voted in such numbers in such a mature way. Whichever way they vote doesn't really matter. I mean, in terms of the participating, I think there's a lesson there for the rest of the UK. And the fact is that perhaps time still allows for it to change the rules for the next House of Commons election next year. Because people used to say, 16 and 17-year-olds, what do they know? They're too young, inexperienced, no life experience, not enough judgment. This blows that out of the water. They have been so engaged, so switched on. You'll have seen it yourself as you're going around the country. And I think if there's still time for the next UK election, let's give 16 and 17-year-olds the vote for the general election. Otherwise, you're going to have 16-year-old Scots who have voted today on the biggest decision that's ever been taken, who have to sit out and watch the next year's UK election and watch it on telly. No, that doesn't seem sensible.
It was raised earlier, and it's certainly a powerful point. Are you on course for victory tonight now, Jim?
I think so. It's too early to say. But I think we've got a decent degree of optimism. I was joking with Ricky, that's 3 results in and we're 3-0 up. But we could blow the full-time whistle now. But I think there's a degree of confidence. But until we get some of the big results out of the bigger 32 places, then it's too early to say for any certainty.
What's your sense of what's going on in Glasgow?
Glasgow's very close. It's my home city. I'd love us to win it. The SNP have put a huge effort into it. I'm not going to try and read on all the arguments of the referendum. That's pointless this evening. But we haven't given up on winning Glasgow this evening. But at the moment, it's too close to call.
Okay. Ricky, your thoughts? What are your sense of it at the moment?
Well, obviously, Jim and I are going to have a big agreement there on all that stuff about young people, because that has been an energising part of the campaign. I've been particularly pleased about. I was asked about it on television last week down in England on a show. I'm delighted about it. I think young people are at the brunt end of an awful lot of bad decisions. My sense as a musician is it's much more difficult to be a young musician now than it was when we started out. I think things are a lot more difficult. And I think that they're at the very sharp end of policies on employment and housing. And I think for them, I think Jim's right. I mean, I think for them to go through the next election would seem absurd. On the other question of how things are, it's very early. It's very early in the night. And listen, this has been a 2-year campaign, and let's not concertina the end. Let's let it take its course.
OK, indeed. I think that's a good point. 29 results to come in. So let's... I'll tell you what, we're going to go to Westminster, and I'll get your response to this contributor too, and I'm sure Nick and Sarah will have something to say to Mr Gove. Michael Gove has joined us. Michael, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning, Hugh.
Your sense of it so far?
Well, I've just been listening to what Ricky Ross and Jim Murphy have been saying, and I agree with Jim. I think that the first indications are positive for those of us who want to keep the United Kingdom together, but it's too early to say anything definitively.
It's too early to say anything definitive, but if it does proceed in a direction that you would find appealing, Michael, what does that mean? What needs to happen in terms of change in the way that the United Kingdom is structured and governed?
Well, I think it's been clear all three party leaders, UK party leaders, have said that after a no vote, things will change in Scotland, that the Scottish Parliament will have enhanced powers, and all three parties have spelled out, even before this intense stage of the campaign started, different but overlapping ideas about how Scotland could have its Parliament enhanced and how Scottish people could feel that their voices were heard more clearly. Of course, there needs to be a balance there as well. If, as we all hope, we can secure enhanced devolution for Scotland in short order, we also need, with a similar sense of urgency, to make sure that other people within the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, in Wales, and of course in England, have their voices more clearly heard and respected than ever before. Westminster needs to change. That's been one of the messages of this campaign and of politics over the past couple of years. And I think that there's a willingness on the part of certainly the Prime Minister and the government to ensure that that change can happen as rapidly as possible.
So tell us what you mean by as rapidly as possible, and how will you deal with colleagues of yours in the Conservative Party, given your post as Chief Whip, who frankly don't think it's going in the right direction?
Well, I think that the overwhelming majority of people in England we saw during the course of the campaign wanted Scotland to stay. I certainly know that all of my colleagues in the Parliamentary Conservative Party wanted the United Kingdom to stay. So if, fingers crossed, it is a no vote, then people will be delighted that our country has stayed together. I think in terms of urgency, we know Gordon Brown spelt out a timetable that had been agreed with all three UK party leaders to ensure that by the time of the next general election, people knew what a devolutionary and enhanced devolutionary settlement in Scotland would look like. I think similarly, we need to have a clear view, bringing in people from all parties and those who don't have political allegiances, people from civil society, to inform a conversation about how we can change things in Westminster. The Conservative Party has outlined a position which I think has a lot of support, not just within Conservative circles, which is that if decisions are taken which affect only the people of England or only the people of England, Wales and Northern Ireland, then we need more clearly to respect the wishes of folk in those particular countries.
Just to go, Nick Robinson is here too.
So, in other words, what was called in the slogan English votes for English laws would now be implemented, despite the fact that you've had it in your manifesto for 4 years and it's not been implemented?
Well, I think everyone recognises that during the course of this campaign, the need for Westminster to change has been articulated across the board. If we're going to have the changes to the Scottish Parliament that have been put forward by Conservatives, Labour and Liberal Democrats, then that does mean change at Westminster and in Westminster's relationship with the rest of the country. We've been clear in the past about some of the types of change that we've wanted, but it's been interesting in the last couple of days to hear Nick Clegg very astutely acknowledge that things have to change as well. And of course, we want to have the broadest possible consensus for the nature of that change, but at the heart of any change has to be a recognition that in the same way as Scotland feels quite rightly that there are proper matters that a Scottish Parliament should reserve to itself and which can only be decided with a majority in that Parliament. So there are certain issues which, quite rightly, the people of England and England, Wales and Northern Ireland will want to see delivered in a way which respects their views too.
But put simply, that would mean that Jim Murphy, who's here in the studio, would not be allowed to vote on schools, would not be allowed to vote on health, would not be allowed to vote, some of your colleagues think, on certain budgetary matters once income tax, for example, or large chunks of it, was devolved to the Scottish Parliament.
Well, with your customary brilliance and acuity, Nick, you are already several steps ahead of where we need to be today. The first thing to say is we still don't know what the result is. The second thing to say is that, by definition, if you're going to change the Constitution, you want to do so with the maximum level of support and consensus and thought. A lot of thought's been given to this. There are clear Conservative proposals. The Prime Minister will say much more later today, provided, fingers crossed, there's a no vote, about the direction of this. But I think it's important not to get ahead of ourselves and not to say this is the precise model. I think it's important to have broad principles there, and the broad principle is, and I think this is widely accepted across England, irrespective of party, that there are some issues which for Northern Ireland, Welsh and English voters need to be decided in a way that respects the majority opinion in those parts of the United Kingdom.
And will the Prime Minister's statement later on in the morning, Mr Gove, take us significantly along this path? Do you think it'll add more to the rather sort of vague details that we've had so far?
Yes, and I think the Prime Minister will be very clear about the direction of travel that he wants to lead the government in. Again, I have to stress, even though it may seem boring, it is critical that we don't preempt the decision that the Scottish people are going to take, and which is revealed, of course, throughout the rest of this morning. But if, as seems likely, there is a no vote, then, of course, the Prime Minister will be saying more, not just about the need to make sure that the interests of Scotland are protected, but also how we bring the whole United Kingdom together and what that means for Northern Ireland, Wales and England. And
that initial timetable we spoke about during the campaign of a matter of months can deliver what, if anything?
Well, Gordon Brown outlined a timetable which involves publishing a command paper that sets out some principles and some detail, then having draft clauses early in the new year, and then by the time of the general election, a pretty clear proposal, legislative proposal, that would be implemented after the United Kingdom general election. I think what we need to do is to have a similar sense of urgency in bringing forward proposals to ensure that at the same time as we would choose to legislate after the general election for Scotland, we'd also make sure that legislative change safeguarded the interests of people in England, Wales and Northern Ireland.
Could that go further? Could it be an English Parliament or devolution to the regions, as the Liberal Democrats would want, the regions of England?
I don't think that we want to go down the route of an English Parliament as has commonly been understood. I think it's always the case that you want to look at how you can improve local government in cities and elsewhere. But the critical thing, I think, is that there needs to be change in order to ensure that Westminster works better for the people of England and Wales and Northern Ireland.
Mr Gove, very good of you to join us early in the morning, and thanks very much, and we will look forward to see what Mr Cameron has to say later.
Thank you.
Michael Gove there, the Government Chief Whip, joining us from Westminster. Let me just show you what's going on in the Western Isles, in Stornoway, Ilan Shir. We are expecting a declaration there pretty soon. Now, again, this is an area where, given the SNP's long tradition, certainly at Westminster and in Holyrood, is there, well established. The Yes campaign should be doing extremely well there. So we'll see. But we're expecting a declaration there, Sarah, quite soon, I think, within the next 10 minutes or so.
And that may be the first area that actually votes yes. That's certainly what we would expect to happen. Listening to Michael Gove, I'd quite like to pick something up with Jim Murphy, if I may. He's talking about the plans for further devolution. The Conservative Party, of course, are offering more powers to the Scottish Parliament than the Labour Party currently have tabled. You're all going to have to get together on this and come up with some agreed plan pretty quickly. Is the Labour Party going to move on that? Will you move towards the Tory position of giving more tax-varying powers to the Scottish Parliament?
let's see if we're still in the United Kingdom by tomorrow morning, of course. But
you were just telling us how confident you were that we would be, so you must be thinking ahead to what the plans
some
are.
confidence. I think you give me too much credit, this idea that I think ahead. But if we're still in the UK this time tomorrow, then of course the Labour Party, the Tories and the Lib Dems are going to have to get together and a bit of give and take. As we said we would, each of the three parties is going to have to compromise a bit to put together quite an ambitious package. Now, I can't announce, on the basis that we don't even know the result and we haven't gone into the detail, we are going to get working tomorrow and putting that together.
So the Labour Party are prepared to compromise on this. They're prepared to offer more powers to the Scottish Parliament than had previously been outlined.
Well, as I said, we're going to have to give and take. There's three parties with three different offers. We all three of us can't put together our original offer on the basis that would end up with three different offers. So I think there will be a bit of give and take. The detail of that is for Joanne Lamont and the other colleagues in the Scottish Parliament and myself to work through.
One other thing, Michael Gove made clear that he wants a form of English votes for English laws, which, let's just simplify it. That means Jim Murphy, representative of a Scottish constituency, Douglas Alexander, and lots of other well-known names, would be barred from voting on a whole series of things that came from the House of Commons. There would be two classes of members of Parliament, something Labour have always resisted in the past.
Well, first of all, I want to be certain that we're going to the House of Commons at all. Let's see if that happens. But I'm not a fan of this idea of kind of two classes of members of Parliament. And Michael spoke about it in rather vague terms. We'll see what the Prime Minister says. But on that basis, you would get to a point where London MPs can't vote on certain things because of all of the issues that are devolved to the Mayor of London and the London Assembly, which Michael was silent on. So I'm not sure the London MPs have been consulted and discussed that yet either. So we've got a kind of patchwork unwritten kind of stramash of a constitution that's evolved over time. It will continue to evolve, and I don't think that the decision in Scotland can go without a response in the rest of the United Kingdom. That much is clear. Personally, my own preference, but look, this is for the people of England, Wales and Northern Ireland to decide. Personally, my preference would be a kind of form of devolved power in the regions, a kind of federal system across England. But again, it's not for me to tell the people of England. The people of Scotland didn't want the folk of England telling them what to do, and I'm not going to fall into that either.
Ricky?
Jim used a lovely Scottish word, stramash, which are maybe our people's... No, it's a great word, and you used it correctly towards the British Constitution. We don't have one. And we were about to have a vote there where we would get a very clear-cut answer.
Ricky, I'm going to stop you for a second. Let's
but I'll come back to it.
Ik referendum nuéis meloch na halapa, I jaravag agus a feilsachig gunjach. Nai diag mille shachiat lechiat sahoch paper voti I chantag an an referendum skire cholin an Yulanshire.
I should say, as a Welsh speaker, I should be picking up some of this, shouldn't I? But I'm going to struggle a little bit. So I think what they'll do is they'll just run through the figures first of all in Gaelic, and then they'll come back on the English. So let's just rejoin it.
The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Corlin and Illanshire area is 19,758. The turnout is 86.2%. Ha anaru imelan de votigen son gach fregert an keist an referendum san skirisho mar ilenas. Buchor, 9 mille, achiad, keher fichet, sa coic giag. Chabuchor, 10 mille, coic hiad, daichet sa keher. An yultug, 9 giag. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer in the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 9,195. No, 10,544. Rejected papers, 19. Vaöver Jultai Marilenas, Voterson and Darregert, Shia, Gunchora Noeran Jultug,
So, just going through some of the reasons for the spot papers there in Gaelic and then in English. But look, we've got the figures. 10,544 to the No campaign, 9,195 for the yes. Let's just look at the percentages and then I'll ask Sarah to point out the big significance of this result. 53% no, 47% yes. In the Western Isles, an area where the SNP have traditionally been very strong, 86% turnout. Sarah, just tell us what that means.
That is a very big surprise. This is a strong SNP area. They send an SNP MP to Westminster. The social profile, where there isn't very much deprivation, would tend to suggest, if you look just at social indicators, that people might have been voting no. But the political history of the Western Isles is that they vote SNP, and we fully expected them to vote yes. No have narrowly squeaked it, but well enough that they'll be very, very pleased with that result.
Your thoughts on that, Ricky?
Well, very disappointed, because I think Sarah's right. You would have expected, and certainly knowing people out there, you would have expected a yes result, but perhaps that is the direction of travel. And I mean, I think the thing about Scotland over the last, and Jim will back this up as well, Scotland over the last year or so is probably people are all feeding into the same story, the same narrative, they're watching the same television programmes and they're having the same discussions over the country. There is a sense of Scotland as a nation all talking to itself, so perhaps that will be reflected less regionally and perhaps more nationally.
Okay. We'll have a word with John Curtis in a moment and ask John for his thoughts on Western Isles. But Jim, your response to it?
I'm very pleased. I spent a lot of time, that's not the reason why we've won there, but I spent a lot of time in the Western Isles at a string of open-air public meetings from Stornoway down to Benbecula, about half a dozen meetings in the open air. They were great gatherings and very friendly, very passionate. There are some particular issues there about the fishing industry and the worries that some people would have had there about our argument, but I'm not going to rehash the argument about if we're outside the UK, we're outside the EU and the single market, shellfish and Benbecula and elsewhere. So there's some unique things to the Western Isles, but nevertheless, when you have an SNP MP, an SNP MSP, an independent council, I think they would have expected us to have been in the yes column, and there will be a degree of disappointment, of course, that in the yes side that this has gone no, but I think the main thing is the turnout was very high again. Yeah. And there's a real sort of engagement, so I'm very pleased to be 4-0 up.
86%. Professor John Curtis again joining us. John, your thoughts on Western Isles?
Well, I think Jim Murphy's quite correct in pointing out that Western Isles is somewhat sui generis, and therefore we do have to be somewhat careful about extrapolating from it. And in some ways, it was always a place that pointed in two directions. I mean, first, Jim's quite correct in saying, and this is one of these places where the SNP have long had strength, and indeed it was a place that first elected an SNP MP as long ago as 1970. On the other hand, actually, quite a level of substantial migration from people from south of the border, not much in the way of at least social deprivation, at least as measured by the Scottish Government. So socially, not necessarily the kind of place where you'd expect yes to do well. But put all that together, you'd still expect yes to be ahead. And I think of the four results we've seen so far, this probably is the most disappointing for the yes side so far. We just have to remember, however, not very many voters there. And so far, we've really had the 3 island councils and the smallest of the councils on the mainland. So we've still got an awful lot of votes to count before anybody starts counting too many chickens.
Indeed, John, and good to point that out. What else are you picking up in terms of the trends so far? What are people telling you from some of these counts?
Well, I think the other thing that we should point out now is that I think some of the claims that have been made perhaps by both sides about the turnout fall flat against the evidence. We heard an awful lot from the yes side saying that they were going to be particularly successful and getting people out to vote in areas where people normally don't vote. Well, we've discovered that actually the places with the lowest turnout in this referendum, places such like Glasgow and Dundee, are the places where turnout is usually the lowest in Scotland. Conversely, however, some of the arguments I've heard earlier about, well, maybe towards the end, the no side was particularly successful in getting its voters out. Well, the truth is the places where the turnout is the highest, places like East Renfrewshire, East Dunbartonshire, are the places where turnout is always highest in Scotland. So in truth, what we're looking at is, oh yes, the turnout's remarkably higher. It's much, much higher than you get normally in an election or any previous referendum we've had in Scotland. But the pattern of differences between the council areas is a very, very familiar one. And to that extent, at least, I think all we can really say is a lot more people voted in this referendum, but it's not clear that either yes or no were particularly successful. at getting people to the polls who they don't normally succeed in getting to the polls anyway.
John, we'll talk again later. Thank you very much. John Curtis there with his latest thoughts. Well, let's have a Lib Dem voice, because Samin Campbell, I think, has joined Andrew Marr at Ingleston.
He has indeed, Hugh, one of the great figures of liberal democracy in this country, and once, if I may say so, the fastest white man on the planet, a man who beat O.J. Simpson on the running track. He joins me now. You've observed these elections for a long time. The Island Council's not very important numerically, not a huge story, but we're now hearing that the Yes campaign are conceding in West Lothian, which is a very big story, if true. Tell us a little bit about West Lothian, why that's so important.
Well, West Lothian, of course, was the hotbed of nationalism. Tam Dalyell, who was the Member of Parliament for a long time, had to fight off SNP challenge after challenge.
Willie Wolfe, who was the great SNP challenger.
The great Willie Wolfe, who was eventually, I think, the chairman of the Scottish National Party.
So we
and,
talk
of course, and of course, the Western Isles is interesting because the Westminster MP for the Western Isles is also SNP. And in the circumstances, I think the Yes campaign would have expected to do rather better than they have.
There, absolutely. Now, much earlier on in the evening, we heard Simon Jenkins, you may recall, saying that if it was a big no vote, or if it was a clear no vote, actually, in the end, Westminster would revert back somnolently to business as usual. What would be the result of that?
Well, it would be political suicide for the three main political parties in Scotland. We're fighting a
no going back.
No going back. You know, you can't be more public than the front page of the Daily Record, for heaven's sake. And for them to renege on that pledge would be absolutely disastrous. And, I mean, if you wanted to issue free membership cards for the SNP, then in Scotland, abandon the pledge that you made on the front of the Daily Record just a few days ago.
But you have to work out exactly what the pledge means now, the Westminster parties, which means that you and the Conservatives, there's very, very different traditions when it comes to federalism and a strong centre and so forth, have to thrash out a deal, don't you?
We do indeed. And as a lot of people have been saying over the course of this evening, politics will never be the same again. Well, that's true. And if the context is that it's not like it was before, then there's no reason why any one of the three main parties in Scotland cannot find a reasonable accommodation which allows them to say, jointly and severally to the electorate, look, we have delivered on our pledge.
But if Scotland gets not only more powers, but also the Barnett formula continues, a lot of English voters, never mind MPs, are going to say, well, what about us? Do you think that English votes for English laws is now inevitable?
Well, what I do think is that some kind of federal solution for the whole of the United Kingdom is inevitable. And I'm encouraged in that by Prospect Magazine, the Financial Times and Gordon Brown. Because so long, if you have increased powers for Northern Ireland and for Wales and for Scotland, then the idea that Scottish MPs like me can continue to vote on English education and English health simply is unsustainable. Now, sometimes
it's very interesting to hear a senior Liberal Democrat say that.
Yes. Up here we call it the West Lothian question, but I often say rather tritely, it's the West Belfast question and the West Wales question as well.
Yeah.
The more you devolve power, the less you can argue that it's legitimate for members of Parliament, Wales, Northern Ireland or Scotland, to vote on what are essentially English matters.
So for voters fighting their way through the night in England with another cup of coffee or another small malt whisky, whatever it might be, how would that actually look, a federal system? You'd have a single British chamber for foreign affairs, defence, immigration and so forth.
Large-scale economics and, in our view, welfare. Because I'm one of those who recoils at the idea that your pension might be different, whether you live in Eyemouth or Otterburn.
Right.
Both sides of the
But below
border.
that there would be an English Parliament which was sitting probably in Westminster and it would be dealing with English education, English health. And that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, and you don't need another building because all you can do is say, well, this is the English Parliament for a fortnight or 3 weeks.
You could kick out the House of Lords and use that chamber.
You could certainly do that, and the House of Lords reform could well be part of that package. I mean, the Prime Minister said is making a speech to the nation tomorrow. I'd rather hope he does two things, and if I was advising him, or if he was, thought
I'm
I'd
sure
listen
he'll be
to my
watching
advice.
and on the edge of his
no,
seat.
I should think he's fast asleep. First of all, he should repeat the pledge, and it would be quite sensible if he were to make a little acknowledgement to Gordon Brown and the timetable that Gordon Brown set out. And he should also say to his English colleagues, you will not be left behind. But it's not for the Scots to tell the English what form their devolution should take. the English have got to sort that out for themselves. So, if you like, a two-pronged approach with a little gesture to Gordon Brown.
There's a long way to go, but many people thought we were going to be sitting here tonight talking about the end of the United Kingdom. Instead, what we're going to see is possibly a very, very different United Kingdom.
United Kingdom. That was always inevitable. Once you had, if you like, unlocking, not so much unlocking the key, but bringing into very sharp focus the nature of the United Kingdom in the 21st century, then change was inevitable, because everyone accepts that this aggregation of power and influence and resource to the southeast simply is unsustainable in the long term. And if you're a member of Parliament, if I was a member of Parliament for the northeast or the northwest or even the West Midlands or the East Midlands, any of that, I would be complaining about the fact that my region, equivalent, sometimes bigger even than Scotland in population,
Yorkshire's
was
bigger in
yes,
population
exactly,
terms,
not being properly dealt with.
All right, Ming Campbell, for now, thank you very much indeed. We've heard for a long time the West Lothian question. We may be getting the West Lothian answer, but back to Hugh in the studio.
Andy, thanks very much, and thanks to Sir Ming Campbell too. Before we start again around the table, and before we pick up and see which are the very, very significant councils still to come, because let me repeat, at 3:15 in the morning, we've just had 4 results, so there are 28 results to go. So there is a long way to go. We haven't had Glasgow and Edinburgh and Dundee and Aberdeen and some of the big urban areas. So in the meantime, I'm going to talk to David Coburn, who's an MEP for UKIP, the only UKIP representative in Scotland. David, thanks for waiting so patiently to talk to us. Good morning to you.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm just wondering, first of all, your sense of how it's going, and then we'll go on to other things.
Well, it looks very much like independence is not going to happen, but we can't tell until we see what's happening in Edinburgh and Glasgow. But I would think it's a good chance that it's not going to happen. And as I've been listening to all this nonsense from various other political parties, UKIP have been talking about this for some time, about rebalancing the constitution, rebalancing England with Scotland, and Mr Farage will be speaking about that tomorrow morning, possibly before Mr Cameron's out of his bed.
Well, we shall see. But I think Mr Cameron will be up quite early as well. But what would you like that answer to be from UKIP? What is it going to be in terms of its proposal?
Well, I'm going to leave that to Nigel to discuss tomorrow morning, but we are looking at a different way of doing things and giving England a decent chance. I don't think it should all be about Scotland. I speak as a Scotsman. I think there's been too much about us, and we need to rebalance the entire constitution, because there are large chunks of England, the north of England, which has been ignored as well. And as you will see in the forthcoming by-election in Manchester, UKIP are now starting to take Labour seats in the north, and we will be taking Labour seats in Scotland before very long as well, because the Labour Party has totally let down the working man in Scotland.
OK, we'll wait to see what Nigel has to say, obviously. But for viewers watching who want, you know, a clear guide, are you talking about an English Parliament? Are you talking about parliaments in parts of England? What are you talking about?
No, I don't think we're talking about parts of England. I think we're talking about a rebalancing of the constitution. I'm going to leave Nigel to go into the minutiae. We have discussed this for a long time. We've been way ahead of everybody else in this, and we couldn't understand why Scotland was getting this without actually having a plan B. It's another case of Mr Cameron writing everything down in the back of a fag packet and signing off with Alex Salmond. Well, that is just not on. Everyone's got to be included in this.
What's UKIP's view on more powers, whatever those powers are, more powers for Scotland?
Well, I think our view generally is if Mr Salmond wants to put a Ferrari in every drive in Scotland, a haggis in every pot, he's going to have to pay for it. And the thing about this is, you know, why should they simply leave this enormous socialist state in Scotland, which has let Scotland down? Young people in Scotland leave the country because you're told you're an evil person because you want to make money, you want to improve your life and that of your family. So lots of young Scots leave the country. Well, I think it's high time we got rid of the leaden hand of the socialist state in Scotland, and let's see some entrepreneurial ideas coming through. UKIP want to have entrepreneurial Scotland, the land of Adam Smith. Why, and Andrew Carnegie, why is it in this sort of mess? Because of years of Labour ignoring it, the SNP with their daft notions, and quite frankly, Liberal Democrats who nobody gives anything for. They simply will cease to exist after the next election. I don't even know why some Min Campbell they bother putting them on TV.
Well, when you talk about rebalancing the relationship between, or recalibrating the relationship between England and Scotland, what do you read as the voter or UKIP supporters? What is their main desire? What would they like to see?
Well, I think fairness for Scotland. If Scotland wants to do something that's more expensive than England or in a different way from England, then obviously UKIP believe in going to the lowest part of the process. We'd rather have more laws given to Holyrood, and also more Holyrood staff given to local councils. We want to see the whole thing brought down to the local level. I think that's what we've always been about. We're a very democratic party, we're a libertarian party, and we want to see change in that way.
And should the Barnett formula be kept or scrapped?
The Barnett formula has got to be up for discussion. I mean, it cannot go on the way it has. We have to do things in a different way, but Nigel will lay that out more clearly in the morning.
And just a final point, David, if I may. Was Mr Farage right to accuse Alex Salmond of provoking aggression in the campaign and of, in effect, provoking anti-English sentiment?
Well, I was the man that called him the Robert Mugabe of Scotland. He started off the European campaign that way. People said, oh, that's rather excessive. But by the end of it, he was threatening to seize land in Scotland. Well, that's very Robert Mugabe. He's also threatening businesses. Mr Sillars coming out, threatening businesses, threatening people, threatening revenge against people. I mean, what can I say about it? It's monstrous. The way they've conducted this campaign has been a disgrace. And I don't think many people in Scotland will forgive Mr Salmond, and I think he personally must take a great deal of the blame for that. And in fact, a lot of people personally blame him for this, not just the Scottish National Party as a whole, but very much Mr Salmond as an individual.
Well, we'll get people to respond to that. David, thanks very much for joining us. David Coburn of UKIP. Well, Ricky?
That's the most absurd 5 minutes I've heard on television tonight. I mean, it really is, because these people are not players in this campaign. They've come here to cause trouble. They are racist, and I believe, quite honestly, they're here to disrupt rather than help the discussion. Now, we were talking before about a coherent policy, this idea that this was some sort of policy here. We were talking before about a constitution. At the end of the vote tonight, we could have been coming towards a Scottish constitution, something which we don't have in Britain. And now that was a very, very clear part of the yes vote, where we're actually talking through democratic process. Now, Jim used the word earlier on, stramash. And this is my worry, that what we've got at the moment is something that was cobbled together a couple of weekends ago and is going to be done in closed rooms, what used to be called smoke-filled rooms. I suppose they're not smoke-filled anymore, Jim, but this is my worry now. What we had on the table was something which was really going to be thought through. And this idea that we have a deal here and a deal there, that doesn't work for me. But I would have hoped at the end of tonight we would have been starting to talk about a Scottish constitution.
Well, picking up on what Ricky said and David Coburn, I mean, David's an example of... I'm not a big fan of proportional representation, and David's an example of it. I hope that's not too impolite. But with those sorts of views, he wouldn't have got elected. But he got elected on the basis that he was on the list. And, I mean, the kind of haggis in every driveway, or whatever it was he was talking about, and Robert Mugabe of Scotland. Alex Salmond and I don't see eye to eye with one another, but that sort of thing is pretty ludicrous. But before we get carried away with the kind of cultural conceit of Scottish politics and Scotland being uniquely different from the rest of the UK, 90,000 Scots voted for UKIP. I don't think, you guys will know better than me, but I don't think UKIP got an MEP in London, for example. And the fact that, so we should avoid the kind of cultural conceit that Scotland is spectacularly more open-minded than the rest of the UK.
10% of the vote, wasn't it?
Yeah,
10%
but
of the vote
when
in
you
European
of course,
elections in Scotland.
But when you consider the fact not only 90,000 people voted, angry people voted for them, Scotland's been scarred for far too long with, for example, sectarianism, that the rest of the United Kingdom are bewildered by. And we tolerated it for far too long. It still goes on. It's much more under control these days, and that's something to be thankful for. But we shouldn't fall for the kind of sense that Scots are uniquely open-minded and uniquely welcoming. We've spent too much time and too much kind of angst on that type of pointless religious discrimination over the years to get involved in that.
I'm going to stop you there for a second, because Ricky did say some rather serious things about UKIP. And David, you're still with us, I think, aren't you?
I'm indeed, yeah.
Do you want to answer that? Sorry.
Well, all I can say is the Scottish National Party have made a lot of people up here very frightened, especially English people who live up here. Many of them expressed how upset and frightened they are, and the sort of behaviour we've seen against businesses like Barhead Travel. A lot of people have felt intimidated by the SNP. And the SNP, quite frankly, if anybody's racist, quite frankly, it's the SNP. They don't like the English. They don't care. Anyone can come to Scotland as long as you're not English, or you've ever worked in London, or you're a Scotsman who's ever worked anywhere else in the world. But, I mean, they're a ridiculous bunch of people. And quite frankly, they've just demonstrated their behaviour over this campaign.
Well, that's really sad that that's been described like that tonight, because it hasn't been that kind of campaign here at all.
Oh, yes, it has. That's
well, let me
absolute
finish.
nonsense.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
I have many, many friends who are English people who have moved to Scotland, who will be on Jim's side, who will be on the no side, who will be on the yes side, but for very good reasons. But not for reasons that they're intimidated or so on. That is not a side effect. Now, and also to call it an SNP campaign, I'm not a member of the Scottish National Party. Lots of people on the Yes campaign are not members of any party. We just believe in a change for Scotland. And that's quite a big group. Jim's got here, he's got a coalition of people who are on the no side. There's a coalition of people on the yes side as well.
No, there are not.
And
it's the SNP. And
well, I'm sorry, it's not. So it's absolutely not.
David, I wonder if I could defend the SNP for a moment. 'Cause the company you mentioned, David, Barhead Traveller, in my constituency, I was standing outside it today, and look, actually, as far as I understand it, their business has gone up.
Oh, they
not down since
but
the
it
type of thing
was
that you're talking about.
by the
But anyway,
SNP.
look, there's been some aggression in this campaign, David, but it's not been in the mainstream. There's been great passion.
Well, really.
I've had some of it myself. I don't care about egg throwing. There's kind
So
of
have I.
all that sort of stuff. But in the main, the stuff that you're saying about the SNP isn't true, David. And we've spent
Well, it is true.
we've spent 2 years emphasising the things that we have.
The SNP has
we
spent
have
2
against
years
one another.
insulting the
David,
English,
I'm going to just
insulting
finish this
everyone.
point, and I'm sure you can jump in if you fancy.
All right.
But we've spent 2 years emphasising our differences here in Scotland, and we've now got to try and spend the rest of our time trying to work out what we've got in common and make a success of whatever Scotland has decided. So let's not try and rerun the referendum. One side won, one side lost. We're just going to make a success of the decision that our fellow Scots have come to in record numbers.
Well,
Let's
we
kind
know
of
you
not
intend
rerun
to
the
go
last
into the
2 years,
Scottish
David.
Parliament, so obviously you're starting your campaign for the Scottish Parliament now. We can obviously see that.
That's about the 20th thing you've got wrong in this short
Oh,
interview,
really?
David, but good luck with it.
Watch
mate.
this space.
Good luck. Cheerio, good night.
David, can I just recap just one
Yeah.
thing, because it's an important thing. When Ricky mentioned earlier that there'd been a racist element, that's the allegation made. Can you just tell us
Against
why you said...
UKIP,
I'll ask you now, David. I'm just saying to Ricky, why did you say that?
Because I think what UKIP have brought is brought fear. And they brought fear that wasn't here before. And they brought something which I have never seen, which is a distrust of foreign people. And it's
Well, we
not
won
here.
the
Scotland has
European
been
election,
a
for goodness
welcoming
sake.
country to new people. We welcome it. We've had people, Polish people for yes, Africans for yes, Indians for yes. And it's been a fantastic campaign of the new Scottish people taking part in Scotland. As I say, some of these people have supported the no side. Some of them have supported the yes side. But they've been phenomenal contributors to Scotland, and we welcome them. We're delighted to see them here. And I'm sorry, but my children and many, many young people are very distrustful of what you, David, have brought into this.
David,
Well, certainly not, because I can just say that UKIP's policy on immigration is the least racist policy of any party, because we want to allow anyone, not just people from the European Union, to come here, but people from India, from the colonies, the old Commonwealth. We want them to have the opportunity to come here, and we want a points-based system like Australia. You can't get more unracist than that. And quite frankly, this man is talking absolute nonsense. Anyone who's read a newspaper in Scotland over the last few months knows exactly what's been happening. And lots of people feel very intimidated by the SNP. And
David,
this nonsense must stop.
We'll talk a little more about the campaign later, but thank you very much for joining us. David Coburn there, the UKIP MEP, one of the MEPs for Scotland. I think it's a good moment for us to just take stock. Where are we with these results? We have 4 results in. We have 28 results to go in this independence referendum. So there's our grand statement. On Pacific Quay, BBC's headquarters in Scotland, in Glasgow here. The yes vote so far, 36,097. The no vote so far, 49,535. But as I say, that's just 4 results. 28 results to go. We mentioned earlier that the eyes of the world were on this result because it's a hugely significant result in terms of the standing of the United Kingdom. We're joined by Kurt Volker, the former US permanent representative to NATO, who's in Washington. Mr. Volker, thanks for joining us. What is your perspective from Washington tonight?
Well, first off, I think there's great interest in Washington in following these results. It's been a dinner topic conversation here and frankly throughout the day, even on a day when we had the Ukrainian president in town. Secondly, I think that there's a great deal of respect in Washington for the Scottish decision. Whatever the Scots decide, we have a great admiration for Scotland. We'll make it work, whatever that is. But of course, from perspective of some of the bigger security issues, economic issues, things that directly affect U.S. interests, there is indeed a perception in Washington that it is in the U.S. interest that Scotland remain with the UK. So there's a great deal of hope for that as well. But of course, whatever the outcome is, we will stand by the Scots and make it work.
I'm just thinking of the tweet, the social media contribution from the President Obama, where he said, the UK is an extraordinary partner for America and a force for good in an unstable world. I hope it remains strong, robust and united. Is it appropriate for the President to be, in effect, if you like, I suppose it's a kind of intervention in the campaign, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I think he's expressing an American interest. And therefore, I think it is appropriate for the President of the United States to express an American interest. But I take your point as well. I don't think that anyone in the United States feels comfortable telling the Scots how they should vote. That's really a decision for Scottish voters, and we have to be very careful not to be trying to impose a view on that. We can express our own interest, but we have to respect the Scots and their interests.
Just underline it, Kurt, if we may. If it is a no vote, and as I say, we've got a long way to go here, but if it's a no vote, there'll be a sigh of relief in the White House, yes?
Indeed. You know, in the United States, I think we look at things like, okay, what's NATO? What's the nuclear deterrent of NATO? Where are the Trident submarines? Is the UK able to contribute effectively to the common challenges that we have, such as fighting ISIS, such as dealing with Russia? If the UK is going to be distracted for the next 18 months negotiating over internal arrangements and how to break up the Union, we're going to lose a valuable partner. So clearly there's an interest there. And I think it's legitimate for the United States to say this is how we have to deal with the world and what we look for in a strong partner like the United Kingdom. At the same time, there is a very strong sense here, and it's not just speaking for myself, I've heard it around town. People respect the views of voters, and if the Scots decide one way or the other, we will deal with whatever that decision is in the most positive spirit possible.
And just a final point, you brought up Trident there. Was that the main factor in American thinking?
No.
Or were there other strategic factors?
No, it is one among many, and probably not the most important. I think from the United States point of view, we see a lot of global challenges. We are at a stage right now where we are very hesitant about how far we want to go in grappling with them. But inevitably we have to, such as you see with the airstrikes against ISIS now and putting together a coalition to take on ISIS, such as you see with dealing with Russia and how do we help Ukraine and try to put a check on Russia's ambitions to rewrite the map of Europe. And in that, the United States has always relied on the United States as an independent, strong, valuable partner, valuable source of advice, contributor, able to mobilize other things that the U.S. cannot. And that partnership has been tremendously valuable. And the worry in this is that a UK distracted by dissolving the union that has existed until now will be a less effective partner for the U.S. in dealing with global challenges. Trident's a small part of that.
Kurt Volker, very good of you to join us once again, and thanks very much for giving us your view on the American perspective. A quick word from Ricky and from Jim then, and then we'll catch up with our news summary. Jim, the international perspective. So, that didn't really play, did it, in this campaign?
It wasn't the major factor. I think folk were voting on their family, their community, a sense of pride, a sense of what was best for Scotland. There were, on occasions, where the international issues visited the referendum.
Let's turn the question round.
But we couldn't avoid the fact that the things that are happening in Syria and Iraq and the dreadful murder of British citizens and the threat to others, so that would be there. But ultimately, that wasn't the cutting edge of the referendum.
So when President Obama, Bill Clinton, when people like that intervene, if I can, use that word, does that have any effect at all?
I think people are interested in it, but I don't think it influences people. So there's interest rather than influence. And the Prime Minister of Australia spoke out in rather strident terms, and that spiked a bit of interest. But I think Scots, I think we like the fact that the whole world's watching. We're not an insecure people, but we like the fact that the world notices. And as I say, it's interest rather than influence this brings.
There were no big game changers. These things did not affect the way people went to the polls. Obama, Clinton, whatever.
Even the Pope.
Even the Pope. I think that one of the great things was this was a great exercise in democracy. We recommend it. I would recommend it to people.
Not too regular.
Maybe not for 2 years. But seriously, I think it was great. And people actually had the discussion within themselves, within their own families, and that was what was healthy about it. It wasn't these big interventions.
Just a quick point. There was a real nervousness in Downing Street that foreign affairs might affect this in the opposite direction, not helpfully for the No campaign. A real anxiety that as those leaders met for the NATO summit in Wales, that the possibility of another war in the Middle East, of course the SNP, along with the Liberal Democrats, but had a history of being able to say they'd opposed the Iraq war in 2003, that would drive people in to the yes camp. And I know that Downing Street spoke to the White House, and this issue of this referendum was a factor. I'm not saying it was the definitive factor, but it was a factor in there being a long timetable for military action in Iraq.
I think we've got a result in.
Ladies
Let's
and
go to
gentlemen,
Inverclyde.
can I have your attention, please? I, John Mundell, Counting Officer appointed for the Inverclyde Council local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on the 18th of September, hereby certify and declare 1. The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Inverclyde Council local government area is 54,601. The turnout is 87.4%. 2. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Outcome for yes, number of votes 27,243. Outcome for no, 27,329. Rejected. Rejected 29.
Well, on a turnout of 87%. Look at those figures. 27,243 yes, 27,329 to the noes. Let's have a look at the percentages because they will underline that very fragile majority. And let's have a look at the percentages. It's 50.1% to the noes and 49.9% to yes, 0.2%. As I say, on a very high turnout. Inverclyde, Sarah, we discussed it earlier. What are your views on that?
Inverclyde was in the middle of our predictions. It's a small part of Scotland. It's got quite high social deprivation. There's quite high unemployment there. This is the area around Gourock, Greenock, Port Glasgow, where there used to be a lot of shipbuilding, where there isn't as much as there used to be anymore. So there were reasons to think that there might be people who would be tempted to vote yes there. I mean, it's been a traditionally very, very Labour area, but exactly the kind of Labour voters who the Yes campaign were trying to tempt over to their side probably could have been found in Inverclyde. Now, it's a very, very tight result. It's astonishing in that regard, but for no to have taken that's not bad going.
Another factor that, forgive me, that Jim mentioned earlier about sectarianism. This is an area, I think I'm right in saying, Jim, isn't it, with the highest Catholic population
there's a very
in
large
Scotland,
Catholic
and there has
population,
been, there was an association in large parts of Scotland with Catholics being more likely to vote yes. It was said. Now, whether that will turn out to be the case, I don't know, but it was often said that there was a bit of a sectarian split. Now, some of that was associated, I suspect, purely with kind of football supporting, the association with the Glaswegian football clubs, the Celtic Rangers split. But it would be interesting to know whether that was a factor in that seat.
Well, and it's a remarkable fact that whether it turns out or not that Catholics have voted in large number yes. 20 years ago, you would never have considered that at all. For a very long time, the Catholic vote were very, very solidly unionist. They were very suspicious of what an independent Scotland would look like, thought it would be run by some kind of Protestant cabal, and that we're even discussing Catholics as potentially large numbers of yes voters shows how much things have changed in Scotland.
Inverclyde, let's have your
I think
response
that one of the things, and again, not Ricky, I'm not trying to draw Ricky into this, but certainly the First Minister didn't miss an opportunity to remind Scots that the Orange Order were in favour of a no vote. I mean, I remember doing an interview with him a fortnight ago, and I don't know how many times he said it. Now, I don't think that should be part of our politics. I don't think that's sort of religion.
Didn't help by staging an absolutely enormous march in Edinburgh last Saturday.
In a democracy, if it's within the law, they're entitled to have their peaceful protest. I get in procession, but I guess both of us are delighted that the Inverclyde result isn't the Scottish result. Because if it had only been 100 votes, I don't know about hanging chads in Florida. We'd have been here for a very, very long time.
I'm already shouting recount on this one, actually, to be honest.
OK, let's have a look at some of the images that we have of responses to that. Yeah. That was the scene just a couple of minutes ago when the Inverclyde result came in. I'm going to go straight to John Curtis because John Curtis is standing by to tell us what he makes of that result. John, Inverclyde.
Well, I think certainly this is a further straw in the wind that the no side are going to emerge victorious in this referendum. As you were just saying, this is the kind of place where if the yes side were going to win this referendum, we would require or would expect them to be at least narrowly ahead here. In the end, they're narrowly behind. And given what we're hearing from some of the other counts in places like Aberdeen and Midlothian, where we're hearing that the no side again are ahead, these are again places where probably yes would need to be ahead, at least marginally, if they're going to win the referendum. The straws in the wind are beginning to stack up towards no winning. What I think, however, we're still not entirely clear about is how good that victory is going to be, how large the lead is going to be. But in a sense, we've already heard from a spokesman on the no side, acknowledging the strength of the yes vote and to that extent at least reiterating their commitment that Scotland should indeed get more devolution. Indeed, I think I've heard quite remarkably both Ruth Davidson, the Scottish Conservative leader, and Lord Forsyth, who in the 1990s was the arch opponent of devolution, both suggesting that actually the proposals for more devolution for Scotland may well need to go further than anything that's been put forward by the political parties from Westminster so far.
And just looking ahead for the next hour, John, where are those areas where the Yes campaign will have high hopes of maybe, even reversing maybe what's going on?
Well, I think the truth is when we begin to get in some of the results from parts of from the west of Scotland, we're going to have to start seeing Yes victories. But it's also true when we come to places like Perth and Angus, where there's a strong SNP vote, we again need to see yes victories, which we didn't see in the Western Isles, which is also an SNP stronghold. So look at the SNP strongholds, look at the west of Scotland. If yes don't start winning there, then it'd be pretty clear that indeed no have won, and maybe have won quite comfortably.
John, thank you very much. And I would like to talk about the places still counting. It's a useful thing for us to look at this stage. There it is. Then you see the big centres of Glasgow and Edinburgh still counting at the moment. Fife too, which includes Gordon Brown's constituency in Kirkcaldy. And we have North Lanarkshire, South Lanarkshire, Aberdeenshire, which includes Mr Salmon's constituency, the Highland region, Aberdeen itself, that's the city of Aberdeen, which is still to come. West Lothian, which we discussed earlier. We've already had East Lothian in, and Renfrewshire. So there are some very, very big centres yet to come. We're going to pause for a second because I want to join Andrew Neil at Westminster, and then we'll come back and get some more results.
Thanks, Hugh. We're getting reports that Alex Salmond has left Aberdeen Airport in a private jet with his wife, but the destination is unknown, which, of course, has produced some suggestions on Twitter, which there is no way I'm going to repeat on the BBC. We're joined by the economics editor, Robert Peston. Robert, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Sterling rising in the Asian markets. The equity markets here will probably rise when they open. What are the overall macroeconomic implications if it is a no vote?
If it's a no vote, quite a lot of uncertainty gets eliminated. There was nervousness among investors that the future of the British banking system would be in doubt for a bit. There were genuine concerns about the fiscal implications of a lot of this. And so if it's a very clear no vote, sterling will bounce back, having fallen. And that actually carries... there are also other implications as well. I mean, it was widely thought that if Scotland were to vote no, because there would have been, it was thought, a depressive impact on the entire UK economy. That would have delayed the Bank of England's decision about raising interest rates. I would say, on the basis of where we're looking in these polls now, an interest rate rise, certainly before the election, remains very much on the cards, possibly as soon as November.
OK, let's look at a couple of things that Westminster has to do if it's to keep its word with the Scottish people of more devolution, if it is a no vote. There's talk of, or there's a promise of more income tax powers being sent to Edinburgh. But I'm right in thinking that Labour and Conservative in particular, they don't necessarily agree on what these powers should be.
No, I mean, it is quite striking that you've had this declaration from the three parties that there will be more powers handed across on a pretty tight timetable. But actually their positions on particularly tax are different. The Tories, interestingly, have said all of income tax can be decided by the devolved Scottish government. Labour has said no. I think they've said something like 3/4 of the income tax decisions will be taken by the Scottish government. Interestingly also, Labour appears to be saying that it'll be sort of one-directional, that if the Scottish government wishes to put up taxes, to protect the health service, for example, they could do that. But there's a sort of suggestion that they wouldn't be able to compete with tax rates elsewhere by cutting taxes. So there is quite a lot of important stuff to be negotiated with big implications for what that, for what a Scottish government would actually be able to do.
I understand that Ed Bowes, the Shadow Chancellor, is not necessarily very happy with this.
Well, I mean, he's obviously thinking that he may end up as Chancellor after the election. We shall see. And, I think his concern is that what Scotland appears to be getting here is, a pretty attractive-looking deal that would restrict his ability to spend elsewhere. In particular, the parties have committed themselves to this continuation of above-average public spending in Scotland as a result of transfers from essentially the southeast of England. It's known as the Barnett formula. And there are some people who say, you can't on the one hand have Scotland with these increased powers to raise taxes, but also being subsidised quite as much by the South. So I think that will be a pretty contentious point, particularly since, let's be clear, Alex Salmond has done a pretty good job over the past few weeks and months shouting to the world, Scotland's a very prosperous nation with above average income per head. And if people believed him, then on that basis, perhaps Scotland shouldn't get quite such a big subsidy.
But the Barnett formula, as I understand it, has enemies on the Labour and Conservative sides.
Oh, no, very much so. I mean, I think, I do think that this pledge by the three leaders of the main unionist parties to sustain it, I think there will be members of all their parties who will try and see if that can be unpicked, a bit. Because at a time when money is going to be tight for the whole UK for years to come, because we've still got a big deficit to cut, some will say that is unfair.
OK, Robert Peston, thank you very much. Let's get back to Scotland Decides.
Andrew, thanks very much. Thanks to Robert, too, for some thoughts there on the economy and finance and currency and the permutations. We've been joined by the Scottish Labour leader, Joanne Lamont, and by Michael Matheson, the Scottish Minister for Public Health. It's good of you to join us.
Morning.
At 3:45 in the morning. And we'll get your thoughts in just a moment. But let you catch your breath, first of all, and let's have a summary of the news.
Hello, I'm Carol Walker with a summary of the main news. The first results in Scotland's independence referendum have been declared. Orkney, Shetland, the Western Islands, Inverclyde and Clackmannanshire have all voted no. The no vote in Clackmannanshire was 54%, with 46% voting yes. Figures suggest the turnout has been exceptionally high. The final result is expected between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning. The Queen's expected to make a statement this afternoon. Our political correspondent Chris Mason reports.
This is what a good start looks like for the No campaign. Lift off for one activist and lift off for those wanting to keep Scotland in the UK. At just after 1:30 in the morning, the first result.
Yes, 16,350. No, 19,000.
And half an hour later, hundreds of miles north.
Yes, 4,883. No, 10,004.
For yes, 5,669. For no, 9,951.
It was a no vote too in the Western Isles. Change is coming everywhere, says the government at Westminster.
If, as we all hope, we can secure enhanced devolution for Scotland in short order, we also need, with a similar sense of urgency, to make sure that other people within the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, in Wales and, of course, in England, have their voices more clearly heard and respected than ever before.
Here, ballot boxes arrived by air from the Isle of Mull, heading for the Argyll and Bute Count Centre. The turnout has been huge. Those arguing for independence say that's because people are angry.
I think people in Scotland have been channeling that legitimate anger about a broken political and economic system into something positive during this campaign. If it's a yes vote, then we clearly have a path forward for that, defining a written constitution, managing the transition to an independent country. If it's a no vote, it becomes much more challenging, but still vital to capture that energy and to make sure that we can build alliances with people, elsewhere in these islands who share the anger.
You need a head for numbers and strong fingers for a night in one of the 32 count centres across Scotland. The nocturnal arithmetic continues and will do for several hours yet. Chris Mason, BBC News.
A new video has been released which appears to show a British journalist being held captive by Islamic State extremists. John Cantley, seen here in Syria, was captured while working as a newspaper journalist. In the latest footage, Mr. Cantley is seen sitting behind a desk, dressed in orange clothes, delivering a scripted speech into the camera. A plan to arm and train moderate Syrian rebels to fight Islamic State has been approved by the United States Senate. The strategy forms part of President Obama's campaign to tackle the militants who've taken control of a swathe of territory across Syria and Iraq. 2 adults and 6 children are reported to have been killed in a shooting in Florida in the United States. The shootings took place in the town of Bell, about 30 miles west of Gainesville in the north of the state. Police say a grandfather killed his 6 grandchildren and his daughter before turning the gun on himself. That's it for now. Now let's go back to Scotland Decides.
Welcome back to Scotland Decides. It's just about 10 to 4 in the morning. We have 5 results in. We have 27 to go. I'm told that Renfrewshire is to be declared fairly shortly. Let me tell you, earlier, when the process of running the votes through and looking at the tallies happened, this was the response of the Better Together, the No campaign. And there's no mistaking their joy there. Now, this was just in the past few minutes. So this is in the lead-up, if you like, to the declaration. And there is a hint there, isn't there, more than a hint, of the fact that Better Together in Renfrewshire think that they will have done enough. That is that includes Paisley. That is Andrew Neil's hometown. So that locates it for us. It is, in fact, of course, Douglas Alexander's patch as well. So we should get Renfrewshire quite soon. And Joanne Lamont is with us, the Labour leader in Scotland. Joanne, thanks for coming in again.
Pleasure.
Nice to see you. And Michael Matheson's with us too. Thank you, Michael. OK, Renfrewshire. Are those people right to be hugging? What are you thinking?
It looks, I mean, you know, Scots are pretty undemonstrative. If they're jumping about like that, it would suggest that it's good news on balance, and I think that it looks as if there's potentially a good result there.
In the broad trend of what's been happening, Joanne, this evening, as I say, I'm stressing, you know, in fairness to viewers as well, we do have 27 results left, so we're not sort of going crazy. But what is the trend telling you?
Well, I think it feels to me that it's going to be a no vote. But I think probably what I'm more struck by is that a project started out, would Scotland divide from the rest of the United Kingdom, has divided Scotland.
I'm going to stop you there, Joanne. Let's go to Renfrewshire.
Sure.
OK, ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? I, David Martin, counting officer appointed for Renfrewshire Council local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on 18th September 2014, hereby certify and declare the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Renfrewshire Council area is 117,612. The turnout is 87.3%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 55,466. No, 62,067. There were 79 rejected papers. The reasons for rejection are as follows. Want of an official mark, no papers.
So at 3:52 in the morning, we have our sixth result, and it is from Renfrewshire on a turnout of 87%, a victory for the No campaign, 62,067 votes to 55,466. That means in percentage terms as follows: 53% to the No's and 47% to the Yes campaign. Sarah, your thoughts on that?
Well, this is a much, much bigger area, so the number of votes here matter a great deal more to the total than some of the smaller counts that we've heard already. Renfrewshire, as you say, it's where Paisley is, where Douglas Alexander is the MP, so there's a solid Labour voting tradition there. Like much of Scotland, though, there have been votes for the SNP in the Holyrood elections. They returned an SNP MSP to Holyrood, and it was exactly areas like this where we weren't sure what these voters, who used to be solidly Labour, now quite often vote for the SNP, if not in Westminster elections, what they were going to do. And they voted
Pause you a second, Sarah. Sorry, hold the thought, because we're just getting a declaration from Dundee.
I, David Dorward, counting officer appointed for the Dundee City local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on the 18th September 2014, hereby certify and declare the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Dundee City area is 93,592. The turnout is 78.8%. There were 92 rejected ballot papers, 1 for want of an official mark, 25 for voting in favour of both answers, 6 for writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, and 60 unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 53,620. No, 39,880.
Well, those are the results in from Dundee. And it is a yes victory in Dundee. And let's look at the margin, 53,620 to 39,880. The turnout significantly lower than we've seen elsewhere. It is 79%. Look at the percentage share. And there you have 57% for the Yes campaign and 43% for the No. 14% margin. Sarah, thoughts on that?
Well, it's significant that this is the first place which has returned a yes vote. It's no surprise that Dundee voted yes. Alex Salmond calls it the yes city. It was the city in Scotland he most expected to go yes. It's a good result for them. It's not quite as good as they would have hoped, though. 57%. They could have expected to do a bit better than that in Dundee.
We've just been joined by Brian Taylor, a Scotland political editor. Good to see you, Brian. OK, your take so far?
It looks as if it's going to be a no outcome. There we are. There's the sort of insight that I've become used to down the years. But I think a couple of things emerge from that. If it is a no outcome, if it is a no outcome based upon the prospectus that Gordon Brown advanced towards the close of the campaign, then I think two things arise from that. One, will Westminster generally, in both the lower and upper house, accept Gordon Brown's analysis that the unalloyed sovereignty of Westminster is at an end? I suspect there'll be some who will dispute that. Secondly, the plan itself, the vow, the promise, whatever you like, remains fairly vague. Will detail be put upon that, and will it be in line with the detail that Mr Brown was suggesting, which was that this was in effect home rule for Scotland and would involve substantial tax powers? If it is, what will those tax powers be? Secondly, there's a second issue arising, I think, again, stress, if it is a no, we've now had a couple of big councils and it's still looking towards a no direction. If it is a no, what will the impact be upon the SNP? I suspect that there will obviously be an introspection within the SNP, but I suspect that will be contained introspection, because they will have, first of all, the UK general election to fight, the prospect of seeking to retain their power at Holyrood, and thirdly, above all, perhaps in the short term, trying to drive forward the option of more powers.
If it's a no, and, Brian, you're absolutely right, of course, as you always are, 7 results, so 25 to go, so, we've got to allow for a lot of leeway here. But if it is a no, what is the message that Alex Salmond will deliver? He'll make a statement tomorrow, surely. What will that message be?
He will say the people have spoken. He will say the people have spoken above all in huge numbers. When you're talking about turnouts of 90%, then there is an expectation there of something happening as a result of that volume of people turning out. If even within that, 80 to 90% turnout across parts of Scotland, if the result from that is no, then I'm sure Alex Salmond will drive home the message that there is an expectation of rather more than just tinkering with the powers. Now, if you give a substantial transfer of powers to Scotland, indeed almost any transfer of powers to Scotland, raises the issue of what is to be done with the governance of England, because that's the issue that has been largely subsumed and forgotten until very, very recently. But if you are to do it in the very rushed timetable that is being suggested by Mr Brown and was endorsed by the others, for reasons of expediency in the close of the campaign, I don't mean that in a cheeky way, they were doing it quite deliberately because they felt they were losing. Then if you were to do it on that timetable, then the idea of creating a federal system involving England or the regions of England is simply unfeasible.
Is there any area yet to come, Brian, you think, which could deliver exceptionally good news for the Yes campaign and which might change our tune?
It had to be bigger than that in Dundee. Frankly, Dundee being a city where Labour has been dominant in the past, but the SNP are very strong at the moment, running the council and holding a number of seats in both parliaments. They had to do better than that, but you're still looking at North Lanarkshire, you're still looking at Glasgow, you're still looking at the other cities. The really big councils have yet to weigh in, just by simple definition of the count being delayed in those, by the volume of votes.
Just interesting to see Nicola Sturgeon there at their headquarters. Unless she may be at the count actually in Glasgow, but I'm not sure. She may be at the other headquarters. But just interesting to focus on her place now, Brian, and Nicola's status, given what's happened in this campaign.
She had an absolutely critical role in the campaign. She fought an extremely hard fight. She's smiling extremely bravely there, but how would she other? There are many more results to come in, including her own the city that she represents of Glasgow. She played a big role in the campaign by offering a perspective other than that purely of Alex Salmond, by arguing for the social justice perspective, which indeed the SNP did more generally, and she will play an absolutely pivotal role. Remember, 10 years ago, when Alex Salmond was elected leader for the second time, it wasn't meant to be thus. Nicola Sturgeon was meant to be the leader, and then in that leadership campaign, it looked like she wasn't winning, and so Alex Salmond stepped stepped in, became the leader again. She became the deputy and has been an extremely loyal and extremely able deputy for 10 years. I guess the future for her would be as leader of the SNP. I'm not going to speculate on how quickly that would come, but the future for her would be as leader of the SNP.
Michael, what is your thought on that? On Nicola Sturgeon and the way the SNP has ridden in this campaign?
I think both Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon are probably the most formidable political team that any party has in the UK. And they have very strong talents which both complement one another. There's no doubt Nicola's a very talented individual. I worked with her for a year and a half as when she was a health secretary, and she's a very able and very strong health minister when she led that portfolio. I think she's also demonstrated her qualities in depth during the course of this referendum campaign. And she's someone who I think is tremendously talented, and she complements the First Minister very well in the talents that she brings to the leadership team.
It's worth saying, as we're speculating about the future of the SNP leadership, Alex Salmond has made it very clear what he intends to do if there's a no vote, which is to remain as First Minister. As you know, there's been a lot of speculation about whether David Cameron would be able to remain as Prime Minister if there was a yes vote. He has always said he was elected to serve out his term as First Minister, which takes him until 2016. He hasn't speculated beyond that, but he has made it very clear that that's what he was elected to do and what he intends to do.
OK, we'll have a word with Brian again in a second. I want to bring in Andrew Marr. Andrew, I know you know Dundee very well. That result is interesting. Your thoughts on that and what we've heard so far tonight? Andrew, are you with us?
Well, Dundee is where I grew up. I know Dundee very well. It was always a very strong, solid and radical Labour city and a trade union city, but the SNP have made huge inroads there. And one thing I would say, it's 4 in the morning, here is a naked, outrageous, unashamed plea to keep watching. Because if you look what Dundee by itself has done to the percentages at the bottom of the screen, suddenly everything has become closer, and we still have a lot of very, very big councils to come, all the really big ones. So I think the story of the evening so far is clear, but just don't let's be too definite at this stage, even now. Dundee is a very, very famous political town. It became Yes City. It would have been an absolutely extraordinary moment if Yes City had said no. It hasn't. I agree with Brian Taylor, the numbers weren't quite good enough for the Yes campaign, but the night, although it's gone on for a long time, still has some very exciting hours to go.
Andy, thanks very much again. And yes, I suppose that's a warning we should heed, Brian, isn't it?
It is, and we should also bear in mind that politics changes very greatly. In the great and noble city of Dundee, which, like Andy, I was born and brought up in, once had a certain Winston Churchill as its MP. He was a Liberal at the time. He'd been a Tory before, and he was later a Conservative, as he said himself rather famously. Anybody can rat on a party. It takes a genius to re-rat. But he was also in 1922, he stood against a guy called Neddy Scrimgeour, who stood on a campaign of socialism and the prohibition of alcohol, neither of which trait particularly appealed to Winston, but he was kicked out by the voters of Dundee in 1922. You would have thought that was absolutely the end of his political career, the death of ambition for W. Churchill, and yet he went on to other and better things. So politics churns.
I just think, before we let you go, because with our other colleagues, Brian, I just think it's important for us to say at this stage, we've been discussing, if it's a no, if it's a no, if it's a no. It is still perfectly possible for Yes to win.
And if it is a yes, then there is a challenge to the UK government and the UK parties again, that there would have to be a series of negotiations on the terms of that yes vote, and that there would be very detailed and protracted negotiations, I'm sure.
Can I say, I think there is a challenge to the yes people if there's a no vote. We seem to be hearing a lot about if there's a no vote or a yes vote, all of the challenges on the one side. What I would say is Scotland is divided, and I certainly want to play my part in bringing Scotland back together, because my sense is, whether it's yes or no, a lot of people were asking the same questions, and my appeal to the SNP is to recognise if it is a no vote, that we find a way of moving on and start looking at what we can do together, particularly in the Scottish Parliament. For too long it's been a platform where we play out party politics, and there'll be, whatever happens, there'll be a lot of people hurting, and we need to find a way of, if people are beginning to look at politics again, we cannot retreat to continuing this argument. We have to have the debate about powers, but can't simply be about that. We need to be demonstrating politically that we want to come together on the big issues in education, health, job creation, and certainty for people in their workplace.
Look, I don't think there's any question at all of those of us on the yes side. If it transpires later this morning that it's a no vote, that we need to bring the country together. And it'd be fair to say that the First Minister and Nicola Sturgeon have actually made great play of that. They've said whatever the outcome is, their job will be is to bring the country together. And I think it's important that all sides recognise that. And we do look at how we can bring the different areas together, different issues together, and to work in a constructive way. So Team Scotland applies to a yes outcome or a no outcome. And we need to make sure that we all play our part in doing that.
It wasn't helpful when the First Minister characterised it as Team Scotland and Team Westminster, and I hope they will retreat from that. But there is this question.
But these are things that are said in the debate, Joanne.
It was pretty serious.
We're now at the point where we've moved beyond the debate now, right? We're now at the point where we're getting the results, and I think we all have to rise above the sort of small politics that goes on during the course of an election campaign.
It's not to presume bad faith on behalf of the parties who said there's going to be more powers. I wouldn't have made that commitment if I didn't believe it, neither would have my colleagues. If we can get to the place where we're not now having a conversation
we've got a result. Western Bartonshire.
At the Scottish Independence Referendum held on the 18th of September 2014, hereby certify and declare the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in Western Bartonshire area is 62,532. The turnout is 87.9%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 33,720. No, 28,776. There were 36 rejects. The reasons for the 36.
So, the latest result from Western Bartonshire, and the turnout there, a very, very impressive 87.9, let's call it 88%. And the votes as follows: 33,720 to the yes campaign and 28,776 to the no campaign. We'll have the figures for you in a moment, but Sarah, your response to that?
Western Bartonshire was one of the places in Scotland we most expected to vote yes. So the fact that it is the second place to have voted yes is not a great surprise. It's a better margin than they had in Dundee from my very poor arithmetic from the look of it. But it's not an absolutely thumping majority, which is what, well, they would have expected to do very well in Western Bartonshire. They've done pretty well in Western Bartonshire.
Michael, your thoughts on that?
I'm very pleased with the result. You know, it's obviously early in the evening. I'm optimistic there'll be other positive results to come along. I think particularly some of the larger population areas in Scotland, and I think we'll see how things progress.
Joanne?
Yeah, I mean, again, it just shows you the point I continue to make, the extent to which there has been division within Scotland. And that's the challenge for us all going forward.
Let's have a look at the figures then. Just let me show them to you so that we can just reinforce them. This is the result in just a minute ago. Western Bartonshire, it is 8 minutes past 4 in the morning. This is the 8th result of 32. 33,720 for the yes campaign, a turnout of 88%, 28,776 for the no campaign. So a victory for the yes in Western Bartonshire on a 46% of the vote for the no campaign and 54% of the vote for the yes campaign. So percentages, 54% yes, 46% no, reinforcing that result. And let's have a look at some of the reaction. This is what happened when the vote was declared. Unmistakable joy at the headquarters of the yes campaign because, well, they've had to wait a while to get two decent results for them, Dundee and Western Bartonshire. And we're expecting a few more results in within the next 10 to 15 minutes, which is good news. 8 results gone, and I think Midlothian is about to declare. Let's see where it is. Let's join it.
On 18th September 2014. Hereby certify and declare the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Midlothian area is 60,000 395. The turnout is 86.8%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 26,370. No, 33,972. Rejected, 53. The reasons for rejection are as follows.
So the result in from Midlothian, and let me just reinforce the figures for you. We'll have them on screen in a moment. But they are 26,370 to the Yes campaign, a victory for the No campaign in Midlothian. This is where the modern campaigning style started, they say, under William Gladstone, with the famous Midlothian campaign. 33,972 to the No campaign, 87% turnout. That is 44% of the vote for the Yes campaign and 56% to the No's. And here's the reaction. The sense of the relief and joy in Midlothian. Sarah, some thoughts?
Midlothian is almost as close to a bellwether council as you can get in Scotland. All of our predictions had it right in the middle. Difficult to say whether it was going to go yes or no. This is the area south of Edinburgh down to the borders, Dalkeith, Bonnyrigg, Musselburgh, places like that. A lot of people who commute into Edinburgh. All of the predictions made it very, very difficult to call, and that's a decent result for the No campaign in Midlothian.
Joanne?
Yes, that's a very... I mean, I was out speaking within the Midlothian area. Was struck, actually, by how strongly people felt about voting no. But I think that's a very, very pleasing result to see that there.
I'm just wondering whether John Curtis might be available to talk to us in a moment, because John's guidance on Midlothian is as follows. The fact that no ahead with 56% of the vote gives us a further indication that they are possibly on course to win. Let's get John to add some more detail to that. John, your reading?
I mean, I think my reading is now that, you know, the evidence that the No side are going to win is beginning to stack up. But equally, however, I think we're also now beginning to look at a No success that is nothing like as substantial as they probably anticipated when this referendum was called 18 months ago, or indeed what they might have hoped for a little less than 2 months ago. It certainly looks as though the yes vote's going to be quite substantial across Scotland, but as the opinion polls were indicating, virtually all, indeed unanimously, immediately before polling day, that the yes have not done enough to win this referendum. So still plenty to look out for, still by no means certain, but No certainly looking like the favourites, but favourites to win, but not any more than that.
OK, John, and just a thought. We have East Lothian and Stirling, which will be with us shortly. What will they tell us, do you think?
Well, East Lothian, I think, is not a place where we expect the Yes side to do particularly well. It's an area where Labour have remained strong and have largely kept the SNP out. Indeed, it's one of the few places they managed to hang on to in the 2011 Scottish election. Stirling, possibly somewhat better for the Yes side, but certainly not their most propitious territory. The other one we're expecting quite soon, Angus, on the other hand, that's a place where the SNP have long held the Westminster constituency, and if they don't do well there, it will be a substantial disappointment for the SNP.
John, thank you very much. Can we have a look to see what's going on in East Lothian, just to see how close they are? It's 4:15, and we may be in luck. Let's join it.
Well, once again, good evening or good morning, everyone. I'd like to make the statement of local totals for the East Lothian area. I, Angela Leach, Counting Officer, appointed for the East Lothian Council local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum, held on the 18th of September 2014, hereby certify and declare. Firstly, the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the East Lothian Council area is 71,798. The turnout is 87.6%. Secondly, the total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. yes 27,467, no 44,283, rejected votes 48. The reason for rejection are as follows.
Well, as Sarah and John suggesting, pretty thumping win there for the No campaign in East Lothian, though the margin is interesting. 44,000 to 27,000 roughly no to yes. The turnout, again, up in the high 80s, around 88%. A percentage of the vote for you, the yes vote taking 38%, and the no vote in East Lothian on 62%. Sarah, a word about that, because I'm just wondering whether that's a bigger margin than we expected.
It possibly is a bigger margin than we expected, although interestingly, Better Together were whispering to us over 2 hours ago that they were going to take this with 62%.
Sarah, let's go to Stirling straight away.
I, Bob Jack, Counting Officer appointed for the Stirling local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on 18 September 2014, hereby certify and declare 1. The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Stirling Council area is 62,225. The turnout is 90.1%. 2. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 25,010. No, 37,153.
So, Stirling, and that is a very big win for the No campaign in Stirling. 25,000 to the Yes campaign, 37,000 to the No campaign. Look at the turnout. It says 90%, it was 90.1%. And the percentages look like this. The Yes campaign on 40%, and then 20% above that, the No campaign on 60%. I'll come back to Sarah for a response again, but we may well get a couple more in, Sarah, in which case we'll go back to the counts immediately. But let's take both of them.
We can describe Stirling pretty briefly as a very, very hefty win for the No campaign. Stirling, the site of the Battle of Bannockburn, of course, but it's a very substantial margin by which they've decided to vote no. It wasn't absolutely clear that they were going to vote no. There was a possibility if there was going to be a surging yes vote, Stirling could have gone yes, but that really is a very strong result for them, as is the East Lothian result. They'll be very pleased with those.
Nick? Just look at the scale of these results. 12% margin in Mid Lothian, it's 20% in Stirling, it's 23% margin between yes and no in East Lothian there. These are big, big margins. You know, earlier in the evening we were looking at some quite close results. The predictions in the polls was a 4% and maybe a 6% gap. Now, look, Glasgow will outweigh these and probably be yes. That's what we've been hearing. Much bigger population. Edinburgh will probably be no, but it's a big population again. But these are big, big margins that are coming in for now for the No campaign.
Michael, your thoughts on the results you just heard, especially the one in Stirling?
Stirling, I stayed in Stirling for many years, and it is an area which has a very significant residual Conservative vote. Large rural area to the west of it as well. It's not an area which I would have thought, from our perspective, would have been natural yes territory. So I'm not surprised that we haven't been able to secure a yes vote in Stirling. But what I do know is that there's been a very good fight fought by the yes campaigners in Stirling, led by Bruce Crawford. But it's an area where there has been a long-standing, very significant residual Conservative support over many, many years.
But that's the kind of support that you've mopped up electorally over some time. I mean, if you look at the map of Scotland, ex-Conservative areas, rural areas, is where the SNP has done very well. It's a kind of an odd thing happening here.
We do quite well in Falkirk, we don't have much in the way of Tories there.
No, but
so
don't pretend.
In Glasgow we do very well in constituencies where there's very little in the way of Conservative vote.
If I let me finish, I was waiting
to get a result in Falkirk. Let's go.
To declare the local results for this area. I, Rosemary Glacken, Counting Officer appointed for the Falkirk local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum, held on 18th September 2014, hereby certify and declare. The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Falkirk Council area is 108,626. The turnout is 88.7%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. For the answer yes, 50,489. For the answer no, 58,030. There were 107 rejected votes. The reasons for the rejections are as follows.
So, the result from Falkirk. This is where Dennis Canavan has his base, the former Labour MP at Westminster, and of course has been leading the Yes campaign, win there for the No campaign. Look at the figures, 58,000 to 50,000, a turnout of 89%. The No campaign on 53% of the vote in Falkirk and 47% to the Yes campaign. I think we can get some, can we get some reaction on that? Oh, there they are. Scenes for you at the No campaign headquarters in Glasgow. And they can add the figures as everyone else can, so they're following with interest. And you can see the relief and the delight on people's faces there. It looks to me, Joanne, as if they kind of think it's in the bag.
No, I don't think they think that. But, I mean, the Falkirk seat is an interesting one because both of the Scottish Parliament seats are held by the SNP. We've had our troubles in Falkirk. I mean, I think that is a really interesting result. But, you know, we're going to see more of this coming. It's just quite fascinating.
Sarah?
It is a very interesting result. As Joanne says, it has SNP MSPs. It had two Labour MPs. One of them is Eric Joyce, who got into a fair bit of trouble and is no longer a Labour MP, but he was when he was returned. Exactly the kind of part of Scotland which previously used to vote Labour has been voting SNP recently, and if all of the SNP support had voted yes, we would have expected it to go yes, but it hasn't. It's gone no by some margin.
But isn't that what we're increasingly seeing, which is a breakdown between the link between SNP support and support for independence? In other words, it's perfectly rational for people to choose to vote for different parties in different elections, for the Westminster election, for Holyrood. There are plenty of voters who think Alex Salmond's been a highly successful First Minister, who like the sort of administration he's run, but don't for a second want independence. And therefore you can have strong SNP areas where they don't get a very high yes vote, and you can get weak, strong Labour areas where quite a lot of them do vote yes for independence.
What we haven't seen yet, apart from in the Western Isles, is the real SNP heartlands. What we've seen coming in are some of the places where voters still vote Labour in Westminster elections, vote SNP in Holyrood because they want them to run the Scottish Government. Perth and Kinross, Angus, Moray, Aberdeenshire, the places where the SNP are traditionally strong in Westminster elections, we haven't seen them come in yet.
Let's hold that thought, because Jeremy Vine has a little more on where we are and the patterns that we've seen so far. What's to come? Jeremy?
Well, it's so interesting, isn't it? If I show you the scoreboard here, you will see those councils which have come in. And actually, if I order them by size, one of the most notable things is that, as you'd expect, really, the councils where there are fewest votes to count are the ones that came in first. So all the way down here, the Islands and Inverclyde and Stirling and Midlothian, West Dunbartonshire, more no's than yeses. That is very noticeable here, although yes there for Dundee City. And still the really big councils we have not heard from. Let me show you these 2014 European election results. So the best comparable results we've got, or anything this year, in terms of any kind of data at all, comes from the European election results. And here they are. And these yellow blocks are the councils where the SNP vote was strongest. So I'll just actually order them so you see the strongest vote for the SNP up on the left-hand side there. Eleanor Shear actually went no, didn't it? But Dundee City went yes. There's Angus, there's Moray, and so on. And gradually, as the blocks come to the right, you see the yellow starts to fade, and then it's grey right over this side. Now let's just have a look. If you just bring this camera around, we'll have a look at some of the two areas in particular which we're going to look out for now, which are here, West Lothian and East Ayrshire. Okay, not the strongest of all the SNP support that was available in the European elections, but still pretty strong SNP areas. Let's just take a look at the first one of those two, West Lothian. And I'll show you just, you can see it on the map there flashing, near to Edinburgh. And if we have a look at this, you'll see just how close it is between Labour and the SNP in West Lothian, or was in the European election results. So looking at the results that we've had so far, yes, it is true that the SNP are pretty strong here, but Labour is strong too. And maybe what's happening here is that Labour's voters remained loyal to its leadership, who are all saying vote no. Labour's vote, of course, in these kinds of areas, often comprised of lower socio-economic groups, people on benefits sometimes, in manual trades and so on. Maybe they've gone against what we thought was going to be the instinct to vote for independence and stuck with the advice they were getting from Gordon Brown and others. So it's this trade-off between SNP and Labour in areas where they're very close that's very interesting. And I'll show you exactly the same kind of effect with East Ayrshire as well. So over to the map we go. Let's just have a look here. And I'll just make East Ayrshire flash for you. You see it's just south of Glasgow there. And come back with me and we'll see really interesting, exactly the same kind of effect here. Here we are, the East Ayrshire 2014 European election results. What do you see here? Almost neck and neck between the SNP and Labour. So again, it may be that the reason that the SNP is struggling, or in the independence campaign is struggling in some of these areas, is that actually Labour's voters remained loyal to what Labour's leaders have been saying, Mr Miliband, Mr Brown and so on, which is stick with the UK. Now, if I just pull that graph away and show you these councils again, we've done this graph before, but it's very interesting. This is by social grade here. So again, looking at those so-called Ds and Es, never a particularly pleasant term, but people who are maybe on benefits or in socially deprived situations, you can see that it was thought that that correlated strongly with the desire for independence. So we were thinking, weren't we, that places like Inverclyde and North Ayrshire, West Dunbartonshire, Glasgow and so on. There's East Ayrshire, by the way, West Lothian quite close to it down there. We were thinking that those would be more inclined to go for independence. The evidence so far we've seen is that that may not be a strong correlation in this referendum. And when we come to East Ayrshire and West Lothian, where incidentally Alex Salmond was born, as Sarah was saying earlier, we'll look very closely to see what happens.
Jeremy, thanks very much. Well, let's go straight to Angus because we have a result from there.
I, Richard Stiff, being counting officer appointed for the Angus local government area at the Scottish independence referendum held on the 18th of September 2014, hereby certify and declare: 1. The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in Angus is 80,302. The turnout is 85.7%. The total number of rejected votes was 66, and the reasons for rejection were as follows: 17 for voting for both answers, 4 for writing a mark by which the voter could be identified, and 45 void for uncertainty or unmarked. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area was as follows: yes, 35,044. No, 45,192. That concludes this evening's count. Thank you for your attention.
Well, that is a very significant result. Angus, which has been sending an MP to Westminster for the SNP for many years, right back to the 80s, and I'm thinking of Andrew Welsh, who was representing Angus for quite a long time. It has a very big SNP tradition. Well, those are the results. 56% to the no campaign, 44% for the yes. Let's go straight to Dumfries.
The turnout is 87.5%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer in the referendum question in this area is as follows: yes, 36,614. No, 70,039.
result in from Dumfries, and it's a very, very hefty vote for the No campaign, which I'm supposed to say isn't surprising, because this is the area that has, I think, the single Conservative Member of Parliament from Scotland, and 66% to 34%. We're going to get Renfrewshire in a couple of minutes, so time for Sarah just to give some thoughts on Angus, which really is a significant result, and maybe a word on Dumfries.
Dumfries isn't a surprise. It was always anticipated it would go no, but that is a very hefty majority. Angus, much more significant. We were just saying we hadn't had any results in from major SNP heartlands. Angus is an interesting place. It's a wealthy, elderly population living in Arbroath, Forfar, places like that. So on social demographics, you might expect them to vote no, but as you say, huge SNP tradition right in the middle of the SNP heartlands, and a significant result for no there.
Yeah. Nick, what do you make of that?
Well, you're just getting a series of these very big margins now, aren't you? Which is not, you know, the 4%, the 6%. It's plus 12% in Angus. Dumfries, as you say, predictably a no vote, but plus 28%. So you are mounting up these significant leads now for the No campaign. And yet, in Dundee, there was a significant margin for yes, but there'd have to be a massive margin in somewhere like Glasgow to outweigh this.
A quick word, Joanne, and then we'll have East Renfrewshire coming up.
Sure. I mean, I keep saying these are interesting results. I mean, my sense is now that across the country, people are not necessarily voting with their what appears to be the political label, and the challenge for politicians is going to be to rise to that.
OK, let's go to the count.
287. For no, 41,090. Votes rejected were 44. The reason for rejection were want of an official mark as 0, voting in favour of both answers 13, writing or mark by which voter could be identified 4, unmarked or void for uncertainty 27. This concludes the counting of votes for the East Renfrewshire area. I would like to just take this opportunity to thank all the staff present and the police and everyone who's supported the referendum. Thank you very much.
Well, the result in there from East Renfrewshire, and turnout there of 90.5%. Lost the first few numbers on that, Sarah. Which way did that go?
I didn't catch the numbers either. It's an astonishing turnout. Yeah. We know that much. If I had to guess, I would say that East Renfrewshire has probably voted no. That's where Jim Murphy,
right,
who we had in
there
earlier,
you go.
represents.
Because he did sound confident earlier, didn't he? So it's a fairly good bet. And Joanne could have told us that as well. But there you are. Those are the results. 41,000 to 24,000 in East Renfrewshire. A big win for the No campaign, as Jim Murphy signalled earlier. 90% turnout. Percentages, 37% to 63%. East Dunbartonshire, I think, is also ready.
To each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 30,624. No, 48,300. Rejected.
So, that is East Dunbartonshire. The result there, 48,000 to 30,000. The No campaign, with a majority of around 18,000 there. And you may have seen the flash on the screen, because I think we saw the result from Aberdeen going through. And let me show you the result from Aberdeen. It went through at the same time. And it is a pretty hefty win for the No campaign. This is Aberdeen City. This is not Aberdeenshire. This is the city of Aberdeen. Lots of workers there, of course, who are not Scottish. They're from outside Scotland and indeed from abroad. They'll have affected part of this pattern of voting, but we can discuss that with Sarah. But look at the no vote, though. 84,000, 59,000, and then 59% to the noes, 41% to the yes. A turnout of 82%, which is very, very high. Not quite as high as some of the other counties and local authority areas we've seen. So, a thought there on what we've seen. Aberdeen City first, Sarah.
That's another substantial win for the No campaign. As you say, a lot of people born outside Scotland, a lot of people who work in the oil industry, of course, and BP and some of the big oil companies made pretty clear their thoughts on the referendum, that they wanted to see a no vote, but that is a good no vote in Aberdeen.
And we also had Eastern Bartonshire, didn't we, which was another hefty win, which we mentioned that earlier, didn't we? Was that the Jim Murphy? Yes, that's right, yeah.
No, that's not. But it was that was East Renfrewshire. That was another hefty win in Eastern Bartonshire, following what is now looks as though it is a pattern of some pretty hefty wins. Even in areas where we expected No to do well, they're doing particularly well.
Well, there you are. There are the figures there, 48,000 to 30,000. Joanne?
I'm just going to say that I heard some expert earlier on in the evening, I think on BBC, saying that Aberdeen could have been expected to be a win for yes, and I'm astonished at how big a victory that is. And it feels to me, I think there's a bit of a story about there was a rush at the end and it was about powers, and somehow it was, victory was snatched from yes at the very end of this process. I think these are now beginning to look that Scotland's affirming it wants to stay inside the United Kingdom, is now dealing all of us a different hand, which is how do we get to the big issues that people have been talking about. I mean, I am concerned that John Curtis talked about it would be a win, but nothing more than that. Well, I think if there was one vote for yes, Alex Salmond would have been looking somewhere to land his helicopter to declare victory. So I think these figures are beginning to suggest that actually it's more than just on the margins of the campaign. People were affirming confidently they want to stay in the United Kingdom, although there's plenty more to go.
Well, you mentioned John Curtis. I'm going to go to John. And John, what is your take on where we are now then?
Well, we've just had a whole slew of results, as you've seen here, about 5 or 6 within a matter of as many of minutes. And that really did add to the evidence that the no side are looking set to win this referendum, and probably doing so fairly comfortably, though not as comfortably as they might have expected to do a couple of months ago, but certainly a fairly substantial lead for the no side, if indeed these results are anything like what we expect. Particularly look at results in places like Midlothian and Aberdeen, places where we would expect the result not to be that far away from the overall Scotland result, and in both cases, no were very clearly ahead.
So, I'm just looking ahead a little, John, and thinking again, Edinburgh and Glasgow. I think we're still waiting for Fife, aren't we? So, those patterns, what are you going to be looking for there now?
Well, I mean, the truth is, if the yes side are going to have any chance left in this referendum, they're going to have to win Glasgow stupendously. But so far, the evidence from the west of Scotland is that while they might be narrowly ahead in the city, we wouldn't be surprised about that. We would be very surprised if there was anything in the way of a substantial yes victory. And in the absence of that, there seems very little prospect of the yes side being able to win this referendum.
OK. For now, John, thank you very much. The strongest signal so far from John Curtis there on which way things are going. A quick reminder again for you of the total so far. Let's have a look at the totals, because of all these results that have come in now in the last half hour, I think it's good to have a look at the total across Scotland. So we have just passed the halfway point in terms of the number of declarations, 17 out of 32. So we're over halfway. 670,000 to the no campaign, 521,000 to the yes campaign. A turnout on average at the moment of 86%, which is a good 5 points up on the record 81% turnout in the 1951 general election. So, that's the kind of day it's been, and that's the kind of night it's been. Even those on opposing sides are celebrating the remarkable engagement of the Scottish electorate in this process. So a turnout of 86%. It is a great advert for Scottish democracy all around the world. That's where we are, 17 from 32. And I suppose one thing we should say at this time as well, Joanne, is that, if you are going to maintain this progress, there will then be, as we've discussed earlier, very tough questions about the pledge that was put together, the fact that Gordon Brown promised incredibly robust action in constitutional terms in a very short space of time. Now, is that deliverable?
Well, I think Gordon Brown would not have made that commitment unless he believed it was deliverable, and I think everybody came together and recognised that. And I think we rise to the challenge on the issue of powers. But where people were most susceptible to voting yes, it was around this idea, it doesn't have to be the way the Tories have done things, things can be better. And I think the challenge to the SNP who are in charge in the Scottish Parliament is now to show to these areas what it means to have social justice in action now. Because we have seen over the last period money getting taken out of cities like Glasgow, frankly, anti-poverty programmes being cut, and the kinds of measures that would make a difference in terms of job creation, cutting the colleges at a time when people need skills. And I think we rise to the challenge in powers, absolutely. But for the Parliament, with that majority, with an avowed commitment to social justice, let's see that delivered now when we go back on Tuesday. That would be my message to SNP. We'll have the argument about powers, but if your biggest pitch to people, and particularly in my own city, was that you would create a fairer society, there are things we can do right now, and it is about training, it is about skills, it is about opportunities to get people into work, and I'll do whatever I can to support the Scottish Government if that's what they're going to do. Okay. It's not what they've done so far.
I'm just getting news that Glasgow may be declaring within 10 minutes, which would be a very big piece of the jigsaw for us. Tommy Sheridan of Solidarity saying on social media he's broken-hearted at the trend towards a no vote, says that the British establishment has mobilised, in his view, against the prospect of yes. Michael, we'll be releasing both of you in a second. A final word from you at this stage.
Well, I think the trend is quite clear in how the night's progressing, but I think it's important to recognise that the thing that has struck me the most over the last 12 hours has been the way in which people have come out to the polling stations in Scotland in a way that has never occurred before. I met a gentleman today in a polling station who was 70 and he was voting for the first time. That people feel genuinely engaged in the electoral process. And I think the issue is not about politicians going away and tinkering with things, but it's about us making sure that we engage with people much more effectively and listen to what they are saying. It's not about politicians, this is about people. And I think if there's a lesson that comes from this, it's about how we listen to people and how we respond to what they're saying to politicians and to
Michael
government.
and Joanne, I'm going to hold you for a second. Michael and Joanne, thank you very much indeed. Good to have you with us. We'll be back in just a moment because it's time for a summary of the news.
I'm Carol Walker with a summary of the main news. Early results in the Scottish referendum have favoured the No campaign. 17 areas have declared their results. So far, 2 areas, including Dundee, have voted yes. Overall, the No vote is on 56%, with big wins in Orkney and Shetland. The final result is expected between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning. Our political correspondent Chris Mason reports.
This is what a good start looks like for the No campaign. Lift off for one activist and lift off for those wanting to keep Scotland in the UK. Clackmannanshire, Orkney, Shetland and the Western Isles voted no, as did Renfrewshire.
Yes, 55,466. No, 62,067.
But within the last hour, wins for the Yes campaign, including in Dundee.
Yes, 53,620. No, 39,880.
And just look what that victory meant at Yes campaign headquarters.
I'm very pleased with the result. You know, it's obviously early in the evening. I'm optimistic there'll be other positive results to come along. I think particularly some of the larger population areas in Scotland, and I think we'll see how things progress.
But analysts say it's the No campaign who have the upper hand so far and are more likely to win. If there is a no vote overall, the government at Westminster says big changes are coming across the UK.
If, as we all hope, we can secure enhanced devolution for Scotland in short order, we also need, with a similar sense of urgency, to make sure that other people within the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, in Wales and, of course, in England, have their voices more clearly heard and respected than ever before.
You need a head for numbers and strong fingers for a night in one of the 32 count centres across Scotland. Dawn is not far away, but there's still plenty of counting to do. Chris Mason, BBC News.
A new video has been released which appears to show a British journalist being held captive by Islamic State extremists. John Cantley, seen here in Syria, was captured while working as a newspaper journalist. In the latest footage, Mr Cantley is seen sitting behind a desk, dressed in orange clothes, delivering a scripted speech into the camera. That's it from me. Now back to Scotland Decides.
Carol, thank you very much. I think we have a result in from North Lanarkshire, so let's have a look.
The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 115,783.
So the no vote there was 110,922. Yes vote 115,783, a turnout of 84%. And there's Nicola Sturgeon very happily applauding the result there from North Lanarkshire. We were discussing earlier the importance of this area given its heritage and given the Labour traditions in this area to a very, very important contest between yes and no in North Lanarkshire. Sarah, what do you make of it?
North Lanarkshire is very interesting. We probably expected a yes victory there, but it really is. If you looked up Labour heartlands in the dictionary, you'd find a map of North Lanarkshire there. This is the most traditional Labour voting area that you can find in Scotland. They've been flirting with the SNP recently, as have a lot of Labour areas, but if anywhere was going to stay true to Labour, it was going to be North Lanarkshire. But then it is an area with high unemployment, high social deprivation, the social characteristics we expected to vote yes, but they've obviously been listening to their Labour leaders that they traditionally listen to. Gordon Brown singing the old-time religion has obviously worked its trick to a certain extent in North Lanarkshire.
South Lanarkshire is a rather different story. Let's have a look at the South Lanarkshire result. Oh, we're going to Perth first.
41,475. No, 62,700. 62,714. The total number of rejected ballot papers is 96. The reasons for rejection are...
So, a big victory for the No campaign in Perth and Kinross, 62,000 to 41,000. And so the No campaign taking 60% of the vote there, and the Yes campaign taking 40% of the vote in Perth and Kinross. So a very healthy 20% margin. Let me just give you the figures. For South Lanarkshire, which I was about to do before the declaration came in there from Perth and Kinross. So there they are. A big win for the No campaign in South Lanarkshire, 121,000 to 100,000. So a very different area in many ways to North Lanarkshire, Sarah. But let's talk about Perth and Kinross.
Perth and Kinross, that is absolutely astonishing, because that's real SNP territory. That is, they've been voting for SNP MPs for a long time. John Swinney, the Finance Secretary, is an MSP in that area. In 1995, Rosanna Cunningham beat one Douglas Alexander to that seat in a by-election. If Perth and Kinross is voting no by that kind of margin, that really is a surprise that the SNP have not been able to bring out their traditional vote.
Well, it's an interesting question about what sort of vote is switching where. So, in other words, we knew the Central Belt, there was a suggestion that traditional Labour voters would go towards yes, or a portion of them, 20, 30%. Are we seeing people in the north of Scotland, SNP, used to be called rather disparagingly tartan Tories in that part of the world? Is it that they're abandoning the SNP in the sense of that commitment to independence and voting yes to stay in the Union, albeit that they may wish the SNP to carry on running Holyrood forever and a day? Quite consistent for them to do that. It does seem to me that those votes are coming in that part of Scotland rather than that traditional Labour belt.
It's a good moment to bring in our new guests. Michael Moore, the former Scottish Secretary, and the broadcaster and commentator Hardeep Singh Kohli for the Yes campaign. Good to see you both. Thank you very much for coming in. Michael, it doesn't seem very long ago since you and I were talking about the arrangements for this referendum when the Edinburgh Agreement was signed. Talk us through the trend that we're now seeing and what you make of it.
There's still some big caveats. We've still got to get two of Scotland's biggest cities to declare, and until we know how Glasgow and Edinburgh have declared, all of this might turn into reverse. I hope not, but because the trend is encouraging from my side of the argument. But as Nick was observing there are different patterns around Scotland that are, at this stage, quite hard to explain. Angus, a bedrock SNP area, and Perthshire in recent years not voting for independence, whereas in some of the Labour heartlands you're seeing some pretty big swings to the SNP, although in fairness they've been working very hard in those areas. The reality is that Scotland is divided, and it's divided between town and country, it's divided within cities, and we're going to have a job of work, all of Scotland's politicians and beyond, to get everything healed afterwards.
So the process of healing, Hardip, I mean, the trend we've been talking about, and let's say straight away, there are still 12 results to come, OK? But that process...
Yeah, I mean, I feel a Van Morrison song coming on, Let the Healing Begin, but as a Scottish football fan, we're used to being, glorious defeat, but we don't have an Archie Gemmell goal to fetishise this time. I think Edinburgh will cancel Glasgow out. I think what's fascinating about this, for me, is that I would have expected a higher turnout in Glasgow when the rest of the country is hitting, mid-80s, high 80s. I expect Glasgow and Dundee to have been much higher. I think the tactical voting here, with the greatest respect, what's being dressed up as tactical voting, actually, and, one has to be gracious in defeat, and I believe we're defeated.
Hardip.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Give you a second, we're going to Glasgow.
Can I have your attention, please? I, George Black, Counting Officer appointed for the Glasgow local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on 18th September 2014, hereby certify and declare the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the Glasgow area is 364,664. The turnout is 75%. The total numbers of vote cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 194,779. No, 169,347. There were 538 rejected ballot papers. This concludes the counting of votes for the Glasgow area. Thank you.
So, that's it. The big result is in from the city of Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon there, giving some response at the Glasgow count. But the result is clear. It is a yes vote in Glasgow. 194,000 to 169,000. A lower turnout. Hardip was mentioning it earlier. 75%. Still a good turnout by normal standards. But it's low by the exceptional standards of this referendum. And if we look at the percentages, 53% yes, 47% no. The big question, of course, is that margin going to be big enough to give the Yes campaign a very telling boost? Sarah?
Almost certainly not. The Yes campaign had to do better in Glasgow than that. And what's fascinating about the places where they haven't done as well as we expected them to is that the turnout is a little bit lower than some areas. The energy and the enthusiasm that there was behind the Yes campaign we thought was going to get their vote out to the polls. Throughout this campaign we've seen more posters, more stickers, more energy, more excitement from the Yes campaign, and we thought they were going to be going around getting the people who don't usually vote, large numbers of whom have obviously gone to the polls because we've got high turnouts, that they were going to get their support out to the polls. And in the areas where they needed to do better are the areas there is slightly lower turnout, and it would seem that they just haven't had the foot soldiers out there getting their vote to the polls, which is a surprise.
Nick?
It's not finally in, but I think we know it now. The United Kingdom is surviving. There will not be an independent Scotland. The capital city is still to come, of course, but Glasgow, the big city, had to be a massive yes vote. It's still an important victory, which will be welcomed hugely, I'm sure, by yes campaigners, but it is simply not big enough. I think any hope that they had of overcoming those leads that we've seen mounting up in other areas is now gone. They know they've lost, I think, in the no campaign. No, they've won, and I'd be surprised if we didn't hear that pretty clearly from the politicians involved very soon.
Well, after that result then from Glasgow, which, as we say, is the big one in terms of numbers, let's go to John Curtis and ask him for his update.
I entirely agree with both what Sarah and Nick have said. We were not surprised to see the yes side ahead in Glasgow, given the pattern of the results so far. It is a city with very high levels of social deprivation, a relatively high SNP vote. Those are conditions that are favourable to a relatively high yes vote. But 53% in the city just isn't enough, frankly, to win the referendum, even if the other results haven't been so bad as they had been. It certainly isn't good enough, given how bad the results have been elsewhere. So it simply now adds further weight to the evidence that it looks as though the no side have won this referendum, and in truth have probably won it pretty comfortably, and probably a bit more comfortably than the final opinion polls were suggesting.
So 23 results in, John, with 9 results to go. As you say, Edinburgh is still to come. But is there anything in that batch of 9 results which could, possibly, potentially yield some unexpected thing for the Yes campaign?
Well, the truth is, with just 9 left, even though it does include Edinburgh, it now does look very unlikely. The truth is that the results that have been coming in, the last half dozen results or so, have been virtually exactly in line with what you would have expected, given the results that had come in the first 18 councils. So there does now seem to be a very consistent pattern, and therefore it would be very, very surprising if the pattern were to be disturbed by the 9 councils that are left.
Well, based on, just stay with us, John, because we've just got a figure on the screen there, which I just want you to help explain to viewers, because we've now calculated what the no campaign needs to win in terms of numbers of votes. And it says 566,613. That is based on the calculation on the turnout in that context, yes?
That's correct. I think there are still 1 or 2 councils where we don't quite know the turnout yet, but we can estimate what it's likely to be, given the pattern so far. So, yeah, you can see there's still quite a way to go in terms of the arithmetic. But I think the truth is that it will now require something quite extraordinary for that arithmetical difference not to be made up in the next 2 or 3 hours.
And just one more point on turnout, John, because we mentioned the turnout in Glasgow, 75%, which by the standards of this referendum is quite low. But just set the overall turnout in context for us.
Well, it looks as though we're heading for a turnout of around 85% or so. That will be a record turnout for a nationwide ballot in Scotland since the advent of the mass franchise, and to that extent at least the arguments from those who wanted this referendum that indeed it's engaged Scotland's population, that is perfectly clear. Given we're now talking about an era which has become increasingly difficult to get voters to the polls, there can be no doubt that Scotland's voters felt this was a choice that mattered and a choice in which they decided to engage. That said, however, we've still seen the very traditional pattern whereby some parts of Scotland, such as Glasgow, the folk there are just simply less likely to turn out than those in the more middle-class parts of the city, including places like East Renfrewshire and East Dunbartonshire next to the city. So to that extent, at least, old patterns of politics are still there in our referendum, even at a time of a very, very different kind of a high turnout.
John, thanks very much. And we're keeping an eye on the benchmark figure there and, of course, the target figure. And we have a target figure for no and a target figure for yes. So keep an eye on that because it's going to change as these 9 results, the 9 remaining results, come in. So where are we? Let's take stock. Jeremy will tell us.
Hugh, let's look at the numbers of votes that are being counted and show them on the back screen here, yes and no. So 1,055,716 yes, 1,256,372, the larger number saying no. That is the situation at this moment. I can show you the percentages so far. The yes vote so far on 46% and the no vote so far on 54%. That was actually the gap the very last opinion poll showed. But of course, we're not quite there yet. As John Curtis was saying, more votes still to count. Looks very difficult, though, for yes to overtake no at any point. Let's have a look at our battleground of councils. Bring them on for you. You can see a lot more red than green, can't you? And in fact, not very many councils left to count, maybe just 9 or so. So we had all of these no's down here. Just the odd yes. Dundee City. Glasgow, we just heard. Maybe the margin not big enough. West Dunbartonshire, yes. All the rest no's. I'll reorder them in order of size. We now have the huge Council of Glasgow, that area. 53%, 500,000 voters, 53% yes. We have North and South Lanarkshire in, so we're getting those big councils and then coming down and down here. And these were the first to declare. Coming in no, these island councils. First to declare, of course, because fewer votes to count. So that is a picture. If I reorder the screen now and I spread the councils, both sides, showing you no's on this side and yeses on this side, you really get a sense of the position that we're in at this moment. You can see all of these councils voting no here, and these 4 councils voting yes. The grey ones still counting. That's where we are at the moment. Hugh, back to you.
Jeremy, thanks very much. So, Jeremy taking us through some of those individual areas. I can bring you the figures for North Ayrshire. Let's have a look at those, because we now have 24 local areas declared, and these are the figures for North Ayrshire. 47,000 yes, 49,000 no, so a modest majority for the no campaign on a turnout of 84%, and the percentage share of the vote, 51% to 49%, so just a 2% margin there in North Ayrshire. Quick word on that, Sarah.
Well, that's following the pattern that we would expect somewhere, that if they were doing well, the Yes campaign needed to take, somewhere where they've been making recent electoral gains when it comes to the Scottish Parliament, the kind of place that they really needed to do a lot better in than they have there.
OK. At Ingleston, that's the National Counting Centre. My colleague Andrew Marr is there. And Andy, just at this stage, now that John Curtis has signalled very firmly his view that we're now heading for a no result, you know, we're building in a few health warnings, but it's looking increasingly likely now. What is your sense of things there?
I think it's fairly clear what's happened is that prosperous, relatively well-doing Scotland wants to stay in the Union, and less prosperous, urban, poorer, working-class Scotland hasn't turned out in quite large enough numbers to overturn that. But I think one other thing has to be said at this point. Well over 1 million people in Scotland, having been threatened with the loss of their currency and great uncertainty and worry ahead, think that things are so bad at Westminster they would rather leave altogether. More than 1 million people. No democracy worth its salt can simply put its hands in its pocket and turn its back and walk away as if nothing has happened. This is a very, very momentous morning now, of course I should say, for British democracy. And I think we're going to see a huge amount of change coming over the next months and years, a lot of arguments, a lot of anger in England and at Westminster too, but you simply can't ignore numbers like this.
We talked earlier, Andy, about the Prime Minister making a statement in a short while, and we talked with Michael Gove quite a few hours ago now about the kind of arrangements that might be put in place and the discussions around them. What for you is realistic in terms of a timescale and getting consensus, really, at Westminster on what the way ahead should be?
Well, I think it's very, very hard to do this properly and fully before the election, although Gordon Brown has promised that. I think if we're going to see a recasting of the British state and a federal solution, that is going to take years to argue through. It's perfectly possible to give the Scottish Parliament pro tem more powers, and it's perfectly possible for the Labour Party, the Liberal Democrats and the Tories to get together and agree on the substance of that. That can go into general election manifestos and can be done relatively easy. I think it's much harder to get a new federal structure with a new all-Britain single chamber, the things we've been hearing about. The big problem is going to be, of course, the English one now. We've had the Scottish problem, now it's the English problem. Whether it's English votes for English laws or a full English Parliament, that is where the argument now goes.
Andy, thanks very much once again. Andrew Marr there for us at Ingleston. I'm expecting a declaration in South Ayrshire, Nick, in a moment. So
Very
Start
quick
your comment,
thought.
yeah.
When Andy talks about the unionist parties getting together to give more powers to Scotland, the big question after this vote is whether the SNP join that process. In the past, they've always refused to take part in what they regard as sort of second best to independence. Independence has been rejected, it looks like. They said that it would be for a generation. 15 years was the figure that
I'm
Nicola
going to stop you,
Sturgeon
Nick.
put
We're going
together.
to North Ayrshire. South Ayrshire.
OK, ready to go. I, Eileen Howitt, Counting Officer appointed for the South Ayrshire Council local government area at the Scottish Independence Referendum held on the 18th September 2014, hereby certify and declare the total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the South Ayrshire Council area is 81,716. The turnout is 86.1%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 34,402. No, 47,000. 47,247 with 67 rejected papers. The reason for rejection are as follows. Voting in favour of both answers.
So the result in from South Ayrshire, that is our 25th result. 7 declarations to come. A look at the figures. South Ayrshire with 47,000 people voting against and 34,000 voting in favour of independence. 86% turnout, 58% therefore against, 42% in favour, and that's a 16% margin there. Sarah, what do you make of it?
Rabbie Burns country voting no. South Ayrshire was one of these that could have gone either way if the vote had been much closer, but there's a fairly large majority there. So it's tending the way we seem to be seeing Scotland is going. So it's not a huge surprise in that regard. Quite a lot of Tory votes in South Ayrshire, actually, which may have buoyed up the no vote, but it's another good result for no, and they'll be pleased with that, and it does show the direction of travel, I think.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, this is all perhaps now much more settled in a pattern, and, you know, I hope this is what continues. I guess now it would be unlikely for Edinburgh or anywhere else to rock the boat in the opposite direction. Having said that, you know, Andrew Maher made the point earlier on, 1 million people have voted against this current structure, and we are going to have to sit down. And I hope, picking up on Nick's point before, that for the first time we can have a serious proposition that all the parties of Scotland will get round the table to look at devolution. We've never had that, and now would be the time, because no better way of healing wounds than getting people talking to one another and coming up with a common solution.
Is that likely, Hadi?
I just don't understand where this mandate, pledge, vow, promise, what's been promised. I mean, congratulations to Project Fear. They delivered fear, and, you know, it's come through. The people's voice was heard. And if we put aside, it's difficult to put to one side the momentous turnout across almost all the areas. But here's one has to bear in mind is that from the start of this campaign, the appetite for independence has doubled. Not enough for me, who wants an independent Scotland, but equally, tomorrow, nothing has changed. Not a single thing has changed. No MP or MSP has been elected or unelected. There are still food banks. There are still people waiting 4 days to eat. There are still austerity cuts. There are still people not getting access to basic human...
Hold the thought for a second.
The thought is held, sir.
Let's go to East Ayrshire.
Held on 18 September 2014, hereby certify and declare 1. The total number of ballot papers counted in the referendum in the East Ayrshire Council area is 84,262. The turnout is 84.5%. The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area is as follows. Yes, 39,700 462. No, 44,400. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can allow me to conclude the declaration. No, 44,442. There were 58 rejected ballot papers. The reasons for rejection are as follows. Want of official mark.
The result from East Ayrshire, and I think they get the prize actually for the most exotic stage setting of the night.
You've clearly never been to East Ayrshire, Hugh, have you? Because it really is like that. Well, it would have been in an independent Scotland.
Striking. OK, so the figures for East Ayrshire are as follows. 44,000 to the No campaign, 39,000 to the Yes campaign. Turnout of 85%. Percentage terms, 53%, I beg your pardon, for the No's, 47% for the Yes campaign. East Ayrshire, Sarah?
Now, that really is a surprise. Yeah. It's moving in the same direction, as we say, the Nighties, which seems to be in favour of a no vote, but we were actually expecting a yes vote from East Ayrshire. That was one of the council areas most likely to vote yes. So a substantial no majority like that really is a surprise. This is a working-class area with high unemployment. Kilmarnock's in East Ayrshire voted the least desirable place to live in 2013. And there's been a sizable swing to the SNP in recent Holyrood elections. They really should have taken East Ayrshire if they had any chance.
What explains it, Harlip? Do you think it's, I mean, you say Project Fear, is that it?
I think to a great extent, from our point of view, and this is our point of view, we feel that on the Yes side we have had to face with the establishment, accusations of media bias, every single newspaper bar one against us, Treasury leaks, all the rest of it, the kind of business being sent up here to scare us, and the whole currency debate, spooking the markets. Now, that's what, we doubled our vote over the course of this. But again, I don't understand, and perhaps Mr. Robinson, expert as he is in these matters, can explain to me how between now and the election in 2015 can this coalition of the motley crew of people that can't agree on anything come together as the pledge is unravelling within 24 hours. The backbench Tories aren't going to allow David Cameron to deliver anything he said. The Lib Dems, I mean, really, the Lib Dems are the Lib Dems, and they're sitting at 8%. Labour's in disarray because they weren't prepared to put up any single big hitter. The great Labour leaders in Scotland are no more. I mean, the public wouldn't even recognise them if they walked by them in the street. So I don't understand where this mandate comes from. Nothing has changed. Scotland has voted for the status quo. Scotland will get the status quo, warts and all.
Well, the really interesting question, just because you put it to me, the really interesting question, I think, is exactly how each leader responds. We'll get a response, I'm told, from the Prime Minister first thing in the morning, reasserting his willingness to operate according to that agenda, that timetable that was set out by Gordon Brown. We'll also hear from Ed Miliband as well. But I think, crucially, it's what we now hear from Alex Salmond and from Nicola Sturgeon. Well, because there is a mandate for change in Scotland, clearly. And the question is, using that million and more votes, it's going up now for the Yes campaign, do they then say, well, we'll be part of that conversation. We will sit down at the table. So it won't just be the unionist parties at Westminster doing it. It'll be the SNP here and other parties taking part in Scotland.
It's an important moment because at this stage, based on the results we have, with 26 results in and 6 results to come, the BBC's forecast now is that Scotland has voted no to independence, that the people of Scotland have rejected independence. We still have 6 results to come, but based on what we have, we don't think it's now likely in any way that the Yes campaign can reverse what's happening. And the BBC forecast now at 14 minutes past 5 in the morning, following the referendum, is that Scotland has voted no to independence. And it's a very big moment after such a highly charged campaign. The campaign started 2 years ago, For lots of people in the nationalist camp, the campaign started decades ago. But it's been a significant moment for Scottish democracy and a very big moment for British democracy too, actually. But there we are. The BBC forecast is that it's no. John Curtis is with us still. John, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the first thing to say that clearly the no side have won, and in the end they have won sufficiently that I don't think anybody is going to dispute the fact that they are clearly the victors of this referendum, and that therefore the no side, the yes side, will now be having to decide how they're going to react to this, how, and in particular whether or not they are going to participate in the discussions and negotiations about developing plans for more devolution. The early signs seem to be that they will. That's now the question that they face. The success of the no side is, of course, rather greater than that anticipated by the final opinion polls, which were pointing to around a 48% yes vote. And to that extent, those who warned us that at the end of the day, voters may well be pull back from voting for change will probably feel justified in their arguments. That said, however, we should also remember that as recently as early August, the opinion polls on average were pointing to yes only being at 43. So I think one can also now be clear that it was the case that during the final weeks of the campaign, the yes side did make progress. And as a result, they do have a more substantial result than they looked as though they were going to get for most of this campaign. And that will therefore mean that the pressure on the no side to deliver on their promises of more devolution will still quite clearly be there.
John, thank you very much. We'll pick up again later. And that was John Curtis there. By the way, when the BBC forecast was made, this was the reaction at the Better Together headquarters. So that was the news sinking in, that the official forecast from the BBC is that Scotland has voted no to independence. Michael and Hardeep are still with us, Sarah and Nick too. So, Michael, that's the forecast, and I want your response to that.
Be delighted. That's a fantastic outcome. I think, as John Curtis has highlighted, it has been, there's been quite a lot of shifting one way or the other. Just picking up on a couple of things that Hardeep said earlier on, do need to remember the Scottish National Party has been in charge of Scotland's government for the last 7 years. So it has been the establishment in Scotland. So this hasn't simply been about plucky little Scotland being marginalised by the nasty British establishment. We've all been in this, we've all understood what is going on. We've also seen a debate in the last few weeks about the NHS in Scotland that came out of nowhere. I credit the campaigners with coming up with the ruse, but Scotland already has an independent NHS to all intents and purposes, and yet this suddenly became a massive issue in the campaign about why we had to have full independence. I hope we can step back from this, we can start to put the campaign slogans to the side and really get back to business on behalf of people across the country.
Let's find out, because I'm pleased to say we're joined by the Deputy First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. She's at the Counting Glasgow. Nicola, good morning to you.
Good morning, Hugh.
Thanks very much for joining us. I know it's been a long night. The forecast has been made here. We're forecasting a no vote. Can I have your response to that first?
Well, if that is the result of the referendum, then clearly I'm deeply disappointed. You know, like thousands of others across the country, I put my heart and soul into this campaign, and there's a real sense of disappointment that we've fallen narrowly short of securing a yes vote, albeit that we have had some spectacular successes, not least in Glasgow, my home city, where we saw a convincing yes vote. Scotland's biggest city voting yes is something that the Yes campaign is certainly celebrating. But other than that, obviously, deep personal and political disappointment. But I think there's a very clear message coming from the result tonight, both in terms of the turnout and in terms of the what looks like being the result, and that is that there is an appetite for change in Scotland. I think the country has been changed forever by this campaign. What we are emphatically not seeing in this result is any kind of endorsement for the status quo. More than 1 million people voting for independence. Many of those who didn't vote for independence, I'm sure, didn't because they believed that substantial new powers would come to the Parliament in the event of a no vote. So that appetite for change now must be delivered upon.
As you say, there's an appetite for change, and that is evident in the result. And if independence now is no longer an option, what form does that change take, do you think?
Well, you know, it was the no parties in the campaign, of course, who set out a timetable. I was sceptical of that. I remain sceptical of that. It was never very clear during the campaign what additional powers they intended to devolve. But nevertheless, they made some very clear commitments to the people of Scotland, and those commitments now must be delivered upon. I'll certainly work with anybody in any way to deliver that kind of empowerment for our Parliament and those substantial new powers. But I think the onus is now in the no campaign, if indeed we do have a no vote tonight, to set out very clearly and very quickly how they intend to deliver on those commitments.
Nicola, Nick Robinson's here, wants to ask a question too.
I was struck by you saying, Nicola, that you would work with anyone in any way. So will the SNP now sit at the table with the three unionist parties to discuss the detail of this, or are you saying you're just waiting for them to come up with an offer to which you then react?
Well, you were right to pick up on what I said, and I said it in all sincerity. I'm the kind of politician, I want Scotland to have maximum power. I wanted Scotland to become an independent country, so I am indicating a willingness to work with whoever in order to deliver that. But of course, it was the no campaign, the no parties, who set out a timetable and said that they wanted to deliver more powers. I understand David Cameron is going to be making some kind of statement in the next few hours, and obviously we will see the detail of that and then we will respond to that. But I'm saying very clearly that I've listened and we have listened to the demand that has been expressed through this result tonight for substantial change in Scotland. Our country is never going to be the same again as a result of this campaign, both in terms of the nature of the campaign, a wonderfully exhilarating, empowering experience that saw record high turnout, but also in terms of people, both people who voted yes and those who would have voted no because they believe substantial more powers were coming, who absolutely want now to see those powers delivered.
And the focus for you would be on developing what in the manifestos that you've already seen three unionist parties bring forward? Because I accept there was no agreed package, but they've all talked about some sort of income tax coming here in addition to what's already in the Scotland Act. They've all talked about benefits as well. What more will you now be saying?
Well, you know, what was put forward, even by those, and the Conservatives were offering full devolution of income tax, and you know, I think that's what needs to be delivered in terms of tax, but all of their proposals felt woefully short in terms of welfare powers. Nothing that any of those parties were offering would allow us to do anything about the draconian attack on some of the most vulnerable in our society as a result of the welfare changes. Alistair Darling famously, during one of the debates, the BBC leaders' debate, couldn't name a single job-creating power that was proposed. So, you know, I'm very clear that what was put forward in the course of the campaign falls short of what Scotland needs. But in the last few days, the No campaign were making very clear signals that they were prepared to go further, and I think it's now time for them to deliver, because what we've seen in this result tonight is a strong demand for change. And after the campaign we've been through, where people have found their voice in Scotland, I don't think people are going to sit back and allow politicians to renege on their promises.
Nicola, Sarah Smith is here too with a question.
Yes, Nicola, do you envisage a situation, given what you've said, what you believe the offer that's been made by the unionist parties, that in talking to them you will ever be able to come up with a compromise you can recommend to the people of Scotland?
See, I'm absolutely sure that over the next few days we'll have many, many discussions about the content and the detail of this. You will all appreciate it's 5:30 in the morning. We still don't have all of the results and we don't know the final tally. And all of these things are important. I think although clearly we can see the direction of travel of the results that are in so far, but it's important that every part of Scotland gets to have its say, that we see the final result. And then, you know, tomorrow I'm sure we'll all move into some of these discussions. I'm indicating tonight that I will always, and my party will always, seek to do the best for Scotland and to deliver the maximum for Scotland in terms of the powers we think our country needs.
On a more personal level, can I ask you, most people a year ago, 2 years ago, didn't think this was winnable for you and have been amazed at how close you've come. In your heart, did you really think it was winnable? Of course you have to have self-belief in a campaign. You have to say you're going to win it. But did you really think it was doable?
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, I thought it was doable 2 years ago, but certainly over the last few weeks, I absolutely believed in my heart and in my head that this was capable of being won. There was undoubtedly momentum towards the Yes campaign over the past couple of weeks. I think that momentum was continuing right into polling day. It looks as if it's not quite been enough, and that's deeply disappointing. I've never fought a campaign as hard as this one in my entire life, and there are thousands upon thousands of people in the Yes campaign who are in the same position. So, you know, I'm not going to do the politician thing of trying to spin my way out of this. I feel deeply personally disappointed, but also quite exhilarated by the campaign that we've just come through, and I'm determined that we move on from this and we listen and react to that clear desire for change that has been expressed.
A quick question, Nicola, because you mentioned your disappointment, which we understand. Have you spoken to Alex Salmond during the night?
I speak to Alex Salmond all the time. I'll no doubt see him in about an hour when I get through to Edinburgh.
Did he share his response with you earlier or not?
I haven't seen him face to face, but obviously we've been keeping in touch as the results have unfolded. But I'll see him shortly. I'm leaving here to go to Edinburgh, and I'll catch up with him there. And I'm assuming he will share your deep personal disappointment as well. Look, you know, every single member of the Yes campaign will be deeply disappointed. You know, I believe in my heart and my head that independence is the right future for Scotland. I'm not going to stop believing that, although I absolutely will accept the result. I'm not going to stop believing that. So, you know, yes, we will all, Alec included, be deeply disappointed. You know, we've been arguing this case for most of, well, in my case and in his, for all of our adult lives, because we deeply believe it. So yes, there will be disappointment, but also a determination to move on from this. You're absolutely right. We have come much, much closer than anybody, apart from ourselves perhaps, said that we were able to do just a few months ago. And that is because we've made a compelling case, and many, many people have responded to that. And some of those who didn't vote yes will have voted no because they believe that vote would deliver more power. So I said earlier on, and you know, I absolutely hold to this. Scotland has changed forever. There's no going back to the time before this referendum and just having business as usual. The status quo has not got any kind of endorsement or mandate tonight, and politicians have to absolutely understand that.
Mr Cameron will be saying something later, we understand, Nicola. Can we expect Mr Salmond to be saying something too?
I'm sure you can, yes.
I think we'd... Nick, do you want one more?
I've just got a final word. I think there'll be people watching this programme whose mood may be one of despair. We've seen the excitement that there was on the streets. I just wonder what your message is to people who are not professional politicians like you, who place their hopes in this and may really feel despair tonight at what's happened.
Well, your people will be disappointed, and I'm not going to stand here at this point, you know, when dawn is not evil. I don't know if dawn's broken yet, it probably has, and tell people just to brush aside their disappointment. This has been a campaign that people, I have to say, on both sides, have invested a lot of emotion and time and effort and commitment to, and people of course are going to take time to get over the disappointment of that, but you know, we should not lose sight of what has happened in Scotland over the past few weeks. This campaign has been the best thing I've ever been involved in my life, and I say that now when it looks as if we might not get the yes vote that I was hoping for. I say that as strongly now as I would have said it to you this time yesterday. So we need to pick ourselves up and move on. That appetite for change, that demand for change is there, and we've got a responsibility to make sure that demand is met.
Nicola, you've been very generous with your time. It's 28 minutes past 5. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll no doubt speak later on today. Thanks very much. Nicola Sturgeon there, and well, there were lots of messages in there, Nick, didn't you think? And
yeah,
Sarah too?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I thought it was fascinating, really, that she is signalling, I think, that when we hear from Alex Salmond, of course, again, we'll hear just what we heard from her, which is that great disappointment that she expressed, but a total determination that there's million and more votes that's been got, that a sum total for the No campaign of the high 40%. Let's remember that's 15% above where traditionally independence was always regarded as on about a third in this country for about 2 or 3 decades. It's clear to me that the leadership of the SNP, the leadership of the Scottish Government will now say, we have a mandate for change, we have a mandate to be consulted, to be persuaded, to be convinced of the powers that the Unionist Party in Westminster are coming up with. And if it's not good enough, we will have a mandate to argue, to fight, to get a better deal.
Sarah?
We are going to hear from Alex Salmond at 10 o'clock in the morning from his official residence in Edinburgh, and I think Rick's right. We'll hear very similar messages we heard from Nicola Sturgeon there, who did not say she was going to take part in a process to determine what these powers are going to be. The three main parties don't agree on them. They've talked about a conversation within Civic Scotland to come up with some kind of agreement. It was not clear from what Nicola Sturgeon said there that the SNP were going to be a part of that conversation. They may well take a view on whether or not it's good enough and say that they have a large mandate to try and force their hand, but it wasn't clear they were going to actually cooperate.
Just to look at the forecast, because we mentioned the forecast earlier. The forecast is for a no, and Nicola Sturgeon acknowledging the strength of that forecast. But let's have a look at the predicted share, and there you have the margin which is attached to that prediction now. 55% a no, 45% yes, and that's the kind of margin that we are looking at, and it's difficult to see that moving a lot now, given what's still to come. A quick word from Hardip and Michael, and then we'll have a new summary. Hardip?
We need to make sure we don't get carried away with the hyperbole of what is a binary vote. People are much closer than the yes-no suggests. There were a lot of people that would have sat and looked at a blank ballot paper and made up their mind there and then. In the main, we on the yes side, in the main, believe that the no folks wanted what was best in their eyes for Scotland, as we wanted what was best for Scotland. There are peripheries and edges of Muppets, as we call them up here, that no one will be able to communicate with and talk to. But for the main part, we share a vision for a better Scotland. The outcome may be different. People talk about healing divisions and rifts in Scotland. Scotland's been divided along these fault lines pretty much for all of my life and long before that, because apparently there was a world before I was around. I'm upset to think there was too. These rifts have always been there. This is not insurmountable by any means. Actually, there's a brilliant opportunity with a genuine mandate. It's not the result I wanted, but it's a mandate. The people have spoken. We must listen.
The mandate.
Yeah, I agree that Scotland has changed. It is inconceivable that we would sit and just tolerate the status quo. So all of the UK party leaders and the First Minister of Scotland have got to respond tomorrow in a way that signals to all the people who voted, this amazing exercise in democracy, amazing, staggering turnout, that hope, that energy is not put away and expected to be ignored.
Okay.
So, Michael, you're a senior Liberal Democrat in Scotland, former Secretary of State. Presumably you were part of it when the three UK party leaders came together and decided to sign that vow in which they pledged there would be more powers. What conversations have there been about trying to find some common agreement between your three really quite different offers of more devolution?
These are, I believe, my judgment, still in relatively early stages. However, tonight's results turbocharges that debate. For the Prime Minister tomorrow, any of the other UK leaders or the Scottish party leaders to try and slough it off and say, right, business as usual, would sow the seeds of a result which in a few years' time would reverse tonight.
You've had 2 years, and it's in the early stages.
No.
You've had 2 years to give us something.
Hang on.
Something. You rushed in at the last minute with some mandate written on the back of a fag packet. That's what you've done. That's what the Scottish people are worth.
No, that's unfair.
Well, give me one policy.
Uncharacteristically unfair.
Give me one policy.
On income tax,
that you've all agreed
on job centres and work programmes, on housing benefit. Those three things across the parties, there's consistency there. And I think we should see more effort put into resolving some of the differences at the edges.
We've got to do it. Let's pause. We'll have more talk to come because we still have 6 results to come to. 26 results in, 6 declarations to come. It's time for a summary of the news.
Hello, I'm Carol Walker with a summary of the main news. With most results declared in the Scottish referendum, it looks as if people in Scotland have voted against independence. The Yes campaign did win in Glasgow and Dundee, but this was not enough to secure victory for Alex Salmond and the Yes camp. Latest figures show the no vote leading by 54% to 46%. The final outcome is expected in the next couple of hours. Our political correspondent Chris Mason reports.
This is what a good start looks like for the No campaign. Lift off for one activist and lift off for those wanting to keep Scotland in the UK. Clackmannanshire, Orkney, Shetland and the Western Isles voted no, as did Renfrewshire.
Yes, 55,466. No, 62,067.
But within the last hour, wins for the Yes campaign, including in Dundee.
Yes, 53,620. No, 39,880.
And just look what that victory meant at Yes campaign headquarters.
I'm very pleased with the result. You know, it's obviously early in the evening. I'm optimistic there'll be other positive results to come along. I think particularly some of the larger population areas in Scotland, and I think we'll see how things progress.
But analysts say it's the No campaign who have the upper hand so far and are more likely to win. If there is a no vote overall, the government at Westminster says big changes are coming across the UK.
If, as we all hope, we can secure enhanced devolution for Scotland in short order, we also need, with a similar sense of urgency, to make sure that other people within the United Kingdom, in Northern Ireland, in Wales and, of course, in England, have their voices more clearly heard and respected than ever before.
You need a head for numbers and strong fingers for a night in one of the 32 count centres across Scotland. Dawn is not far away, but there's still plenty of counting to do. Chris Mason, BBC News.
A new video has been released which appears to show a British journalist being held captive by Islamic State extremists. John Cantley, seen here in Syria, was captured while working as a newspaper journalist. In the latest footage, Mr Cantley is seen sitting behind a desk, dressed in orange clothes, delivering a scripted speech into the camera. The US Senate has approved President Obama's plan to arm and train moderate Syrian rebels to fight Islamic State militants. Mr Obama said the vote demonstrated that Americans were united in their determination to destroy the group. 6 million people in Sierra Leone are being confined to their homes until Sunday as part of government efforts to tackle Ebola. Officials will go house to house to identify victims. The outbreak has already killed more than 2,500 people in the region, most of them in neighbouring Liberia. The High Court will decide today whether to allow a challenge to rules introduced by the government last year, which determine whether victims of domestic abuse receive legal aid in divorce and child contact cases. Campaigners say the changes have resulted in victims not being able to provide the evidence needed to qualify, and that women aren't taking legal action as a result, leaving themselves vulnerable to further violence. And that's it from me. Now let's go back to Scotland Decides.
OK, Carol, thanks very much. And, well, let's have a look at where we are. We are here at the headquarters of BBC Scotland in Glasgow and Pacific Quay, and we're projecting the results so far onto our headquarters here. And so far, the Yes campaign on 1.17 million, No on 1.39 million. We have 26 results in. We have 6 local authority areas to declare, and they include Edinburgh. That is the biggest of the ones that remains. And if we take a look at, can we take a look at the ones still counting? Do we have the list of the local authority areas still counting, just to remind ourselves? And there we are. Edinburgh, and Fife, that is Gordon Brown's area, and Main Campbell's area. Aberdeenshire, well, that includes the constituency of Alex Salmond, and indeed his former Westminster constituency of Banff-and-Buchan. That's all in Aberdeenshire. Highland, well, a very dispersed area and lots of logistics there, but they're still counting. Murray, well, that's interesting too, because we're still expecting Murray, which, as Sarah was just telling us earlier, is an area with a big SNP tradition, and Argyll and Bute, which again is an area which is very dispersed, and there are some islands involved too. So those are the ones still counting, and there are good reasons for that. In Edinburgh, for example, just the volume of votes involved. So as soon as we get a declaration from any of those, we'll be there straight away. In the meantime, let's go to Westminster and join Andrew.
Thanks, Hugh. So it's a vote for the union to survive. Looks like the margin's 55 to 45, which is more than any of the last-minute polls told us. So maybe the yes vote are not the only losers tonight. The pound has soared to almost 165 against the dollar. It's hitting almost 1 28 against the euro, which is a recent record. The Prime Minister is speaking at 7 o'clock. He will make a statement. He's expected to reiterate his plans for further devolution to the Parliament in Edinburgh. But because of backbench pressure, he's also expected to say something about what that would mean for England and the rest of the United Kingdom. Our constitutional expert, Peter Hennessy, is back. Isabel Hardman from The Spectator is with us too. And you keep your ear close to the Tory backbenches. I'm told that what the position they'll be relieved they've won, but the position Mr Cameron has put them in, they're very unhappy, and that happiness goes all the way up into the cabinet.
Yes, it does. And they feel that they haven't really been consulted properly, which is always David Cameron's problem, is that he makes decisions without factoring in the will of his party, and then they feel very resentful. Even though he hasn't been seriously damaged by a yes vote, this is a no vote, which is good news for him. It's still bad news for him because his party is still unhappy.
All right, well, we hear that Mr Cameron has tweeted about Mr Darling and congratulated him on winning the campaign. What do we think Mr Cameron's going to say now about the implications of more devolution for Scotland for the rest of the United Kingdom?
He absolutely has to spell out the implications for England. If he doesn't mention that, which I'd be surprised if he didn't, then his backbenchers would go into uproar. He needs to talk about the implications for English regions, for English councils. And one of the questions he probably also needs to answer is how on earth to sell that to the electorate. English voters may well feel left out in this discussion, but they have rejected attempts at devolution in the past. And Number 10 has also been very bad at making the case for local democracies, such as police and crime commissioners, city mayors. They've really failed on those counts, so he's got a big challenge ahead of him.
Yes, would have been simpler, wouldn't it? It would have been cleaner, at least. And this is going to be very messy.
It would have been the most extraordinary day if it had gone the other way. I hope David Cameron acknowledges, I suspect he will in his words in a few hours' time, just how brittle the union is. Down here in Westminster and Whitehall in England, we only woke up to the brittleness of the union very late on, beginning of September, with that first YouGov poll showing the narrowing. But let's think, running through Mr Cameron's mind, it's not a good idea for anybody to speculate about anybody else's consciousness. But just think if it had gone the other way, he'd have had to have flown to Balmoral this morning to explain to the Queen why he'd lost her kingdom. He's very punctilious about his relationships with the Queen. He wouldn't have wanted to do it over the telephone. There would have been a cabinet this afternoon, I suspect, and Parliament would have been recalled perhaps even for tomorrow.
Right, but none of that's going to happen.
No.
What is going to happen?
What is going to happen is a knock-on effect which we can't predict. We've talked earlier, Andrew, about the dangers in rushing constitutional legislation. And also, when you look at that vow that was put together for the Daily Record, those pledges, was one of them, which is still tinkling around in my mind, that we will make the Scottish Parliament permanent. Now, the Scotland Act 1998, as you remember, creates it, but we have a tradition in this country of not producing entrenched legislation that successive parliaments can't amend or abandon if they want to. So does that mean we're going to have to change the British Constitution to put in statutory form that pledge to make the Scottish Parliament permanent? There's no question the Scottish Parliament would be anything other than permanent. Nobody's going to repeal the Scotland Act 1998, but it's another intriguing repercussion of that very rushed vow that they all put together.
Is there not a feeling among some Tory backbenchers that Mr Cameron ripped up the British Constitution on the back of a rogue YouGov poll?
I think so. I think they saw that there was a huge amount of panic at the top of the establishment and that there wasn't a great deal of thought. The problem is that Better Together had been asking for more details on what the leaders would promise for months, but they didn't produce them until they were in a blind panic.
Now, I understand that there's also deep unhappiness on Labour backbenches about Mr Miliband's performance, but also about the kind of devolution that Gordon Brown has been talking about.
Yes, so there have been MPs such as John Denham who've also been talking about the English question. And there is a real question for Labour here, which is how would this campaign have gone had Scottish Labour been a stronger force in Scotland?
Because they lost a lot of the Labour areas, and I understand that Joanne Lamont, the Scottish Labour leader, her constituency voted strongly yes for independence.
And I was talking to a Labour strategist earlier who said, well, you know, this is a big win for no, but let's not ignore the horror of the working class vote who seem to have deserted us.
I mean, is Westminster going to try and agree a position among itself and then go and negotiate with the Scottish Government about further devolution, or is it going to say, this is what we've agreed and this is what we're going to do?
The short answer, you've no idea, but it will not be a good idea if it is done that way without consulting Wales and Northern Ireland and more widely. It's Kipling's line on the Boer War. It's no end of a lesson. And the danger is that this great sigh of relief, which is almost audible across the Thames as we sit here,
Indeed it is,
will soothe people. They'll start singing lullabies to themselves that it was all right on the night, we shouldn't have got so jumpy, the press got carried away, and they will be wrong.
All right. Well, Prime Minister making a statement at 7 a.m. here in London. Back to Hugh in Glasgow.
Andrew, thank you very much, and thanks to your guests too. Well, you can't miss the screen, can you really? 1.176 for the Yes campaign, 1.397 for the No campaign, and that is the basis on which we're forecasting a No result. And of course, that's the basis on which now politicians, including Nicola Sturgeon, are admitting that they are personally very disappointed at what they acknowledge as a defeat. And we've now had news that the Prime Minister has called Alistair Darling. David Cameron has called him, and Alistair Darling, who led the Better Together campaign, and he said he's congratulated him on a well-fought campaign. That's the statement from David Cameron, which we received just a couple of minutes ago. I've congratulated Alistair Darling, the chairman of Better Together, on a well-fought campaign. And we're expecting Mr Cameron to make a statement at Westminster in Downing Street, probably at 7 a.m. So not long to go, just over an hour before that. And it'll be interesting to see what he says, about plans to respond in a meaningful way and a convincing way and a credible way to this result. Because although it is a relief for Mr Cameron and the other pro-union parties, of course it is, they also will have to acknowledge the strength of the vote for breaking away from the rest of the United Kingdom. So that is something to acknowledge. Let's go to Cardiff, because we have Peter Hain there, the former Labour Cabinet Minister, former Secretary of State for Wales. Peter, good morning to you.
Morning, Hugh, from Wales.
Absolutely. And given your role back in '97, Peter, with delivering devolution, those are early days of the process, let's have your thoughts on today's vote in Scotland.
For me, the vote in Scotland was a revolt against the Westminster elite, both yes voters and no voters. And what now needs to happen as a matter of urgency is that the Prime Minister and all the party leaders have got to seize this opportunity. The natural inclination of the Westminster establishment is to be minimalist and incremental. The decision has got to be maximalist and radical, because there's such a strong feeling throughout the country, not just in Scotland, but in Wales and in England as well, against the way that politics has been done. And I think Scotland has spoken for the whole of the United Kingdom in saying we want change, and we want change that's got to sweep right through the United Kingdom, and that must include England. Yes, more powers for Scotland have been promised. Wales will need more powers and deserve more powers as well, and probably Northern Ireland too. But the big unanswered question for British politics has been the English question, and the need for people in England, whether they're in Cornwall or the northeast of England or Manchester City region, to say, we want more say too. We don't want to be ruled by the London elite any more than Scotland, people in Scotland did.
Peter, bear with us, because Alex Salmond has also been on social media just giving his response. And Mr Salmond, the First Minister, saying, well done to Glasgow, our Commonwealth city. Glasgow, of course, voted yes in this referendum, and to the people of Scotland for such incredible support, he said. That statement in the past few minutes, and we're expecting Mr Salmond to be speaking later on in Edinburgh, and Nicola Sturgeon seemed to suggest that she wanted a very radical response to this, Peter, and that's exactly what you've been saying too. And I'm just wondering, when it comes to parties at Westminster working together on a response, and Mr Cameron's going to have to signal this in a short while, what will make that pledge from Mr Cameron, for you, a credible one, and one that can deliver proper change in a pretty rapid space of time?
If he's absolutely clear that not only is Scotland going to get the powers, the extra powers that were promised by all three party leaders the other week, but that Wales will as well, and that England will too, not just rearranging the way Westminster might do its business in terms of our Parliament, but actually saying to the people of England, you're entitled to more say as well. London shouldn't run things and dominate you, and it shouldn't be this old, centralised, anachronistic way of doing things. And I think he's got to be radical, because that's what the mood is. And it should include as well dealing with the House of Lords. There are conservative forces in all parties, frankly, who don't like change. And this has got to be a moment for change, and that should be to reconstitute the second chamber, to reflect all the parts of the United Kingdom directly elected at the same time as a general election. So we have a democratic second chamber as well. Yes, perhaps keep an appointed a bit of that in order to manage the change, but fundamentally a democratic second chamber complementing radical decentralisation of power throughout the United Kingdom. Only this, I think, can restore politics to some kind of legitimacy because we've discredited ourselves increasingly over recent years and people are fed up with us.
Just a last point, Peter. Gordon Brown talks about home rule, using that rather old-fashioned term now. But if you accept that this is part of, if you like, kind of federal solution to the imbalance that we have at the moment, does that, just to spell it out for us and to spell it out for viewers, does that involve having an English Parliament, as well as a proper Welsh Parliament and a Scottish Parliament and an equally powerful body in Northern Ireland?
There should be a federal Westminster Parliament, alongside which Scottish Parliament, legislatures in Wales and Northern Ireland, and legislatures in the regions of England too. And within that context of a federal Westminster Parliament, London already has, within England, substantial control. So I don't think there should be an English Parliament, but what there should be is real devolved power to the communities and regions and city regions of England, from Cornwall to the northeast, from Manchester City region to London as it already exists. That's got to be the way forward. And maybe we need to look at English MPs being solely responsible for scrutinising English-only laws at Westminster. But you've got to avoid balkanising Parliament and having first and second-class MPs. We've got to go for a federal solution, not an English Parliament, which, after all, over 4 out of 5 MPs are from English constituencies. England dominates our existing Parliament. And there's one other final point I'd make about this. You don't want a situation where actually the Prime Minister has to be elected by English MPs alone because he or she has to command a majority amongst English MPs in Parliament. It's got to be a Prime Minister elected who reflects the whole of the UK, or otherwise you will see an accelerating momentum for independence and breakaways across the United Kingdom. So this is a real moment of change and we've got to grasp it.
Peter, very good of you to join us at 10 to 6
Pleasure.
in the morning. Thank you very much. Peter Hain there, the former Labour Cabinet Minister, giving us his views, and as someone who's worked in some detail on policy to devolve power over the past 20 years. If you've just joined us here on this BBC election special, referendum special, we're broadcasting from the headquarters of BBC Scotland in Glasgow, and the Scottish referendum on independence has taken place. There are 26 results in, there are 6 results to go, but the BBC has already forecast that the result will be a no, a rejection of independence. But we're on air because we've got some very important results yet to come from Edinburgh and from Fife and Aberdeenshire. I'll be introducing my new guest in just a moment, but before that, Jeremy Vine with some thoughts on what happens now that we know it is likely to be a no.
Well, Hugh, just listening to you and Peter Hain there, it underlines the fact that if you'll forgive the triple negative, a no vote tonight doesn't mean no change. There are already actually changes coming down the track for Scotland from the 2012 Scotland Act. Let's have a look at some of them. So there will be a power to vary the Scottish rate of income tax for a start. Also, to take the proceeds of stamp duty levied in Scotland. This is already coming down the line. Land tax and landfill tax, more powers there for the Scottish Parliament. Also powers over drink driving and speeding limits. And then one of the ones that the Nationalists say, well, this proves it's small beer, they're going to be given more powers over controlling air guns. But during the campaign we heard more, didn't we? And now we're trying to find out what the more actually means. The party leaders making this big promise that they were going to share resources equitably. And saying as well that the Scottish Government would have the final say on NHS funding. A lot of people said, well, it does already. But they did promise that talks would start immediately after the referendum. with new proposals for further devolution by the end of October. And then by the end of November, a white paper. And then on January the 15th, a new law published. And the question now is what will be in that new law published in January 2015, January the 15th rather. Control of a greater amount of tax take, that's one possibility. Also, income tax, more powers to vary it. Housing benefit as well, the chance to set different levels of housing benefit. Power over VAT, to change the level of VAT, is another possible one. And air passenger transport duty, which would give the Scottish Government power over the price of a plane seat, that as well. Plus quite a big one, the power to change inheritance tax and capital gains tax levels, and also maybe even to look at new levels of benefits. Plus, as was discussed with Peter Hennessy and Andrew Neil, the Scottish Parliament constitutionally guaranteed, and the big Lib Dem thought that maybe at the end of all of this, you have a federal UK. So an enormous amount of change coming, and possibly even more when that white paper is published in 2015.
Jeremy, thank you very much. We've got some more figures to share with you because while Jeremy was speaking, we had some more declarations. I got Aberdeenshire. Now, this is an interesting result again because just to underline, this is the local authority area that includes Alex Salmond's parliamentary seat in East Aberdeenshire. And this is the result. It's a big no vote, 60% to 40%, 108,000 to 71,000. A high turnout again of 87%. So Aberdeenshire at 5 to 6 in the morning declaring a big no vote. And that means that we are in a position where we can also give you the result from Edinburgh, I think. Yes, it's in. There it is. A hefty no vote, as has been forecast all night. 194,000 votes for the no campaign. 123,000 of Edinburgh's voters backing independence, a turnout of 84%. The percentages as follows: 61% against, 39% in favour in Edinburgh. And I think we've just had a result in, too, from Argyll and Bute. Let me just see if I can get the figures up for you, given that they've just come in. Another no vote there, 37,000 to 26,000, and the percentages, 59% to 41%. The counting's still going on in 3 areas. So we're counting still in Fife and in Highland and in Murray. It's interesting because we were expecting Murray a little earlier. And if you look at the little figure on the screen here, no are short by 85,112 votes at the moment. So they're very near the point at which we can formally say that no have won. Sarah?
I'll tell you what's absolutely fascinating about that. You look at Aberdeenshire and you look at Edinburgh and the vote is almost exactly the same. 61% no in Edinburgh, 60% in Aberdeenshire. Aberdeenshire is where, as you said, Alex Salmond has his Scottish constituency, where he had his Westminster constituency. That's going to be very deeply personally disappointing for him. Edinburgh, that's where Alistair Darling has his constituency, where we were expecting a larger no vote. Places we thought would behave really quite differently have behaved almost exactly the same, with basically a 40-60 split.
Yeah, interesting, Nick. And, that brings us very close now to the finishing line.
Incredibly close, yes. We knew really as soon as Glasgow came in that it was simply impossible for Yes, despite the fact that it won Scotland's biggest city, despite the fact that is something that Alex Salmond wants to celebrate, it was nowhere near enough to outweigh the other votes that had come in throughout the night. It is still this. Always with elections, with referendums too, it depends where your starting point was. If you were last weekend when that Yes poll, when for the first and only poll they're in the lead, this will seem like a great setback, a huge disappointment to those who support Yes. Wind back the clock 2 years ago when the talk was of them being easily slaughtered, maybe being in the high 30s or the low 40s. This will seem like vast progress, a huge number of votes accumulated for the Yes campaign. But the simple truth of it is, as people are waking up now, is there were people in this country, there were people throughout the United Kingdom who thought everything was going to change It hasn't. The people of Scotland have voted to stay in the United Kingdom as it is.
Let me introduce my new guests, because you've been waiting very patiently, and good morning to you both. Joe Swinson, the Lib Dem MP for Eastern Bartonshire, Minister of Employment Relations and Women and Equalities, and Joe Fitzpatrick is with us from the SNP, the MSP for Dundee City West. Thanks very much for coming in. It is coming up to 6 o'clock here on BBC One, and you're watching this BBC referendum special from Glasgow, and the BBC is forecasting now